Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, party squirrels of the world. Welcome back to another live stream. And tonight we are talking Adelsons again. All right, everyone's favorite family for being terrible at crime. And we're going to just do a little refresher too. So I have this pulled up because, you know, there's a lot of cases going on in the world. And, you know, we've been covering a lot of cases here on this channel. Shout out to Flash as well, by the way. Happy to see you. So, you know, just to refresh everyone's memory. So which terrible at criming family is this again? Okay, this is the one that we have Donna here, who's going to be one of the main focuses of tonight. Donna, who is infamous for laundering the money and handing over a bunch of moldy, wet money over to Katie Magbanua. We also have Charlie here, who is infamous for having stapled his cash. We have Wendi, who's infamous for a lot of things. And yeah, so basically, hi, Candace. How are you doing? Are you feeling all better? So we're going to start. Okay, we're going to watch Donna's arrest body cam. But in order to set this scene, as it were, what we are going to do first is I was putting together and trying to find all these clips, which wasn't easy to do. Find the crucial moments from the jail calls that lead up to the body cam arrest that we are going to watch to set the stage. So let me just get this pulled up. And then what we're going to do, let me see here. And then what we're going to do is after we watch her arrest video, we're going to take a look at Donna's probable cause affidavit and see how it is different from what we've looked at before, like with Katie Magbanua, for example. So Aruba. Cool. Oh, Flash, you're going to Aruba? Holy mackerel. Like for a vacation? That sounds freaking amazing. Can I come? Oh my gosh. Well, it's funny because we're going to get to see an airport here shortly as well. Speaking of flying to another country. So, okay. So we've got these people here. All right. So now let me pull up. Yeah. So we're going to then, right. I was saying, so then after we watch her arrest body cam, we are going to take a look at her PCA and see how it's different from Katie Magbanua's, because it's really going to show you how this case has been built over time and done correctly, really thoroughly. And of course, Donna is, awaiting trial. She was going to be going to trial in October. But that was delayed due to attorney fuckery. And we're going to get a glimpse of that as well in these jail calls. And then, but now she's scheduled, I believe, for June. Okay, so let me pull up. Oh, it's your first time flying. Oh, Flash. Okay, make sure you get a window seat if you can. You're going to love it. Flying is so much fun. I hate that there's plane crashes. I know that's scary, but I'm sure you will be fine. You're going to have I absolutely love flying. Flying is so much fun. And again, if you can get a window seat, that's the best. Being above the clouds is like an experience like no other. Yeah. Anyone that has other tips too, as far as like ears popping and whatnot, feel free to share those with Flash in the chat. I don't really know of any good solutions for the ears popping, but usually it's not that big of a deal unless you're in certain places where there's a known steep descend or ascend thing. Shout out to Twiz. Right. Thank you for that. Think about the other 99.999999999%. Yes, indeed. It is safer. It is safer. It is so much safer than being in a car. It is, there's like I don't even think you can do a comparison. I mean, people get in car accidents all day, every day, as they say. Plane crashes are rare. And the thing too, you have to think about this, right? Plane crashes are so rare, but when they happen, they always make the news. Imagine if every car accident made the news. I can't even fathom that, right? So it's the type of thing where it's like, because you always hear about a plane crash, right? But like, anyway, hopefully that kind of puts it into perspective. Yeah, if every car crash made the news, we'd be, I don't even know what we would be. So, okay. So guys, thank you, Candace. Okay. So we're going to watch. All right. So like I was saying, so we're setting the stage here. So this is what I was putting together and trying to find these little clips and get it compiled up. So let me unshare, reshare. Here we go. All right. So, okay. So just to review. So these are the jail calls that happen. Like November 6th is the day that Charlie was convicted. So as soon as he gets convicted, he's on the phone for like, I think hours and hours and hours and hours with, well, mostly his mom. Harvey's there. His dad is like there, but chimes in, I think maybe twice or maybe 3 times in the entirety of these jail calls, of which there's so many hours. Basically, Charlie talks to Donna on the phone for like, I don't know, probably 8 hours a day, maybe more, for a week. And the reason I say for a week is because the point at which he can't talk anymore is when it's been exactly a week after his conviction, when Donna and Harvey are at the airport to abscond to Vietnam, and Donna is arrested, and thus ends their jail calls. So, so these jail calls are incredible. There is a link in this video's description for when we covered in depth a lot of these jail calls, like the key moments. And I will say, for anyone who didn't hear those already, this was like when I was recovering from laryngitis, so my voice sounds like shit. But yeah, anyway, so but that is linked in the video's description. And of course, there's very specific timestamps for key moments. So it was part of our Squirrely New Year's Eve extravaganza, as it were. So hi, Studi. Happy to see you again. Awesome, awesome. Welcome. Well, Aruba, though. I mean, my God, like, that just is, I'm so super fucking jealous, man. But I'm glad that giving your sister your word that you would go is going to help you to branch out and try new things and to face your fears, because that's really important in life. Facing our fears is important. You know, sometimes I like to think of it as walking through a fear versus facing a fear. Planes are easy. Couldn't agree more. Planes are super easy. Yep. Yeah. Once you do it once and you're gonna be like, oh, this was nothing, you know? Now for me, okay, you guys, so for me, I will say this much. My trouble with planes isn't the flying part. It's, you guys, some of you guys have heard some of my stories. You know, I have this whole thing, this is just squirrel luck, right? Of like, ever since I was a kid, whenever we would fly anywhere, I was always the one who would get searched. So back in the day, when they didn't just like search everybody and they didn't have as much security, you know, it was like the type of thing where it's like, you know, they would search like 1 in every 10 people or whatever. So like, I remember one year, so I was in like middle school, we were going to Hawaii, and because I have to keep my nails short for violin, like I had nail clippers in my suitcase, even though I wasn't going to be able to bring my violin. It was like, I couldn't imagine not clipping my nails. So I had like nail clippers and like, I think a nail file or whatever. And like, sure enough, like everybody else is going on through, and like I get stopped and like searched, and they confiscate my nail clippers and my nail file, and they tell me it could be used as a weapon. And I was in like 6th grade. And like literally it just goes on from there. Like the number of times where I stood in one of those thingies where they do the metal detector, I always set the thing off. And I have a lot of piercings, so like there's that. But what's so funny is the number of times this has happened. They think I have a pacemaker because they're like thinking there's metal like in my like body, which is like ridiculous. Like I don't have any metal plate. I don't have any of that. So anyway, I've got some really crazy stories about that stuff being searched. But has anybody here not heard my knife story? Because that's probably the best story of all. And it's not a long story, but it is a funny story. Welcome back, Victorine. Happy to see you again as well. Oh, that's awesome. Sweetie makes a great point. She'll be able to show you all the great sites. Yeah, it's very safe. I love it. Thanks, guys, for all the encouraging words for Flash, our dear friend Flash. Yes, you heard me correctly. Knife. You guys, it's a good one. It's a good one. On 11/12/22, I was in my house where I'm at now. Oh, right. I see. I now made the connection because of the knife. Okay. Well, I was in high school. Okay. Well, now we're doing the story. So I was in high school. This is a warm-up story. Okay. So I was in high school and I was a senior in high school. And I went to high school at North Carolina School of the Arts, which is an arts conservatory. So there's only, in the US, there's only 2 conservatories in the country that allow high school. And North Carolina School of the Arts is one of them. The other one is in Ohio, I believe. No, Indiana. Anyway, it's Interlochen. I can't remember. It's in, I think, Ohio or Indiana. Anyway, so North Carolina School of the Arts. So in other words, it's a college, right? But they accept you for high school if you're a junior or a senior. So I was a senior in high school. And so, I was doing my college auditions, right? And I really wanted to go to Overruled, which is in Ohio. So anyway, so back then, in high school, like I had long burgundy hair that was down to my knees, and I kind of dressed like a hippie, and I've been vegan forever. So there's that. That's going to come up. That's why I mentioned the vegan thing. Okay. So living in the dorms at NCSA, right? So you're not allowed to have a car if you're in high school at NCSA. So what you do is you're going to go home on the weekends. So it's like your parents would come and pick you up and you go home, if you live locally, which I did kind of. So basically what happened is as I was living there in the dorms, right? Like maybe not every weekend, but like maybe 1 or 2 weekends a month, my mom or my dad would come and pick me up and I'd go home for the weekend. And one of the things I would do is I would stock up on supplies to take back with me to the dorm. And then when the next time I would come home. So one of the things I love is apples, specifically gala apples. And so the way that I would always eat them is with a paring knife. You take the little paring knife and you cut them a certain way and you sprinkle cinnamon on it. And it's delicious. And it's like it was one of my favorite things. You guys are fucking hilarious. Right? I know. I don't know what happened that night, 1947. Flash, I've already told you, I've literally no animosity, no feelings whatsoever for people that hate me. I couldn't care less. And so anyway, I'm not one of those vegans. Please don't put me in that. No, I'm not one of those vegans. Anyway, so the apples. And so again, so I would go home and I would get apples and little paring knives, right? I would put them in the dishwasher and wash them. And then I'd bring back more apples and clean paring knives back to the dorm room, right? Okay. So setting the scene. So going to this audition, so it was only going to be like one night in the hotel or maybe 2 nights or whatever. So I just needed like a small suitcase, right? A carry-on suitcase with like a change of clothes. So like my suitcase had only a couple things. It was like a change of clothes. It was like my favorite stuffed animal. Yes, you heard me. Shout out to Beluggy, which is the bear that I had since the day I was born. Still have her. And because I was a preemie 8 weeks early, I was too small for her baby clothes. So they had to put me in doll clothes. So one of the little dresses that I was in as a newborn is the size of my little bear, so Beluggy now wears this little dress that I had as a baby. Anyway, so Beluggy and like a change of clothes and like, that was pretty much it. And then of course my violin, right? Obviously. So, okay. So basically we fly out of North Carolina, we go through the different, we had like a layover, we get there, we go, so been through a number of checkpoints, right? The metal detectors and all the rest. Now here's the funny thing. Of course, I'm setting off the metal detectors with my piercings, but my suitcase is fine. Okay. My suitcase is fine. Sudi uses a paring knife it's just what smart people do, right? So then so I have my audition. It's not until the way back. So we're leaving. So we're in Ohio and we're flying out of Ohio to come back to North Carolina. Okay. And so I'm wearing, like a long skirt, again, I'm like, hippie vibes, whatever. Right. I've got my violin. I'm in high school. Right. Okay. So we're going through all the stuff, right? And I set off the metal detector and I'm like, yeah, my piercings, blah, blah. But then my suitcase sets off the metal detector. You guys, this is great. So there's all this hullabaloo, and like the guards come over and they literally come up to me and they go, ma'am, is there anything in this suitcase that might harm me? And I flat out laughed at them. I thought it was a joke. I thought it was a prank. I laughed. And they were like looking at me dead straight in the eye, like, why are you laughing? You know, like basically, essentially, yes, correct. And I'm like, what the fuck? And they're like, is there anything that can hurt? And I'm like, what? And I'm like thinking, God, did I fuck up and bring nail clippers and a nail file again? I'm like, no, I learned my lesson that time from 6th grade, right? And so they open up my suitcase. I'm not even fucking kidding. They open up my suitcase and they pull out a knife. And I'm not joking. My mom would back me up on this. And I go, oh my God, I've been framed. I've been framed. Even though it's like, why would someone be framed? I thought, oh my God, I've been framed. I literally was like, what? And then I was so confused. Meanwhile, so then this is the funny thing. Like, so my response is like, I would never hurt anybody. And I said, I'm an animal rights activist, which is really funny because I didn't realize that word can have a violent connotation to it. I meant it as if to say I wouldn't hurt anybody and I'm a peaceful person. And so I think I said something like, I'm vegan and I'm an animal rights activist. My mom, by the way, is dying laughing. She's just standing over there, just laughing her ass off at me, just dying laughing. Okay. As I'm like freaking the fuck out. Like, I literally at that point in time, I didn't know anything about the law. I was like, am I going to go to prison the rest of my life? What's going to happen to my violin? What's going to happen to Baluggy? You know? And so my mom's just laughing at me. Oh my God. And so then I'm like, I get a closer look at the knife and I notice that it has dried apple peel stuck to it. And that's when I go, oh, yep, that's mine. Explain. So then I explained to them the whole deal with the apples and the cinnamon and my routine with the things and blah, blah. And like, then they're like, well, we're going to have to confiscate this. And then I was like, oh my God, this was my favorite paring knife. And so they took the paring knife with the apple peel stuck to it. So the whole thing, right? Because I was going to take it home and wash it, but I forgot. And so basically that little paring knife was left in like one of those like, you know, extraneous pockets, right? On the outside of the suitcase. So I just completely forgot about it. Didn't think about it because I didn't go home before we flew out. I went straight from NCSA to fly out. I didn't go home. Otherwise I would have freaking taken the knife out and washed it. Anyway, so they confiscated the paring knife. Now here's the funniest thing. So after all of that, they're like, well, we're going to have to put you on the list. And I'm like, oh my God, what list? They're like, we're going to have to put you on the knife wielder list. And my mom is just can't even help her. She's just laughing. And I'm like, oh my God, am I going to go to jail again? You know what I mean? And so they literally come over with this like list, like physical list. And it's a whole thing. And they got all these people and they're like, putting me on the list. And I'm like, oh my God. And so from then on, every single time that we've flown anywhere, like if it's been with my family and my mom was there, and there's like all this like scuttlebutt happening in the airport, and there's like people rushing around and they're like, look, you know, security and whatever, or there's like some sort of announcement. Every single time my mom is like, Chelsea, they're coming for you, knife wielder. Oh, God. Oh. So yeah, and apparently it's permanent, the list is. So that's I have so many stories like this, guys. But that's one pertaining to a knife in an airport and me being on the list. So yes, being a terrorist, that's it. There you go. There you go. Yeah, my mom is freaking hilarious. Shout out Schmommers. She's here every now and again. Also, my brother has been here every now and again. Shout out to my brother, who is a professional storm chaser. By the way. Those are their nicknames. I'm just putting those in the chat. Flash. So it depends on how long the flight is. It used to be in the good old days that they always gave you food on the flights, okay, no matter how long. But then as they started cutting the budget, see now it's like you're only going to get food if you're on a long flight. Have y'all ever flown first class, by the way? That I did that once and it ruined me. It was also a different Hawaii trip. And that's a good story. Actually, I'll tell real quick too. This is a good one. So this was a different Hawaii trip. Again, I was in middle school. This is a testament to my mom, schmommers. This is my mom for you guys. So again, I can't remember if it was 6th or 7th grade because we had 2 Hawaii trips back to back, but it was a different one, not the one with the nail clippers. I think it was previous. So, okay. So we show up at the airport at like 4 a.m. to go to Hawaii for like a 2-week trip. Right. And so this is when United went on strike. Do you remember that? When United went on strike, it was a big deal. And so, United Airlines. And so we show up, right? And so we're all excited, going to Hawaii. And like, I noticed that there's all these other families that are going to check in, right? And at that hour, flying out of Greensboro, there's like not that many flights. So like pretty much people that were showing up, and if they're at the same like desky thing, they were probably going to Hawaii. And so they're all like going to check in. And then I just see them all just turn away and leave and just walk out. Right. So it's like, well, that's weird. So then my mom goes to check us all in. Right. And I think my brother, my dad and I were standing with our suitcases. Right. My mom goes to check us all in, and there's some commotion. And we hear my mom go, "What do you mean you don't have a plane for us?" So my mom comes over and tells us, she says, United's on strike. They don't have a plane for us. And so all the other families are just leaving. Okay. And people, whatever, they're just leaving. So my mom goes, "Hold on, guys. We're going to Hawaii." And we're like, "Oh, okay." So at that point, my brother and my dad and I, we go far, far, far away and sit far, far away where we can watch this happen, but pretend like we don't know her. So we're just watching her. It's like great because you can't hear her. You can just watch her. Okay. And so we're just watching her and we're seeing all these gestures and blah, blah, blah. And then after like, I don't know, 10 minutes, she comes marching over. Now my mom has this march, the Schmommers March. It's very classic her. She comes marching on over. She goes, "Come on, guys." And we're like, "What?" She goes, "Come on." We're like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "We're going to Hawaii. Come on." And we're like, "What the fuck?" Everyone else was leaving, right? She had talked them into paying to fly us first class on a different airline when everybody else just left because they didn't have a plane. And so we're like, "What?" And they paid to fly us first class on, I don't know, it might have been like American Airlines. I don't know. The only time I've ever flown first class. And boy, oh boy, does it ruin you. Yeah, you can bring snacks. Thank you for that. That's a good tip. You can bring snacks. You can bring snacks for sure. Just make sure you can't, the beverages these days, there's an ounceage limit on that. But you can bring snacks. Just don't bring anything that could be used as a weapon, even if you doesn't seem like it could, Oh, that's hilarious. Yep. So your brother has similar luck to me for sure. Yeah, it definitely ruins you. And so the thing that I loved most about first class, though, of all of it, was that they gave you, if you fly first class, they're always going to give you food, right? But this was a trip to Hawaii, so it was a really long flight. So, this was back, so they're going to give you like multiple course menu thing, right? Including vegan options, right? But my favorite thing of all was the mini salt and pepper shakers. Have any of you guys had that experience? Because the mini salt and pepper shakers literally was my favorite thing of all of it, because I love anything mini. And, right. Yep. So that was flying first class, right? Yep. Oh my God, it was amazing. And here's what's the other funny thing. On the way back, United was back in action, right? So on the way back, we had our original flight. So flying on the way back, we had the red eye with the cheap seats. And it's like, I don't know, a 14-hour flight, some ridiculous, red eye, cheap ass seats. And it was like misery, absolute misery in comparison, Yeah. And I think you're allowed to take them, Candace, because I took them. I took the salt and pepper shaker. I kept them as souvenirs. So I've got so many funny stories, though. Oh man, got an interesting squirrel stories. So, but But, you know, I don't know that they ever have had, I don't recall ever seeing anybody eat ice cream, though, on any flight, even back when they gave you food. I feel like that would be risky because of the mess. Anywhere specific in Africa? I would love to go to Madagascar. I need my, you know, my bucket list. Well, New Zealand would be there, you know, obviously. Definitely want to go to New Zealand someday. But anywho, speaking of flying to faraway places, guys, Egypt, that's cool. Who fly? Me fly? Who fly? You fly, me fly. Or here a fly, there a fly, everywhere fly. Of Flash, right, gotcha. Thursday, flying out on Thursday. So you've got some time to figure out your snack situation. Oh, they gave you snacks. Cool. There you go. Hey, Candace, question for you. I was thinking about you because I don't remember if you were born in England, but I know you lived in England for a long time. Yeah, I feel like you might have been born there. But we were talking about English or British accents the other day as it pertains to Mr. Whiffen from Karen Reed. Do you remember Mr. Whiffen? He was one of the Commonwealth's cell phone experts. And we were talking about his accent yesterday. And I was saying how his accent was very unique, even among British accents. Like, it was very much not what you usually hear. It was like, I don't know if you remember. I was wondering if you could place it because it was very specific. Okay, yeah. So do you remember that accent? Did that make an impression on you? And do you remember, like, because to me, it's like, you know, there's the regional ones. This one sounded like, all I could think of was like Downton Abbey. So, like, not necessarily region, but like different century is what it sounded like to me. And, you know, I have British family. So, like, I have plenty of exposure to British accents. And I've had to actually speak with British accents as well for theater back in the day as well. But never with that specific one, like what Mr. Whiffen has. Okay, Yorkshire. Okay. That's hilarious. A Croatian accent. Yeah, maybe. Very. I liked it. It had an air of sophistication. Okay. Do you have an accent, Candace? I would imagine so. I love accents. I just really, really enjoy people's accents. And I also enjoy foreign languages, as many of you guys know. One of my favorite things about traveling is meeting Flash, and you're going to love that, right? It's so cool because when you're on the plane, even, you're going to meet people from all over the world. Like, and then same thing when you're, you know, it's just awesome. Going to other places is just awesome. What kind of accent? A West Virginia accent? West Virginia, Mount Mama. Oh. What a continental accent. I don't know what that means. Oh, it was a foreign accent. Interesting. Okay, but speaking of which, let's dive right on in. So again, this is just some clips I put together. Shout out to Pretty Lies and Alibis. You know, there's a lot of different channels that got this footage, but, you know, love Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis, and she has like some subtitles on here. But this is just a short little clip. This is the highlights, okay, in terms of what's about to befall Donna as far as fleeing, okay? And we've talked a lot about the attorney fuckery with Dan Rashbaum, right? It's going to cover that as well. And the other thing I've talked a lot about is Charlie being the family lamb to the slaughter, right? At the bottom of the food chain, the Adelson family food chain. And where this is also you're also going to hear these, in my opinion, heartbreaking moments where Charlie is like just been convicted. All he wants is to see his parents for a visit. And you're going to hear Donna lie to him and tell him that they're going to come visit him and blah, 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 and say, like, we're always going to be here for you. And meanwhile, they're planning to flee the country. And Charlie doesn't know it. Okay. So.
Got to make a decision at some point. So after speaking to Dan this morning and knowing
that's Dan Rashbaum.
What they're thinking up there, and I don't know if we'll make it out in time. I really don't. But Dan said, you might, or you might do all of it, get to the airport, and they'll stop. And that could happen.
Amazing. You might get to the airport. So, but let me say something real quick. So there's many times during these phone calls when Donna is talking to Harvey because Charlie gets disconnected and she thinks that the line has hung up. It's like a hot mic situation. And so this is one of those times where she's not talking to Charlie, okay? She's talking to Harvey, and I believe there's somebody else there at their house. I don't know who. And this is not the first time this happens. But again, Dan is Dan Rashbaum, but there's a lot of things here. First of all, this shows that Dan had knowledge that they might flee. So that's a whole other thing. Second of all, the foreshadowing of it all about being stopped at the airport. So let's listen again. This is incredible stuff right here.
Got to make a decision at some point. So after speaking to Dan this morning and knowing what they're thinking up there, and I don't know if we'll make it out in time. I really don't. But Dan said, you might, or you might do all of it, get to the airport, and they'll stop. And that could happen.
Amazing.
It could happen. I don't know, but it's worth a try.
That's Harvey in the background.
I've tried and tried and tried. I don't know what I'm doing. Yep.
The other thing I hope to God is that.
Okay, so now this is 2 days later. Now she's talking to Charlie. Okay. And this is going to be talking about him wanting to be able to be eligible for, because, when you first get convicted, they put you like automatically in protective custody and you're on like suicide watch and all this stuff. And so part of that is like, no matter what, right? It's like automatic for in most, I think most, if not all prison systems, if it's a capital offense, right? That there, or sometimes if it's just like a lengthy sentence, they're going to like, so for Charlie, right? Same with Donna when she was arrested, like they're going to put you in like the turtle suit and like you're in solitary confinement and like all this stuff. And it's supposed to be for your own safety. And so like part of that though, the reason I'm mentioning it is because part of that is like, you don't have any privileges for at least 30 days. So that means also no visits. And so the reason this matters is because remember, at the time when we're going to hear this, Donna and Harvey are packing their bags. They've probably already got their plane tickets. They're planning on leaving. And they're discussing, Charlie's discussing, when are we going to be able to have an in-person visit? And it's going, like in his mind, like the possibility here is at least 30 days away, if not much longer, like maybe 90 days. Like in other words, it's like you have to wait until they say, okay, you're cleared, you can go into Gen Pop, and now you can have your visits. But in other words, this would be in the future, right? And they're leaving in just like a number of days to never return, or that's what their plan is, to never return to the country again. Okay. So okay. So that sets the scene for this.
I've tried and tried and tried. I don't know what I'm doing. Yep.
The other thing I hope to God is that they have in-person contacts.
I hope so.
I asked one guard I was asking last night, he said, I don't know, because he changed a lot of stuff after COVID. It also cut down all the contraband that was coming in. But I don't think it's humane to not have people get contact visits.
No, it's not.
Contact visits.
And I don't know.
What you're going to do is you're going to hear how Donna weasels around this question, because he's going to be asking her, when am I going to be able to see you? And wait till you hear her weasel this question, because she's not telling him you're never seeing us again. Like at this point in Donna's mind, she thinks, and she would know, imagine if their plan had worked, right? She would be knowing that she's never going to see him again, ever. And yet lying to his face as if they're going to be coming for a visit, which is fucked beyond all imagination. Oh, Norwegian. That's cool. Yeah, no, definitely don't have. Well, and also the thing is like, it's part of that is because my family, again, they're from all over the place, but my parents specifically are from upstate New York. So I was raised, actually I've had many times where people, if I meet people that are from upstate New York, they actually ask me if I'm from upstate New York. I'm like, no, my parents are though. Yeah, the y'all. You know, it's funny though, because I've noticed there's a lot of people that say y'all. I mean, it is like a Southern thing, I guess, but like, you know, there's other people that say it. It is more convenient. There was a long time when I completely avoided saying y'all because I hated it. I hated that it could sound Southern, but like, it is more convenient than saying like you all or you guys sometimes, you know. So no, he did not face the death penalty, but you know, so first degree murder though is a capital offense regardless of what the sentence is. So, so like, you know, if you're doing LWOP, right, that's still a capital, you know, again, it's based on the offense. So whether it's LWOP or not, or death or whatever, right? But a lot of places, like I know that there's places where it's like, if you're sentenced to like 30 years or whatever, they'll do it as well. Shout out to Iowa. Happy to see you again. Okay, so let's listen to Donna be really fucked up here and Weasley.
Can't find anything yet, so I have to just wait and see where you are and what the story is. Evidently, it's a little different in different places, so I don't know.
Just you have to around to get contact with us?
I'm sorry, some places, but I don't. I mean, I'm not on the computer now. I don't know, but you know, you don't know if that's from 21. You don't know if it's from 23. I mean,
it's yeah. Gross.
It's just, I gotta tell you, thank you for staying on the post.
Oh, please.
Good to have you guys.
Thank you for staying on the phone with me. It's good to have you guys.
We're always going to be here.
We're always going to be here. Except for when you're in Vietnam, which was your plan. It blows my mind.
I love you. This is just a disaster. And we'll get through this.
Like, yeah, this will all be over soon.
So sad.
I can't wait to give you all the kisses and hugs, Dad. I love you.
Fucked up, right? I mean, the only thing I will say is because their plan was foiled, there is a possibility now that, again, Harvey's not been arrested or anything, and I don't think he will be. There is a possibility that Charlie could have a contact visit with his dad and have kisses and hugs. But had their plan worked, never again. No kisses and hugs. Listen, it's just fucked up.
It's just a disaster, and we'll get through this.
Like, yeah, this will all be over soon. I can't wait to give you all the kisses and hugs, Dad. I love you.
So the things that we want is for him to, we'll talk about.
So now this transitioned into, this is the last segment we're going to listen to. This transitioned to another hot mic. This is the infamous hot mic. So this again, Donna doesn't know, remember, because these are all recorded, right? All the jail calls. So Donna, again, thinks they've been disconnected. And so her cell phone is still on speakerphone and she doesn't realize that it's not been disconnected and the jail phone call is still being recorded this entire time. And this goes on for a lengthy period of time, but this is the real gem here where this is the thing. This is the infamous thing. So this is being recorded. They're listening to this. Okay. And so remember, she doesn't think she doesn't know. She doesn't know. Okay.
I can't wait to give you all the kisses and hugs, Dad. I love you.
So the things that we want is for him to, we'll talk about in more detail later. I'll tell her I thought at first you needed to come here, but I realized that, you know, most of everything we can do, I'll have to tell her we're leaving the country. They're not recording my phone. If they are, they will.
So the her is Wendi. She's talking about Wendi. We'll have to tell her we're leaving the country. So again, this just goes to show you how they literally were going to do this and just throw everybody under the bus. And the only reason they're going to tell Wendi is because they need one person there who's not in custody who can like manage the shit for the family, basically. But the best part is this part where she's like, they're not recording my phone.
I thought at first you needed to come here, but I realized that, you know, most of everything we can do, I'll have to tell her we're leaving the country. They're not recording my phone. If they are able to stop, you know.
You can't you can't make this shit up, guys, right?
So after speaking to Dan,
You can't make this shit up. This little 2-minute and 22-second thing I put together here, like all of the things. You've got implicating Dan Rashbaum, right, with knowledge as to their fleeing, right? You've got foreshadowing. They might stop us at the airport. We might not get out in time. You've got the gaslighting with poor Charlie and throwing him under the bus and lying to him, and it's fucking heartbreaking as fuck. And then you've got literally we're leaving the country, and also the best part of all at the very end, they're not recording my phone. I mean, incredible. How much more can you pack into a 2-minute and 22-second video? I mean, good luck with that, right? This family, though, legendary. Candace, a great criminal mastermind. Yep, there it is. Yeah, NC does have the death penalty now. I don't think it's been used in a while, but it does have it, sadly. Yeah, and again, I grew up with the accents, like, people, friends, whatever, just growing up, like that's what I'm used to hearing. So it'll be funny though. It will be very funny. It's the jail call being recorded. Yep. So what happened when we have this hot mic moment? So at the very beginning, we had one, right? When they're talking about there, and then at the very end, what happens is, these jail calls, because Charlie's calling from the jail, right? She's on her cell phone. They kind of like, you're on a timer, you have a time limit. And then also it's like, the connection's not always that good. And so it'll like kind of cut in and out. So like in a lot of these calls, you'll hear it where it's like, Charlie, are you there? And it's like, they get disconnected and then they calls back. So what happens is that during these hot mic moments, she's like, Charlie, are you there? And she thinks that because she can't hear him, the call has ended, right? Like as in it's hung up. So she just leaves her phone like on speakerphone. I guess she was talking with it on speakerphone, right? So she's just like, she thinks that it has disconnected the call when in fact it hasn't. So her phone is still being recorded. Her end of the call is still being recorded until she hangs up. Which is so, think about it, right? Normally these calls are recorded to monitor what the inmates are doing. And like Charlie doesn't do anything incriminating on these jail calls. However, Donna walked herself. She literally put herself in a little box and wrapped herself in wrapping paper with a bow on it and mailed herself right to Georgia Castleman's doorstep and said, here's a present for you right here. Here it is. I mean, it's just like, here you go. So in Florida, life is life. So it's life. So life without parole. Happy to see you again. Tie knots, not thank you knots. I'm remembering. Tie knots. Happy to see you again. Heather's here. Yay, Heather. Yay. Right. He couldn't hear her. So like his phone, he was like not able to get a connection or whatever, but line was still being recorded. Yeah. He couldn't hear her. So let's listen again. Cause again, this is short, but there's like so much here. So let's listen again now that so that everyone goes and understands. So again, at the very beginning, and you can tell, because when Charlie is able to hear her, he's talking. Loves talking. He's a talkative dude. So at the very beginning of this, we're going to hear from November 6th, again, the day that Charlie was convicted, we're going to hear a part where Charlie can't hear them, right? Charlie's like not getting connection, but the call is still being recorded. And eventually he comes back on and then they can, so this is Donna. This is going to be Donna again, talking to Harvey and whoever else is at their house. So we're going to hear this again.
Going to make a decision at some point. So after speaking to Dan this morning and knowing what they're thinking up there, and I don't know if we'll make it out in time. I really don't. But Dan said, you might, or you might do all of it, get to the airport, and they'll stop us. And that could happen.
It just blows my mind. Literally, we're about to watch the body cam of her getting arrested at the airport. And there's Dan Rashbaum. Okay, so again, that's the part, that's a hot mic, if you will, where Donna doesn't realize that it's still going, and Charlie's like probably going, hello, and he can't hear them, but it's still recording because she has not hung up. Okay.
It could happen. I don't know. But it's worth a try.
And now it's going to segue into a call where Charlie is talking.
I've tried and tried and tried. So I don't know what I'm doing. Yep.
The other thing I hope they got is that they have in-person contacts.
I hope so. I hope so.
I asked one guard.
Sorry, Twiz, you're cracking me up. Get to the corner a little late. Twiz has been out asking for Heather to be in timeout, and I don't know, man. I freaking, little lady though. That's freaking funny. That's what one other thing that's funny is I've several times I've called Donna that. I've been like, this little lady right here. I think I've also called Wendi that different times. But anywho, but yes. And I don't know who are you guys saying? Was there a name mentioned here of I don't know who Viv is. So yeah, if you really, that's okay. Y'all who aren't familiar with this case, just let me know if you have any questions, but this case is pretty legendary. It's been going on since 2014. It's still going on. And I'm sure Heather will also fill y'all into, there's lots of really infamous things that have come out of this. Okay. So now we're going to get into, again, the weaseling, the gaslighting with Donna and Charlie. Donna,
I don't know, because she changed a lot of stuff after COVID.
So again, he's talking about wanting to be able to have in-person visits.
I don't think it's humane to not have people get contact visits.
No, it's not. And I don't know. I've done a little research. I can't find anything yet. So
she's weaseling.
Wait and see where you are and what the story is. Evidently, it's a little different in different places. So I don't know.
You have to around to get contact visits?
I'm sorry, some places, but I don't. I mean, I'm not on the computer now. I don't know, but you don't know if that's from 21. You don't know if it's from 23. I mean,
yeah. It's just, I gotta tell you, thanks for staying on the post. It's so long.
Awful.
Oh, please.
Good to have you guys.
Charlie, we're always busy here.
Fucked up.
I love you. This is just a disaster, and we'll get through this.
Like, yeah, this will all be over soon. I can't wait to give you all the kisses and hugs, Dad. I love you.
Fucked up.
So the things that we want is for him to.
Now we're back to the hot mic, right? Again, so Donna does not know that this is being recorded, and this is the best part.
We'll talk about it in more detail later. I'll tell her I thought at first you needed to come here, but I realized that most of everything we can do. I'll have to tell her we're leaving the country. They're not recording my phone. If they are able to stop.
And it's funny. The reason she's saying that is because she knows about at this point, right? Because this is for 2023. Remember, this case was really built, a lot of it on the wiretaps, right? With the bump and everything. And so when she mentions that, she's mentioning it because that had happened years prior, right? With the wiretaps and the irony that she's being recorded because of the jail call. Okay. So you guys sound like you're working on some sleuthing. I want to be in the loop. I always be calling people weasels. Okay, so now this is going to segue perfectly into Donna's arrest body cam. So, are you guys ready for this? You're ready for this. This is going to be amazing. So, all right.
Hi, how are you? You have an ID?
Okay, so what are we seeing here? So this is Donna, okay, and this is Harvey. And you'll notice Donna has her cell phone. And by the way, there's actually also additional angles. We might watch the other ones too, because this is just really good. And at this point, Donna knows like who the people who went up to her. These are the detectives who have already, remember, at this point, there's already been multiple trials, right? And the same lead detectives and shit have like testified at everyone. So Donna knows, like Donna is recognizes them as soon as they come up, right? Like they're not strangers to each other. This is like been a long time coming, right? Remember, the homicide was in 2014 and this is 2023, November of 2023. So at this point, almost 9 years scot-free, right? And the reason that they are decided to flee at this juncture is because Charlie was convicted. And at that point, they realized that there might be problems for them. Because the whole plan, right, was to keep the family, you know, having the distance, right, so that everyone else was arrested, but not the family. But once Charlie was the first family member that was convicted, and so that, you know, had he been acquitted, they would have. I don't think there would have been no reason, right? So they're fleeing to a country, Vietnam, that does not have extradition on purpose because they are expecting to be charged. That's why. Okay, so let's just yeah, okay.
No, I don't want to give it to you. Why do I have to give it? Because my attorney says not to. Why do I have to give it to you? This is evidence. Evidence. She's under arrest. I have to go with. I have to go. I have to go. You don't have to go. Let me help you out. No, I have to stay. Please don't do this. You need to grab the bags. Take the bags. Yeah, and you need to wait outside.
You can hear Harvey say, "Please don't do this," but the way that Donna is like, "No," and snatches her phone back, like they're just going to not take her. Like what? Like what?
Okay.
My husband's almost 80 years old. He can't
Yeah,
come
I
with
can't.
me.
Please, can I? No, I can't join there. Oh, don't do this, please.
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 Gotta help him
Yeah,
get
this is they say, please. It's like, okay, fine. You're free to go. What are you doing?
It's terrible. You can't do this. This is insane.
Is that okay with you?
Please. Give me that can personally. Back on the table. Please. Please. Do you have anything in your pocket?
No. No.
Do you have anything of value in you?
No,
Does she have a necklace on?
What I got?
You can take it off.
Yeah, take it off. Yeah.
And the earrings.
And the earrings, the rings, take everything. You give it to your husband. Because once you arrive at County Yale, they're gonna make you remove all that.
Can I call my attorney?
You have a passport ready?
Where am I going?
Can I call my attorney? Guess who that is? Dan Rashbaum, also Charlie's attorney.
Hold it up in your finger.
Where am I going?
You're going to the Dade County.
Dade County Yale. No, this is right here, the one on.
Other for the win.
I'm sorry.
One minute.
This is just feels so similar to every airport experience I've ever had, except for the handcuffs part. The best part is yet to come, though. So, by the way, this fella right here, that is oh fuck, why am I blanking on his name? Pat. He's the lead. Oh my God. Top Cat, are you listening? Top Cat would remember his name. I'll find it. So he's the lead. I'm just blanking on his name. He's the lead dude who testifies at every trial. And he's also one of the dudes who did the interrogations. Let me just look it up. Hold on.
Yeah, go back. Yeah, we'll go back out and just. You're making a mistake. It's another mistake. There's two mistakes. I try to take it off. Can you get this off? Can you take it off, please, Donna? I don't want to hurt her. Please.
Just a minute.
Please.
It's getting there. What's up, honey? Listen to me.
Yeah. I'll call.
Get an Uber, go home.
I will.
Take
I
it
will.
easy.
I will.
Oh, so this part is so fucking funny. So one of her ways of trying to weasel her way out of this is, and I may have missed it because I'm trying to find this detective's name because it's driving me crazy, where she's like, how is my husband going to get home? As if he can't handle it for himself. Like as if he's like some feeble or like a baby. And as if, and then, but the reason I'm mentioning it is because I just heard her say, maybe you can get an Uber. And actually, let me put on closed captioning. And let me back that up because it is really funny. Like this is her like trying to get every excuse, right? Like, how is my husband going to get home?
All right.
Yes.
And I think at one point she actually asks if he can get a ride with them in the police car. It's really bizarre. Really bizarre.
Teresa, can you take it off, please, Donna? I don't want to hurt her. Please.
Just a minute. Just a minute.
Please.
It's getting there. What's up, honey? Listen to me.
Yeah. I'll call.
Get an Uber, go home.
I will.
Take
I
it
will.
easy.
I will.
All right.
Yes.
Here, how-
If there's anything else in her person that she wants to.
Oh, it's coming, sweetheart. I thought it's coming. Just a
All right.
second.
Do you have her driver's license by any chance?
Pat Sanford, that's his name. So he's an FBI agent. Okay. So Pat Sanford also came to Charlie's door to arrest him, by the way. So Pat Sanford testifies at all the trials. And Pat Sanford is the dude who I was pointing out. And I was like, oh, what's his fucking name, last name? I knew his first name was Pat. So there he is. So that's why, like I said, once she saw him, she knew what was happening, right? But he testifies at all the trials.
Sorry?
Her driver's
It's
You
in
know
my,
what's really fucking funny is literally everyone has said that because it was like Harvey, this was his opportunity to get away from her, right? He could have gone on and had an actual life away from Wendi and Donna. And literally, I said the exact same thing. I was like, oh my God, Harvey doesn't have to stay. That's what's so funny. It's like he didn't even think of the idea that he could have left because it's like, I think he just has to do whatever Donna says. And because Donna's not going, he's not going. He could have totally have gone. He's not under arrest and he's not, it's hilarious.
Yeah.
it's in my purse.
Yeah.
Yeah, Atlanta is a huge, yes, Atlanta is a huge airport. It really is a huge airport. Yep. What all? I'm not sure what this was in reference to, but sometimes you do have to get on like the different shuttles and shit. Like some of those airports are I tend to do best though, like because I'm a runner, I'm just like, I'm better on my feet. You know what I mean? And I just sort of like, bow, like squirrel style through the crowds.
Sure. Do
It's
you need her
almost there.
passport? Or can I give it to the husband? The passport can I give it?
What's up?
Where is it?
It's in the blue and white. It's in the blue and white.
Yeah, but I'm gonna get her driver's license first. Yeah.
And the license, the address on your license is correct?
Yes.
She needs all her pills.
When she goes to the jail,
So the closed caption didn't get it, but he said she needs all her pills. Now remember, we hear it in the jail calls, right? Donna takes a lot of Xanax, apparently. And so like there's times in the jail calls where Charlie's like, Mom, just take another Xanax. And so that's what he's talking about. Harvey's like, she needs her Xanax, basically.
They're all in here though.
yes, they work. If I take them here, what will happen is when you go there, they possibly toss them out. So when you go to there, you will meet the nurse and the doctor, and then they'll work in conjunction with the hospital to get you whatever you need.
Yeah, but I don't have this with me. I know what
Yes.
I have a,
Right? He does look young. And remember, because this case, so that picture was probably from 2014, right? Again, so because it's been so long. But boy, I will tell you what, when you see her here versus how she looks now, even though this was in November of 2023, what we're seeing, she looks like she's aged solid 20 years being in custody, which, is not unusual. Let me see here. It's not unusual. Shout out to Murdaugh. Okay. So in September of 2024, she was 74. So I don't know when her birthday is. So she might be 75 now. But in other words, in 2023, when this body cam was happening, she would have been what, like 73 probably, right? And then in 2014, she would have been like 64 or something. My math is working again. It's funny with birthdays because it depends on the month, right? You know what I mean? So. Right? I know, right? For sure. For sure. More of a drug addict than Murdaugh, speaking of him, really, as well. I mean, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. You guys will see, like, you know, because again, her trial is happening. It'll be here before we know it.
Is it multiple or is it just one or two?
No, there's a bag of medication in here. Is that what you're asking me?
No, I know. I was just trying to find out if it was like one or two. Yeah, if it was one or two, then maybe we can take the name down.
Do you need anything else from her?
Can I ask you something? Can someone just get my husband outside? And so
I'll get it.
There's a gentleman here with a system in it.
Here's the poor helpless Harvey thing.
I have the ring. Hold on.
Let me help him.
And I wonder too if she said that because she was thinking he might leave, right? Because she's like, can someone get him outside? Could someone get him an Uber? I wonder if part of that is because she thought he might leave. And, you know.
That's crazy.
Okay.
All right, so I don't have the meds, honey. They're all in here.
Oh, here comes the best part. When they parade her through the entire freaking airport. I remember when this came out and I just sat here with my jaw on the floor like, oh my God. And we're watching this on normal speed. And the best part is you hear the airport music. You guys know the airport music, and you see all the souvenir shops and all the people like looking like what's going on. It is imagine being paraded through the air. Oh my God, you guys.
Give me 1 moment, please. Hold on. 1 moment.
Here we go. It's the juxtaposition of this music with her. I don't even know. It's amazing. Wow. Just wow. Just wow. And again, so that's Pat Sanford there leading the charge.
Go louder.
There she is. I know. It's just, this is something else, right? It really is something else. And the irony, guys, for anyone who's just now joining us, of how that's why we started with those jail calls, because the irony of how she literally verbatim says, Dan says we might not make it out in time. Like, you know, he says we might make it to the airport, or they might stop us at the airport, but it's worth a try. It just blows. Yeah, the walk of shame of like first prize. A bot. Are you figuring out about Nightbot? Are you guys not familiar with Nightbot? Some of you guys? Tie knots? Are you Nightbot? Nightbot is my favorite. I love Nightbot. And all these commands are available for anybody, right? I'll put a link in the chat. Or sorry, Nightbot will. I love this so much. But I'll tell you what will be even better. You guys, the day that this happens to Wendi, y'all. You know, and here's the, I remember watching this for the first time, and I want to tell you guys my thoughts here. I thought to myself, so let me back it up a second. So look how you see how you see these people sitting here. Can you guys see my mouse? These people that are sitting here having a little drink or a little snack or whatever. They got their luggage. Notice how they're not handcuffed. They're watching a program on the TV. They've got their selections of beverages, and they're about to go on a trip somewhere, right? I remember watching this because this is a lengthy walk, right? And they're just walking, and I thought to myself, you know what Donna's got to be thinking? That this is likely, and if she's honest with herself, she may have even been thinking, definitely, the last time she will ever see any of this. This is the last time she will ever see bottles of alcohol. This is the last time she will see any of us, like the normal things, the normal everyday things, people that are in the airport who are like, maybe, you know, their flight is delayed and they're just like bored, or they're like annoyed, or they're like stressed out because they are going to miss their flight, or whatever it is, or, you know, whatever the things are. And it's like, imagine being her and being like, thinking of all the things that you probably took for granted and how you would trade places with literally anybody in this entire building. And that this is the last time you will be exposed to any of this. Even things like annoying ads, like the Heineken ad, right? Like if this was me walking by, I would be like, oh my God, this would be implanted in my brain. This is the last time I'm ever going to see an ad like this ever again. It's kind of mind blowing, right? Good point. The way that this dude, almost just this like teenager, just almost walked straight into her. And meanwhile, now you've got this girl over here sitting in some fancy chair thing on her phone, like what's going on? Let's watch this almost collision though. I love it so much. Here. And meanwhile, people are probably like, what did this little old lady do? Right? I mean, you know what I mean? I don't know, they're thinking little old lady, but you know, little lady in the corner with the handcuffs, right? It's like with all these agents, right? It's not just like airport security. It's like there's a whole and remember, like I said, there's multiple angles to the different body cams that are available. And so there's a lot of people involved. And they needed the cooperation with like the airport staff in order to make this happen, because they were literally on the, whatever you call it. They were on the thingy. Well, when I was, so in my family growing up, we called it the wormy. I don't know what the actual name is. Maybe the tarmac. I don't know. The thing that connects you to the plane, right? They were like getting onto that thing that we always called the wormy. Because when my brother and I were little, we get so excited. We go, wormy, wormy. I don't know. It looks like a worm. Anyway, so they were like at that situation. Like so in other words, and think about it this way, right? They could have tried to get to them maybe when they arrived. And I wonder if it was on purpose that they waited until, you know what I mean? To where they like literally like 10 more steps and you would have been on the plane type of deal. And it's like last minute, you think you've made it free. You're like almost there. You're like about to get on the plane. And last second, that's when they do it. And then the other thing too, is because they did that, now there's a longer parade all the way through. I wonder if that was on purpose. I wish we could ask Pat Sanford. Pat, if you're listening, was that on purpose? Okay.
You have your case number? No. Okay. All right.
Did I do it? That's what she said. I don't even know what I said. That's what she said, and so I feel like I missed out on something there.
From now, from here, and then I'll get the case number for the video.
Yeah, so they weren't outside. They were literally here, I'll pull it. I'll come right back to where we were, but I'll just show you where it is. It's like the thing, it's like the wormy entrance. I don't know what to call it, guys. So we'll come right back to this, but let me just show you so we can see where they're at. So they're like, look, see, there they are. And like, those are the doors. Like they're about to get on the fucking, these are the people that stand there and get your ticket, right? They're about to they're about to go through the wormy. Right?
Hi, how are you? You have an ID?
Sorry, it's pure gold. So, and again, there's alternate angles we can watch too if you guys want. So let me go back to where we were as a promised. You guys, so earlier I was messaging with Twiz and so see, now I have to say the story. So oh my god, what happened? So my phone, I was doing voice to text and my phone I was trying to say heinous murders and my phone doing voice to text typed up penis murders and I didn't catch it. And then I was like, oh my god, penis murders. And so then I was like, you know, like, so like, what would that even entail? Like blunt force trauma. And then Twiz brilliantly reminded me of the Family Guy episode. And you know, and all the rest. So, it was really fucking funny. And, but anyway, that's just, it looks like, oh my god, that was a good one though. That's a good one. I love it. Oh my god. Yeah, blunt. And see, then I was like, you know what? I was like, given all the cases that, you know, those of us who followed a lot of cases and trials, it's like, I could think of, like, I thought to myself, I could think of like a number of ways like that this could go down with the penis murder. I was like, but like, let's just stop it right there at the blunt force trauma. Show the pic. Can I show the pic? How did you find it? Did you Google it? That'd probably be easier because I'm on my computer. It'd probably be easier than pulling up Discord. But I can do that. I can show the pic. Right. I know. That was my first thought. But like, there's definitely other options, right? You Googled it. Okay. Let me see if I can Google it. Okay. Okay, here we go. Hang on. Can I make it bigger? That's what she said. Oh my god. The best thing in life isn't accidental or unintentional. That's what she said. That was one of those that just happened. You guys witnessed it in real time. There we go. There we go. Hang on. Can you guys see it? Okay, yeah, you can see it. Okay, cool. There we go. That's hilarious. You get so mad. Oh my god. So, you know, love a good that's what she said though. Okay. So, back to this shit show here. For real? For real. I love too how there's one dude that has his arm on her too, right? Like it's just the walk of shame. I mean, it's like she's handcuffed and she's that much of a threat that we need somebody to, you know, and again, I'm not saying she wouldn't try to sneakadoodle herself out of this situation if they weren't doing that. I'm just saying for anyone who's like onlooking, like what the fuck is happening here? See, I would be one of those people, I want to know the scuttlebutt, right? And I'd be like, trying to figure out what did she do? What did she do? Right? Yeah. You know, whoever it was in the chat that night who said that her fatal flaw was that she didn't put a fucking dryer sheet or some shit in the dryer to help the money dry faster. Like props to that person. That's amazing. Like that was her fatal mistake. Like in terms of like she didn't properly dry it. Just amazing. Remember, see all these little stars. Remember, this is November, so there's going to be Christmas decorations up. By the way, for anyone who joined us a little bit later, if anyone wants to hear my knife story, I told it at the beginning of the live stream. Of course, it'll be time-stamped, but if you want to hear that, you can always go back and listen. It's not long or anything, but you know, it's a knife airport story. Classic squirrel life right there.
You want to use the other? No, I mean, that's forward. The other one, the other side. I'll hold it. All right.
To go down the escalator. Oh my God, it never ends. I just love that they did not do this close to an exit, right? Like they didn't like do this strategically where there's like a way to get her out of it. Like they did this, like it seems like at the very furthest away possible scenario. It's amazing. It's amazing. Meanwhile, I think that's Donna's cell phone going off. I wonder if that's Harvey calling her. Oh my God. But you know, one of the cops has that, but that's her phone going off. I'm pretty sure. Can you imagine if one of them answered the phone and it's like, "Hi, Donna, Adelson's phone, law enforcement officer speaking. How may I help you? Hi, can I speak to Donna? Actually, no, she's in the process of being arrested right now. And she's in handcuffs. Arrested? What for? Oh, just for first-degree murder. No biggie. Oh, sorry, not just first-degree murder, but also solicitation and conspiracy. For real. It's amazing, right? Amazing. It really is. Now they're finally outside. And what's really funny is you're going to see after all of this, one thing that really made an impression on me is just how thirsty Donna is, as you guys will see. So I have to just say that there's a specific lighting when it comes to these, outside of airports always looks like this in the US, right? They all look the same. And I don't know what it is, but like the lighting has that green tint. And what's funny is the way it looks on the camera is the way it looks like in real life. And it's always like this, like any hour of the day, it's going to like look like this. Right. And so it's really funny because I love traveling and I love flying. So like literally when I see this, I get like automatic, like happy vibes. It's like, because that means you're like going somewhere fun, but not in her case. Sorry. I know. Heather, Heather, we're on the same wavelength. I thought the same thing, and I figured, yeah. As soon as I said it, I was like, someone's gonna make that joke. Yes, indeed. Yep. And there's Agent Pat Sanford.
Okay, we want to thank Morgan and
Oh my God, why? Oh, come on, Jesse. Stupid Morgan and Morgan. Okay.
Just be careful of your head. I would sit first. And then do your feet in. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, you're welcome.
Now, I have to say something. I've mentioned this before, and I just want to reiterate, right? We've seen a lot of cases, they use different cases use the FBI differently. And as I say, always, I give credit where credit is due to Florida, okay? Because one thing I can say is that just in terms of cases I'm currently covering that utilized the FBI all the way through and did it in the right way. And what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is they didn't just bring them in for shady purposes so that they could get around turning over discovery or a higher burden of proof for a search warrant or whatever, and then kick them out post haste and then try to take credit for it, right? They actually had them involved, and they were involved, and the people who were involved were, you know, there wasn't to my knowledge, again, covering the case, like there was no fuckery, like, and I think part of it has to do, right, when you got these like we've talked about before, like local law, the small little local, you know, think Delphi, right, think Moscow, where it's this turf war and this territorial, stupid, toxic masculinity, blah blah blah, right? And it's like similar in both cases where it's like they bring the FBI in just to like skirt certain things and to like to be sus and like blah blah blah, and it's like not above board. And then they like kick them out right away and then try to take credit and all, you know, you guys know all the issues, right? But what I will say is this. So Casey Anthony, okay, and also this case, right? Like I said, Pat Sanford from the FBI, who I just pointed him out, he, you know, opposite of what you see in, for example, Idaho, right? Koberger. Like, if you ask him, he will tell you literally what everybody, like, he's been on this case since the inception. And he still is testifying at every trial, and he's present for every arrest, and he's completely involved. And it's like, I feel like for him, this case is like his baby, right? And so, in other words, it's like the right way. And I mean, and from everything I know of this case and of Pat, he seems like a good dude, right? So I, you know, it can be done. Things can be done properly, right? And I think a lot of that has to do with, like, you know, when it comes to the FBI involvement, they really are at the beck and call of the local law enforcement, because they can only get involved unless it's like a federal case, right? Like in certain situations, right? Like, but when we're talking like everything barring, I don't know, large scale acts of terrorism, or, I mean, just there's very few situations where the feds automatically will be involved. You know, but when we're talking about most cases, right, they have to be invited, right? And then when they're told to leave, they have to leave. And so, so a lot of that comes from the local law enforcement agencies, right, as to that. And of course, as far as the discovery goes, as we know, when the FBI is not involved, then it's very difficult to get a hold of. And then there's the TUI process. But that's why, like I'm saying, I appreciate when, instead of trying to skirt the rules or get around discovery because of the TUI process and all that, you have a situation where it's like literally they're involved the entire time, and so they are producing the discovery. They're hands-on. They want to be involved. So does that make sense? So I just wanted to say I appreciate that, and I appreciate that these, you know, certain at least some of these cases, like I'm referencing here in Florida, for example, are not like all like territorial and stupid, being like, blah, 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 right? And they're like actually doing it properly. And yeah, so. Right. That's funny.
You want to take my spot? You want more ahora? Okay, dude. Okay, I'll do it. Huh? Yeah. No, it's okay. I'm gonna leave it like that. Let me. Wait, you can have the car if you want, yo. Let me leave the camera.
Okay, the address on the license is good.
Huh?
The address on the license.
That's a comment, okay? Record you.
I'm just going to get to the part where she asks for the water.
I'm going to check you first, okay? Stay still. You have that lady coming up here?
Here we go. Here's the part with the water, and they give her the little baby water, and she's like chugs it. And this again made a big impression on me. Yeah. A lot of water.
The air condition doesn't go to the back because of the vent, because of the plastic. We open this little bit then. Absolutely. That's fine.
It'll be freezing.
So yeah, so she just asked if she could be undressed slightly. Yeah, that's me following up on the other jokes, right?
You'll be glad you're having it.
What is this video you guys are referencing? Oh. Yeah, so basically that's about, I mean, she asked for more water and numerous times, and it's pretty funny. Yeah, again here, it looks like more, there we go, more water. Shows she's thirsty. No doubt about that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Is this a new video? But I have to say that, like, I don't care, because, like, you know, Twiz and I are we're gonna figure it out, I think, hopefully. I've got a whole list going. I need to follow back up. I haven't checked Discord since earlier today because I've been busy with lessons and then getting ready for the live stream. But anyway, we've been bumping our two heads together, trying to sort through some of this. And it's funny because every time I work on it, I'm like realizing new things that are interesting. But anywho, so right, I know it was a long walk in the airport. Truth, facts, yes. So here she is. Chugs this shit down, though, man.
Thank you. Do you know how long we're going to sit? Oh, how long we're going to sit here?
It reminds me of Corey Richards Googling luxury prisons for the rich. It's like, what are you doing? Your life is done. You don't have a say anymore. You can't complain. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you're going to sit wherever they tell you to for the rest of your life. Or if they tell you to stand, you're going to stand there until they tell you to walk or sit. That's going to be your life.
And as soon as he comes back, he's going to take you from here to the wine store and then to the
Does it? Does the annex make you thirsty?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, whatever information he took from you, I guess that's what he was missing. So he's going to hit you on it.
Okay. So basically, we can almost, again, there's more of this and there's alternate angles, but let's move right along to her PCA. Squirreling all the time. Doodly-dee. Okay. So, and I can go back to this because no more law and crime. Okay. So I wanted to show you guys her. So here's her docket. Her middle name is Sue, by the way. So Donna Sue Adelson, right? Bleep, 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 bleep. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. So again, like I said, this is different than the last one we read, which was for Katie Magbanua. So that was in, what was it, 2016. So now here we are. It's been a solid 7 years, right, for the prosecuting attorney's office. And so we do have a different probable cause for Donna. And it makes sense, right? Because things have developed, right? We had the middle. So here's the charges. Sorry. Donna Sue Adelson charges first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. That's a slew of charges right there. I mean, that doesn't get much worse than that. Does not get much worse than that, right? Incredible. And so here again, it's saying sets probable cause to believe that Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera, murdered Florida State University Law School professor Dan Markel, and the murder was arranged through Katie Magbanua, Charles Adelson, and Donna Adelson in violation of Florida statutes. Murder per Chapter 782. Okay, so then we know this. We don't need to go through this. So neighborhood law bang. There's the Prius, the getaway Prius. Another incredible fact of this case. But look what we have here. This already is different from the other PCAs. And you guys will know why this caught my eye. You see that W, right? You guys see the W, right? You guys see the W? Check it out. Remember, I pointed this out before. This case is done really, really well. With every subsequent arrest and or trial, I should just say and trial, they're setting themselves up for the next one, which is why when Charlie was convicted, Donna had a gut feeling, right? They were coming for her. And she was like, well, we make it out in time. And then she screwed herself over. But they were coming for her. And, it just would have been more difficult for them to get her, if she got on that plane. But, they would have gone through the process or whatever. Anyway, so, but that's why I'm pointing it out that I find it very noteworthy that right after, okay, you've got her charges, you've got the briefest summary background of the case, but the very first paragraph that actually talks about what's going on here in the first sentence uses the W word. So yeah, investigators located the victim's ex-wife, Wendi Adelson. So here's the thing. Before they talk about what Donna did, even though this is Donna's PCA, before it talks about what Charlie did or anybody, the people who've already been convicted, or in this case, Donna, it's her PCA. She's the defendant. The first name they mention is Wendi. Oh, beautiful. Located the victim's ex-wife, Wendi Adelson, at a local restaurant and transported her to the Tallahassee Police Department for an interview, which we watched. During the interview of Wendi Adelson, she made statements suggesting the murder, oh boy, did she, of Markel could have been arranged by someone on her behalf without her knowledge. Wendi indicated her parents were very angry at Markel and further suggested that someone could have arranged the murder, thinking it would could help her. She specifically mentioned that her brother, Charles, aka Charlie Adelson, joked about hiring a hitman to kill Markel in the past. She said her brother makes a lot of jokes in bad taste and had previously commented that he looked into hiring a hitman, but it was cheaper to buy her a television as a divorce gift. Wendi indicated that she did not think her brother would actually commit this crime. It should be noted that Wendy's mother, Donna Adelson, set a television repair appointment on July 11th, 2014 for Wendy's television to be repaired on the morning of the homicide. Records obtained from Best Buy show a service was completed on her television the morning of July 18th, the same day as the homicide. Wendi stated that after the divorce, she wanted to relocate. Again, this is all about Wendi, you guys. Both of these paragraphs start with Wendi. If I didn't know any better, I would think this was Wendy's PCA. What about you guys? Wendi stated that after the divorce, she wanted to relocate to South Florida with her children. She felt her former in-laws would suspect her of murdering their son since she was denied the ability to move by the court. This is beautiful. Wendi filed for divorce on September 10, 2012. So far, not much about Donna. The divorce was later finalized by a marital settlement agreement. Investigators reviewed voluminous documents, including emails, text messages, court documents. The review determined Wendi Adelson and her brother, Charles, as well as their parents, Harvey and Donna Adelson, were determined to have Wendi and the two Markel children relocated to South Florida, where the Adelsons reside after her divorce from Markel. Markel objected to his ex-wife moving the children to South Florida, and on June 20th, 2013, Leon County Circuit Judge Hobbs formally denied with prejudice Wendy's motion for relocation of children. After the court's denial, Wendy's parents, especially her mother, Donna Adelson, repeatedly tried to convince Wendi to coerce Markel into allowing the relocation to South Florida. Donna suggested the family offer Markel $1 million to allow the relocation, with Donna Adelson and her husband Harvey Adelson contributing a third, Wendi contributing a third, and Charlie contributing a third. Donna also suggested that Wendi threatened to convert Markel's children to Catholicism, knowing Markel was very observant in his Jewish faith, and that the religious practices of the children were of the utmost importance to Markel. Wendi Adelson's prior boyfriend, Jeff Lacasse, stated Wendi disclosed to him that Charles had seriously looked into hiring a hitman and was told it would cost either $15,000 or $50,000. Lacasse also reported that when he was visiting Charles Adelson with Wendi in the spring of 2013, Charlie bragged about being connected to a Cuban criminal element. It was learned around the time of the murder, Katie Magbanua was involved in a personal relationship with Charlie. Magbanua's cellular telephone number was blah, blah. Call records show Magbanua as one of Charlie's top contacts, and text communication confirmed the relationship was more than a friendship. Blunt force trauma? Anyone? It was later confirmed by Katie Magbanua. Charles Adelson enlisted Magbanua, who then enlisted the father of her two children, baby daddy, Sigfredo Garcia, also known as Tuto, to carry out this murder. Garcia enlisted Rivera's assistance in Magbanua. Garcia and Rivera were compensated for their actions. Magbanua was the only link between Markel and the shooters, blah, blah. Okay, so that's, this is pretty similar from the other one. So let's go back to this. While in the interview room, Wendi wanted to call her parents to notify them of the indictment. While complaining aloud, incident. I was getting excited with indictment there. While contemplating aloud as to what she would say, she told the victim advocate sitting next to her that her parents were very angry with Markel and described it as a, quote, very fucked up situation, end quote. Wendi then called and talked to her mother, Donna. After notifying Donna of the shooting, Wendi asked her to notify Charles of the shooting so Wendi would not have to do so. After Wendy's conversation with her mother, Donna called Charles at 7:11 and it went to voicemail. Charlie then called Donna at 7:13, and then this lists their calls, and that was also in the other PCA. And this was also in the other PCA. They made contact with the lead investigator and then said they didn't want to speak anymore. We knew all that. Now this is going through this part here now is from the original PCA about the day of the homicide, tracking the Prius. All this is the same, right? Which makes sense. How did they get to the Prius? How did they get to the hitman? All this is the same. We read all of this on a previous live stream. Actually, I guess it was the last Adelson live stream. We read it. And for anyone who's new to this channel or this case or anything like that, I have a playlist for this case as well as all the other cases. So you can always find things in there, but I do tend to link things in the description too. For if I reference a specific live stream, I tend to try to remember to put it in the description. But there's always a playlist. So, so this again, this is identical. Interesting, right? Garcia's cell phone activity ceased. So we talked about this with BK. They can't say at the time yet, right, why it ceased, because they're going off of what they know when they learned it. So just like how with stopped reporting to the network, quote unquote, ceased activity, similar thing, right? Similar thing. We don't know why yet, or they don't know why yet, right? They need more context clues. AKA fund extraction, among other things. Here's the money, right? So it's worth reading this part again. Magbanua testified that the money she received was damp and moldy, consistent with being physically washed, and was stapled into $1,000 stacks. Can't make this shit up, people. Magbanua took a Xanax that was provided by Adelson and fell asleep. This is amazing, right? Amazing. So then it's going through their communications. This was again all in the other one. Blah, 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 blah. This was again in the other one. Doodly-dee, doodly-da. So we're just going to see if there's anything else additional here that's different. This is the bump. Or no, I guess it's just phone calls. It's going to get into it. Or yeah, let's see. Yeah. No, this is all describing the bump, right? The making contact. Okay, so then now this is different. This is added here. In July of 2018, contact was made with June Umchinda. We watched her last time. Remember, she had the crazy handbag and her phone went off in court. Umchinda was a girlfriend of Charles Adelson at the time of the undercover operation in which an FBI agent approached Donna Adelson. Of relevance in her interview was her recollection of Charlie having stapled money in a safe in his residence. June stated she followed the case in the news, and when she heard about stapled money, she found it odd because she remembered Charlie doing that. Fuck. June also testified that Charlie was acting angry, agitated, and nervous. Well, yeah, her testimony, she was being tough on that one when it came to Charlie, right? Adelson advised June that he gave Magbanua a car and also financed a portion of her breast augmentation. One of two boobs, maybe. This is interesting. So Donna made a comment to June, or made a statement to June, that she felt Dan Markel was haunting her from the grave. Well, that would be appropriate. Then they made contact in 2021 with Ryan Fitzpatrick. This is one of Charlie's friends. During their interview with Fitzpatrick, it was learned that the two had a falling out in recent years over financial disagreements. He said Charlie's entire demeanor changed when Magbanua was arrested. Adelson started putting up security cameras and was constantly paranoid. During a conversation with Fitzpatrick, Charlie said, "You can get away with murder if you keep your mouth shut." The irony, though, the irony of this with everything. Wow. Fitzpatrick also stated he knows Charlie staples his money together because he's received stapled money, albeit it doesn't seem like it was moldy. And then Garcia was tried and convicted. Magbanua. And then here we get to October 2023, Charlie's trial. He was found guilty. At this point, he hadn't been sentenced yet, because remember, it was a week after his conviction that they came for Donna. Oh my God. Jail calls from after Charlie Adelson's guilty verdict include multiple calls in which we just listened to. Donna Sue Adelson telling Charlie, that she's getting things in order, creating trust, and making sure her grandchildren are taken care of. Donna discusses plans for a suicide, but also discusses plans to flee to a non-extradition country. Donna Sue Adelson has considerable financial resources to accomplish this. And here we go. On November 7th, 2023, Donna and Harvey Adelson booked flights to Vietnam, which is really funny. The jail calls we were just listening to were from like the 6th, 7th, and 8th of November. Remember when I said literally, I'm like, while they're on the phone, they're while they're telling Charlie, we'll see you soon for an in-person visit, they're booking their fucking plane tickets. It's disgusting. All right. They booked flights to Vietnam with a stop in Dubai. Their flight departs Miami on November 13th, and lands. And so when this was written, right, take a look. Their flight departs. This was written before. This is their probable cause. So at this point, it's like, I'm getting goosebumps. They heard that on the call. They got this together. And it's like, okay, hey, y'all, if you want to do anything about this, here you go. You can find them at this date and time about to flee the country to a non-extradition country. You're welcome. Incredible. Like, I was actually expecting it to say that they were caught at the airport, but no, this is before. Amazing. They booked flights, past tense, right? The flight departs on November 13th. So this was written, wow, my God. This was written on November 13th at 5:45. Holy shit. And where'd it go? Dude, what, 3 hours before the flight? This was stamped, well, like, not written, right, but approved. This was processed November 13th at 5:45 p.m. The flight departs Miami November 13th at 8:10. Now, remember, they would have also had to get from Leon County, right, Tallahassee, to Miami, which is a long drive. I think it's, how long is it? Like 8 hours? Let me see. It's not, that's a whole, that would have been, not the easiest thing, right? They had to get there in time before really amazing. Let me see here. So Tallahassee to Miami. And remember, this is so funny too, because it's the drive that Donna and they all complained about. Yes, so 7 hours. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Saigon. And they would have left Charlie there to rot. Really amazing. This is amazing, right? Just blows me away. Privyet. I meant to ask you something, but you were gone before I got the chance. Ty govorish po-rusky? But welcome as well. So yeah, so what do you guys think? And again, for anyone who's just not joining us, we already watched, we started out with the jail calls, the highlights, right? It's like that powerful 2 minutes there. And with the body cam, and then this is Donna's PCA. And so next up, we're going to watch some trial testimony, which you guys know how we love watching that. It is the best. So let me pull this up. I'll just sing and narrate what I'm doing as I'm pulling things up. Doesn't that sound fun, guys? Sorry. And Heather, did I see something that I'm not looking at the chat, but I'm remembering as I'm doing this, that you maybe made a comment about how you'll never hear the words blunt force trauma the same way again? Because if so, same here. And yes, most excellent. It will never be the same, for sure. If nothing else, it might allow us to laugh in a horrible situation, although hopefully not at an inappropriate time. But, it's important to have humor when you follow these cases, right? Dark humor. Okay. Not out of disrespect, of course, as you guys, I'm sure, we're all on the same page with that. I mean, it's hard to, not some cases lend themselves to the humor more than others, right? Like this case certainly does. Murdaugh has a lot of that. A lot of my favorite cases, that's part of the reasons, right? When they lend themselves to a lot of humor. I appreciate that. So, all right. So you might be wondering what is next. If I didn't already say, I don't remember if I said or not, but here we go. So just making some sound. Yeah, same. Inappropriate jokes are the spice of life, as I always say, or I'm saying now. So I'm just so curious. What's the deal? Like, Pochimo, like, are you Russian? Like, I don't even know. But I don't even know if I'm assuming you're in Brazil. Not that you have to say, right? But like, my mind is blown because it's not often I get an opportunity to speak Russian with people. But yes. Okay. So yeah. And for anyone else who's just getting here, hello. Welcome. We made a lot of inappropriate jokes earlier. Also, we started out with a story about me with a knife in the airport. Funny story. Excellent. I learned a new word yesterday, or was it today? Jungle juice. Shout out to DB for that one. You guys know DB. Right now, he's probably not here because he's pondering very thoughtfully and carefully what he wants his custom command to be. And he told me it might take many days. But anyway, I'd never heard of jungle juice. Kane, welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes, we can totally do that. So do we want the command to be words or emojis? Like the command could be exclamation point BFT. And then it could be, and then what do we want? We have to make sure we get this right, guys, because it's important. Because I feel like we want, like, feel like you're going to want, okay. Or maybe the command, I don't know, man. Just trying to think. Like, we'll know what BFT is, but also it's funnier if it's spelled out too in a way, right? Man, we have to get this right. So let's think about it. Okay. But anywho, so Katie's back. You know, this is her life now. We saw her with the proffers. She's testifying at every trial. And let's all just remember there's no deal for her. There's no carrot at the end of the stick. She didn't do really anything. I mean, she was the middle lady, right? But she's serving life. And of course, life in Florida means life. So that means life without parole. She's also a mother. And yeah, no kids for her anymore.
Come in, you'll need to remain standing. I will swear you in, and then you can take your seat. Okay.
And there's her ex-boyfriend, also the defendant, Charlie. And also, this is the same day. Wait, hold on. No, sorry. The previous day in trial was Charlie's birthday, which I didn't know, except when we were watching June Umchinda, another one of Charlie's ex-girlfriends. When she was leaving, she said happy birthday to Charlie as she was flirting with him. That was a whole thing. So he's just celebrated his birthday at this juncture. Yeah. Oh, let me just hold on. Important. So, you wouldn't like to talk about it? Wait, hold on. I'm trying to remember. Pre-put chill. I'm trying to remember what that means. Hold on. You're not able to talk about it, right? I'm pretty sure. It's been a little while for me as well. But I would like to remember things. He's not real cute to me. Are you talking about Charlie? I missed something about China. Make the chick. You mean the chick split in half? I don't think Nightbot can do that. I don't think it can do that. I don't think you can do images. Yeah, you can't do image because it would have to be something that wouldn't be. It's not Nightbot. It's the YouTube, right? You can't put images in the YouTube chat. So no, it would have to be emojis or text. Okay. Yeah, that's a thought. Let me see. Hold on real quick, guys. Okay, I was just looking that up. So prefer, right? Of course, duh. I should have known that. You would prefer not to talk about it. Okay, that's okay. Evil Noisia. Steel Cutter Show. Okay. let me get working on this command though. Kanishna. And the other thing, oh my God, the other thing they're bringing in the jury. The other thing is we can always still communicate, like, feel free. We can still communicate, you know, if you want to. You don't have to if you want to, because that's such a treat for me. So we can always communicate in Russian, and then no one will know what we're saying about them. Just kidding. And also, if you would like a custom command, I could always make it in Cyrillic. Just saying.
The witness may be seated. Please raise your right hand.
Wait, I was going to do the sound effect and now it's too late. Hold on. We're going to do it anyway. I was pulling this up.
Bring the jury. Bring the jury.
There it is. Shout out to Judge Newman. All right.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Yes, Your Honor.
What's going on with China? I don't know what that means.
Please say your
Oh,
name
funny.
and spell your name.
Catherine Magbanua, Katherine Magbanua.
I see that you're in jail clothes. Are you currently
Oh,
in
that's
custody?
funny.
Yes, ma'am.
What
That's
are you in
funny.
custody for?
The murder.
Are you doing a sentence for murder?
Yes, ma'am.
You were convicted of murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I
And
don't
is
know.
that the murder of Dan Markell?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a trial in your case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you testify?
Yes, ma'am.
You testified on your own.
The other thing, see, now even murder, honestly, is not. I don't know if you guys can hear me laughing, y'all. Murder is not the same for me. Like, now I feel like I'm gonna laugh when I hear that. Why? Because for anyone who missed it, oh my god, this is not good. This is not good. Oh my god. For anyone who missed it, I was messaging with Twiz earlier, and I was using voice to text on my phone, right? And funny thing, I will just say that my phone does better with voice to text when I'm speaking in Russian than it does when I'm speaking English. But anyway, and I was trying to say heinous murder, and my phone put penis murder, okay? And I didn't see it until after the fact. And then I was like, oh my God, like of all the things. So that's how this whole thing got started. And then the blunt force trauma. And so literally when she just said murder with a straight face, automatically I started laughing. And at first I was like, wait, why am I laughing? And then I was like, oh my God, because now when I hear murder, I can't hear it any other way except penis murder. I don't know. It is what it is, I guess, guys.
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all.
All right. And when you testified, were you truthful with the jury?
No, ma'am. I was not.
Did you take the same oath that you just took today in your own trial?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your defense when you were tried?
That I had nothing to do with it.
All right. That we got it right in reference to Charlie Adelson and we got it right in reference to the killers,
Yes,
but you
ma'am.
weren't in the middle.
Yes, ma'am.
See, I saw it and then I couldn't unsee it. Because once you, I mean, you know.
That true?
One of those
No,
things.
ma'am. It was not.
Were you in the middle?
Yes, ma'am. I was.
And didn't you also testify in the trial in which Sigfredo
I have
Garcia?
to say, the context, though, I was offering, it was funny. The context was serious. Like, I was offering an alternative opening statement that I thought was actually a pretty good idea. And I'm not trying to derail what we're talking, because this is, you know, this case. But like, basically, in summary, I was thinking about how there could be, in an alternate reality or whatever, there could be a situation where the defense could present like an affirmative defense, like a third party, you know, which we know is not a great idea, right? We've seen this in so many cases recently, you guys know. You know, it's not usually a good idea, but it could be a strategy. Again, this is just like hypothetical of a third party defense in which they it's like, and I was giving like a sample opening statement, and I'll just imagine, I probably said something like this, right? If I tried to imagine it, right? It was like, you know, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you know, the state has suggested that you know, whoever was driving this white Elantra is responsible, and for these crimes. And then it was something like, and we agree with the state that whoever was driving the white Elantra is responsible for these heinous murders. However, that is not Mr. Kohberger. And the idea would be because the phone and the car are not together, right? It'd be like saying, yeah, we agree. Because sometimes that's a strategy, right? To agree with the state. Like, we agree. It was whoever was in that Elantra, sure. But that Elantra is not his Elantra. And the biggest thing is if you can put the phone and the car separate, it's over, right? But anyway, that's the context in which I was saying heinous murders and my phone put penis. So, context is everything, right?
He was convicted of murder.
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what was his defense?
Don't
That had
leave.
nothing to do with
Oh,
it.
wait. No. Wait. I don't know if you're even talking to me, but you didn't distract me. I distract distractions are not bad. It's part of the fun, and it happens even if nobody's here, it's gonna happen. Like, this is just my brain, squirrel brain. Yeah, squirrel tangents are part of life,
That we got it right in reference to Charlie Adelson, and we got it right in reference to the killers, but he had nothing to do with it.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Right?
Overruled. Just gotta make sure you use them in
All
court.
right, let's go over something real quick. Learning is squirreling, as I will say. Let me back it up.
It's his defense.
That he had nothing to do with it.
That we got it right in reference to Charlie Adelson, and we got it right in reference to the killers, but he had nothing to do with it.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
All right, let's talk about this. We're gonna go over all these different objections as they come up in context. So you just heard Dan Rashbaum. Again, we now have just heard him earlier tonight showing he had potential knowledge that they were going to try to flee. So there's that. But anywho, that was him saying objection leading. What is leading? Leading means that the question is being asked and that the answer to the question is in the question itself. Because remember, you'll hear it in every trial, right? In the jury instructions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, whatever the attorneys say is not evidence. The words the attorneys speak is not evidence. Evidence comes from the witness stand, from witness testimony, and from exhibits that are admitted into evidence, right? So that's one reason why it's a problem, because what you don't want, because it can be a strategy. Well, let me back up. Things are not okay. It doesn't matter which side you're on, right? It doesn't even matter if it's a civil or criminal trial. If you're examining a witness on direct or cross, if you're asking questions, right? You can say things that are objectionable, right? It's only a problem. Well, it may be a problem. In other words, the judge isn't going to do anything. The only thing that might stop you is if an objection is lodged from the other side. So we've talked about this before, where that means they have to be paying attention. So if they're asleep at the wheel, as they say, right, and they're not paying attention, you might be able to go in with a leading question or illicit hearsay or any number of things. And if they don't object, that it is what it is, right? That's part of the job, right? Both sides have to pay attention and lodge these objections, right? Otherwise, it's coming in, right? So that's one thing. So, but one of the things would be, right, is that you don't want, even though the jury is instructed that the words the attorney say is not evidence, right? You can tell them that a million times, right? But once they hear something, right, it's like, well, now they've heard it. So a leading question is problematic for a number of reasons. One being that potentially it can be used as a strategy by whoever's doing the questions. It can be used as a strategy to try to actually provide information to the jury that you want them to know for some reason. And you guys will see this in trials. When we watch trials, we'll see, and some of you guys, I'm sure, are familiar with it, but it's like something that if you're the attorney, you really want the jury to know this, but you know that the witness is not going to think of this on their own. So you try to sneak doodle it in your question. So that's one thing. But the second thing is that it means that the answer is not really coming from the witness, right? if it's a leading question. So what's the opposite of leading question? Well, a non-leading question is open-ended. So let's listen back. We're going to hear the question again, and then we're going to revise it and make it non-leading.
In the middle?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And didn't you also testify in the trial in which Sigfredo Garcia was convicted of murder?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what was his defense?
That he had nothing to do with it.
That we got it right in reference to Charlie Adelson, and we got it right in reference to the killers, but he had nothing to do with it.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Actually, he could also have objected there to compound. I would have gone with compound. I think it was more compound than leading. Let's talk about why. What is a compound question? A compound question is when there's more than one question in the question. So that had at least three. I think I counted 3 questions in it. Let's talk about what they are.
That he had nothing to do with it.
That we got it right in reference to Charlie Adelson, and we got it right in reference to the killers.
Okay, there was the first question that we got it right in reference to Charlie Adelson. Second question, that we got it right in reference to the killers.
But he had nothing to do with it.
Third question, but he had nothing to do with it. Those are 3 separate questions, so that's compound. And the reason is because whatever the question is, there could be of the different questions in one question. One thing could be a yes and another could be a no and whatever, right? So so that's compound. Honestly, it's more, I would have gone with compound. Let's see what the judge does.
That we got it right in reference to.
I mean, he'll sustain that, and then she'll have to rephrase it. So when you hear an objection, okay, and it is sustained by the judge, it means that whoever lodged the objection won, essentially, if you want to think of it that way. Like so if you make an objection to leading, for example, and it's sustained, it means that the witness should, and hopefully they will have already been instructed, don't answer the question, right? And then sometimes they'll say, okay, can you rephrase it or whatever, right? But the attorneys will know that they have to rephrase it. If it's overruled, it means carry on, basically. And whoever lodged the objection, again, kind of, if you want to think of it as lost, they lost, right? And the reason I'm saying that is because depending on the objection, the result can be different. So even though usually winning and losing is not the right way to think about things, in a sense, it kind of is when it comes to objections, because there's so many different types of objections and different results that they can have. And it might be that the judge doesn't even, doesn't rule on the objection. And it might be that they go to sidebar, and then they could be at sidebar for God knows how long. Sometimes you'll see them go to sidebar and they're at sidebar for 10 minutes. And so then they're like, this is going to take much longer. And so then they dismiss the jury, and then they're discussing the issue outside the presence of the jury on the record where we can hear it. And that can go on for sometimes it could go on for hours. I've seen it. It just trials are fluid and they are full of surprises. And something so simple such as one objection can like derail an entire day. It's amazing. Part of the reason I love it.
Charlie Adelson, and we got it right in reference to the killers, but he had nothing to do with it.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Overruled. This guy will make sure you use that in question.
Okay, it was overruled. So remember when I said I would have gone with compound, not leading? I guarantee you, had he objected, dude, this is what Dan Rashbaum, right? He's in a world of hurt right now for all the fuckery with like attorney-client, conflicts of interest. But here's what's interesting. He was an experienced, and prior to this, he was a really well sought after defense attorney with a great reputation and a lot of experience. That objection was a failure. And I will tell you, had he objected to compound, it would have been sustained. I'm just saying. But because he objected to leading, it was overruled. Now, sometimes you'll hear you'll hear attorneys object, and they'll give more than one objection. Here's an example of that. Actually, I have one ready to go here. This is Mr. Ashton with a schizophrenic moment, but you will hear what I'm describing here.
You were asked about Dr. Voss. And,
oh my God.
You were asked about
oh my God.
Air samples. Have you ever heard of any case where air samples were used in a forensic setting?
Objection. Relevant expertise.
So sometimes you'll actually hear them make these objections and they'll rattle off a whole list. So a couple things on that, because sometimes something is objectionable for more than one reason, right? So it happens a lot. So in other words, they could be giving all of the relevant objections that are all applicable. But also, you'll see it where attorneys just list a bunch of it. A good example of this, Elaine in Det Be Heard. So she would lodge an objection and it would not be the proper objection and it would get overruled. And then she would offer another one. Like maybe it's hearsay. Nope. Overruled. Maybe it's, you know, whatever the fuck, non-response. And it was like, and she just like tried to keep like guessing. And it's like, no. Part of your job as the attorney is to lodge the proper objection, and it has to be timely. It has to be before the question is answered. Once the answer comes out of the mouth of the witness, nothing we can do about it. The only exception to that would be in certain instances where then the judge can say, we're going to strike it from the record, jury disregard it. Although again, once they've heard it, they can't erase it from your memory, right? It's just a thing that they'll say, but it's too late. So anywho, so it's important that you think quickly, that you lodge the right objection. And if there's more than one proper objection, you should go ahead and object on those multiple grounds, right? But what bothers me is when they just offer a bunch because they just don't know. Like, but you don't see that all that often, but Elaine did that a lot in Det Be Heard. So you sent me a song. Okay, I will check it out. A compound word. I don't know what that's referencing, but let me know. Let me know what it is.
And was that defense truthful?
No, ma'am, it was not.
So Sigfredo Garcia was involved.
Yes, ma'am, he was.
So why tell the truth now?
It's a great question because she has literally no incentive to do so. You know,
I believe that the truth needed to come out now. So
I mean, and honestly, I say that. Remember at the end of her proffer, this has got to be the only reason because she's not at this juncture. Remember during her proffers, she seemed to think that maybe she was going to be able to get a lighter sentence. That was a long time before this. Okay. This point, she knows it's not happening. Like she's not getting any incentive. But remember at the end of that proffer, her and whoever the lady was that was talking to, they were like Katie was like saying, this is not right. This family is out free and they need to be held accountable for what they did. And she was very, very, very passionate. And it was genuine, in my view, of how she said justice for the victim's family. She said, this is not fair to the Markel family. And, you know, this needs to be, you know, so in other words, I'm just thinking it through of like, she could really be telling the truth here if she says that her only motivation is that she wants to tell the truth so that the truth can come out so that, you know, to do the right thing. It could actually be legit. Normally, that's not the case, right? Whenever you have these defendants, they've usually made some sort of deal. And so this question is being asked so that they can try to make the jury think that they're not just saying it because of the deal. This is an anomaly where literally there's no deal. And so she doesn't have any reason to lie about it, right? So this might be a situation where this is honest. So
the family can get some type of closure.
There it is.
The truth need to come out last year or the year before or the year before that.
I was trying to defend myself.
You were trying to get off.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you think you'd be successful in your trial with that defense?
I thought so.
Has anyone promised you anything for your testimony here today?
No, ma'am.
Weren't you originally offered immunity for cooperation in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
But you didn't take us up on that.
No, ma'am, I didn't.
Because you thought you could get off completely.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And now you're doing a life sentence.
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Did Charlie Adelson threaten to harm you if you told the truth?
No, ma'am, he didn't threaten me.
Did anybody threaten you to keep your silence?
No, ma'am.
Did anybody promise you anything if you remained silent all these years?
The state's objections. I don't even remember what they objected to. Well, okay, I will say, so, okay, wait, hold on. Let me back up. So let me just make a distinction. So you remember, so in terms of pleadings, right? What is a pleading? A pleading is like the court filings, right? So it could be a motion. It could be a response to a motion. An emotion is coming from the moving party, the party that is making the move to the judge, right? So for example, so pretrial is different, right? So in pretrial, right, when I'm thinking of objections pretrial, I'm thinking of a pleading. For example, the defense makes a motion to unseal the IGG, right? And then the state objects to it, but that's in a written pleading, like state's objection to the motion to unseal IGG, right? That's because they're objecting to that motion. So that's a whole different thing than what we're talking about in trial, right? Just to make sure that that's clear. Because, and for any of you guys who haven't watched trials, I'm so excited for you guys. And there's so much interesting things to talk about. Like I just, and so it is a whole new world, right? So in terms of the objections, because what I was going to say is like the verbal objections, like we're talking about, don't happen in hearings. I can't even think, unless it's something like they're saying we object to this, it would be to a pleading, but there's no, like for example, in an evidentiary hearing where you've got witnesses, like when we saw Payne and Mallory, you wouldn't have objections. I mean, I don't even think, I'm trying to think if there's an exception to that. I don't think there even is. It's just, you wouldn't have it. Like, I'm trying to think. Yeah, it's not going to happen until trial. And that's for like a number of reasons. It's a different phase of the trial, right? And especially because in an evidentiary hearing, the goal, there's no jury, right? So the goal is not to keep things from coming out. Well, in terms of normally, right, when you're not trying to keep things from the public. But like an evidentiary hearing that's pre-trial, similarly to a deposition, the goal is to learn as much information as possible, right? Versus in a trial, it's different because there's certain things that can't come in because they've been found to be inadmissible. So you're wanting to learn as much as possible. So yeah, I don't know. Hopefully that makes sense. And the other thing I was going to say too is that there's the rules vary too for direct and cross exam, but maybe I'll wait to talk about that because I hope I'm not confusing anybody. And then also the rules are different when it comes to expert witnesses. So we're talking what I'm referencing here, right, is in trial. So in trial, so this is exciting, right? So what you guys have been witnessing with BK, for example, those of you guys who are following that and maybe are newer to this world, are you a very long and extensive, well, maybe not longer in terms of time, maybe not like longer than others, but I would say in terms of most trials, far more pleadings and a lot of hearings. There's like been a lot of the pre-trial litigation has been continuous from the get-go, with very few periods where there's nothing happening. I mean, it's just, it's unusual for a week to go by without something happening. I mean, it just doesn't, and that's unusual. And so it's the pre-trial litigation, but this is a whole completely different ball game, if you will, versus at trial. You're getting to see behind the scenes, right? Pre-trial litigation, this is all behind the scenes. Am I making sense to you guys? Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know. They seem to be missing or very. Oh, okay. I'm sorry if I misunderstood you. Are you referencing the pleadings? You might have been, maybe you were referencing the pleadings and I thought you meant verbal objections because that's what I had been talking about. But also sometimes I'm seeing comments after the fact. I'm so sorry. I will do my best to understand you. Please don't be discouraged. It's important. I will try. Right? I know. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So in terms of back to thinking about trial, right? So what is direct? So direct examination. So you guys have seen direct and cross examination in the hearings, right? Again, those of you guys who are newer and have been watching, pre-trial litigation for any trial. If it's an evidentiary hearing and there's witnesses, you'll have direct examination and cross examination. So similar thing in terms of what does it mean, but different rules apply when it's in trial. So the direct examination, it means, what does it mean? It means whoever has called the witness. So right now we are in the state's case in chief. Should I explain what that means? Probably. So in any trial, well, okay. What trial was it where they didn't give opening statements? That was weird. There was some trial where they didn't give opening statements. Oh, that was what's her face? Michelle. I forget her last name. Michelle started last name with a Troconis, Michelle Troconis. So in the Michelle Troconis trial, that was bizarre. That was a weird trial. And that was in Maryland, I want to say. In Maryland, apparently, I think it was Maryland, they have an option as to whether or not they want to give opening statements. And like both sides opted not to. And it's like, what? Don't even get me started. I don't know. I don't get it. That was odd. That's an anomaly. Normally you always have opening statements, right? And the state always goes first because they have the burden, right? And then the defense goes. And so then every trial in terms of like a criminal trial is going to start with the state's case in chief. Now, if it was a civil trial, it would be the plaintiff. So what do I mean by that? Similar to like with pleadings, the moving party, right? Similar. So if you think of a civil trial, the person who has been moving, right, if you will, or when you think of complaining, plaintiff, right, is seeking damages, right, in a civil trial. They've made allegations against another party. It could be a tort, it could be any number of things, right, in the civil realm. Sometimes there is an overlap with criminal, but anyway, but there's no state involved, there's no government involved, right? It's individual people, private people, right? So whoever has brought that forth, right, is the plaintiff. And so they go first. Now, if you think how this does translate to criminal, because in criminal, the state is the plaintiff, or if it's a federal trial, it's the federal government is the plaintiff, right? So does that make sense? Like they're the ones complaining. However, it's a different nature of a complaint because they're complaining that somebody committed a crime. And so the thing that's interesting, so in both criminal and civil, the other party is the defendant. That's the same. Whether you're defending yourself against, a tort, somebody is suing you for whatever, defamation or negligence or whatever, you're the defendant. Or if you're being charged with a crime, you're the defendant. So that's always the same. So the plaintiff, and if it's a criminal trial, that would be the government, state or federal, what have you. Whoever is the moving party, the plaintiff, they go first in terms of the trial, right? Presenting their evidence. So that's the case in chief. So what does that mean? So here we are, right? This is day 3 of the trial. So we're on the state's case in chief. So they are calling their witnesses and presenting their evidence to try to show the jury their theory of the case and lay it out, right? So that's what's going on, right? And so for every witness that the state calls, right, you have direct examination. So what is all this to bring me back to this? What is direct exam? So direct examination is whichever party has called the witness to the stand, they do the questioning first. So because we're in the state's case in chief, that's why I explained all that. Because we're in the state's case in chief, they are calling the witnesses. And so they go first. And so these witnesses are going to go on direct examination from the state. And then, of course, the defense will be doing cross-examination. And then we can go more in depth, but just to do a quick summary, eventually what happens is the state will rest their case in chief, right? And then it flip-flops. And then it's the defense's turn to present their case in chief. And then everything is like the same, but now it's just the defense calling witnesses on direct examination. Interestingly enough, in any criminal trial, the defense does not have to present a case. They don't have to. Why? Because the state has the burden. That is optional. And it is going to be told in every jury instruction, the defense does not have to present a case. An example of that. And now oftentimes in high profile trials, you'll see them present a case, but an exception to that, Lori Vallow, for example, in Lori Vallow's case, this would have been her choice, her call. They did not present a case in chief. So when it was like, okay, the state has rested defense, and they said, Mr. Archibald said, we are not calling any witnesses because we don't think the state. And the way you do it is this: you make it sound like you would have presented a case in chief, but that you chose not to because the state didn't meet their burden. And that's how you phrase it. So it's like, you know, we would have, but we're choosing not to because the state didn't meet their burden. So and then you sit back down. Or you can present an entire fucking case in chief, you know, and call any number of witnesses and present experts and all the thing. So, and then you would be calling those witnesses on direct examination. So are you guys like, shut up, this is dumb, or like, whatever? How's it going for you guys? PowerPoint PTSD. I know, right? So anyway, let me know if you find that interesting, if you find it helpful. Let me know if it's redundant. But sometimes I feel like I get complacent in assume, oh my God, I just found my missing goat ear. For any of you guys who were here last night, my goat was dying because I goated him. He had been goated to death. And I was describing the missing goat ear, which I said was actually good for my safety because I keep poking. Many times I've poked myself in the eye with the sharp ears. And then I said, well, the danger has been cut in half because one of the ears fell off. But I just found the ear. And by the way, this has been missing for months. And I just stepped on something and I was like, oh my God, I don't know how that happened, but it's the ear. So I can glue that on and now he'll have both his ears again. Oh my God, that's amazing. But anyway, I was saying, sometimes I feel like I might get complacent in assuming that people know some of these things because oftentimes, you know, there's people who've watched a lot of trials and followed, you know, other people that cover trials, or, you know, we've got people like Denise, who's an actual attorney, and I don't want to be redundant or whatever, boring people. And so sometimes I feel like I might go and not kind of cover some of those, you know, just fundamental, trial proceedings. Like, how does this whole thing work? Right. What are these things? And even if it's something that, you know, the thing is, right, no matter what, you know, it's always a good, in my view, being a teacher, right, it's always a good thing to review it. And I can't even tell you how many times I'll have a violin student ask me a question and I'm like, literally no one's ever asked me that question. I've been playing violin for 50 bazillion years and teaching for 50 bazillion years. And it's like, oh my God, and when you get asked a new question, you learn something new when you try to answer it. So anywho, I'm glad I found my goat ear, but y'all just let me know your thoughts and we will keep watching.
Wasn't promised anything, but
for sure.
I mean, I wasn't promised anything.
Go ahead, finish your thought. You weren't promised anything, but what?
I thought everything was going to be okay.
You thought you'd be acquitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
All right. So, did you know Dan Markel?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you have any personal beef with him?
No, ma'am, I did not.
What was your motivation for becoming a part of this murder plot?
Financially.
So not as a favor to Charlie Adelson? I'll rephrase it, Your Honor. Was it a favor to Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
But your primary motivation was not favor to Charlie Adelson?
Oh, yes, ma'am, it was. And financially.
All right, because you were going to get paid for your part?
Yes,
How much did you get paid?
I don't know the exact amount.
What was your relationship to Charlie Adelson?
He was my ex-boyfriend.
When did you meet him?
I believe that was in 2013.
So yeah, so she's not maintaining her innocence anymore because she's already been convicted, and I think her appeal is probably already done as well. So she's just accepted her responsibility at this juncture, I think. But yes, that is they are like, I think what they're getting at is like, she used to try to be like initially, right? Like she was trying to be like, I'm innocent, blah, blah, but like she gave up on that because she got convicted. And nothing will squash your hopes of being innocent, like when you're found guilty, right?
Has to be around September.
Can you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
He's sitting over there with a blue jacket and a blue tie.
The fact that you can hear and see the handcuffs. Hold on.
September.
Can you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
He's sitting over there with a blue jacket and a blue tie.
The record reflects the witnesses identified the defendant.
Okay, now that might seem like that's just to be rude or embarrassing or whatever. The thing is this, where, and you know, that's one of those things that you'll see on the stupid TV show. I've never watched that shit, but I just know it's like a thing where they're like, make a big deal about identifying the defendant and make it all dramatic. That actually, just like many things in law, originates from, like we were talking about last night as it pertains to extradition. This originates from back in the day when literally they could have mistakenly got the wrong person, like John Smith. They've got the wrong John Smith, right? So this is actually really important. Like there's basic things that you have to establish, even if you can't prove your case, right? Like if you're the state, you have to establish that you have to establish the identity of the person and the jurisdiction, the location. For example, there's countless stories that you guys will hear and probably have heard of like people who are, you know, great attorneys, but when they were less experienced or whatever, they've gone through an entire trial and they're almost at the very end. And then they realize that they had yet to establish the jurisdiction, which is, again, something like just simply asking one of the law enforcement officers, and did this in fact happen at such and such address in such and such county, right? That type of thing, because that's the jurisdiction. And even though it's like that's why you ask that. Same thing, to make sure it's like just these, you have to, what's the right way to say it? It's just you have to establish it. So I've heard stories where there's been trials where, like, for example, the state went through the whole thing and then they didn't catch it. And then at the very end, and then the defense is like, they never established the jurisdiction. And then it's like, it's over. Like they failed. You lose. Like, you can't, because how can you prove that the crime happened where you said it happened if you don't establish the jurisdiction? So anywho, by the way, I'm making the command for the blunt force trauma. So let me do this. Boop-a-doop-boop, boop-a-boop-boop-boop. Okay. Oh dear. Okay. Let's do it. Let's add some more of these emojis here real quick. Oh my God, this is funny. Okay, if anyone wants to do exclamation point and then the eggplant emoji in the chat, let me know what you think. Yeah, yep. Well, let me say this. It depends on if it's gone to a verdict or not. In the situations, and I've heard these stories, in a situation where it goes to the jury and there's like a verdict, and then it is revealed or discovered that the jurors, because again, that's one of those minor details that you might not even realize. Someone has to realize it, right? If it's gone to a jury, regardless of what the jury, like if it goes to the jury, right, and then that's discovered, then they can't bring charges again. That's double jeopardy. Now, if they catch it, and then this is, again, I've heard stories of this as well. If they catch it before it goes to the jury, like I've seen it where like the trial's like wrapped up, they've done like closing arguments or whatever, but then they've caught it, and then they've like been like, please to the judge, can we just bring somebody in and just do this one thing? And they're like, okay. And then it's like, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to bring so-and-so back and we're going to ask one question and then you guys can go deliberate. And then it's like, and if you're the defense, you're probably pissed, right? But like that would kind of be the judge's call based on the situation. But if it gets caught before it goes to the jury, then it's fine. They can correct it. But once deliberation starts, sorry, I shouldn't even say verdict. Once deliberation starts, they cannot, evidence is closed. They can't do anything, right? They have to, because again, if it's a witness, that's evidence. Testimony from the witness stand is evidence. So they have to correct that before the close of evidence. That is the more specific, precise answer to that. Once evidence is closed and the jury goes to deliberate, too bad, so sad. Yay! You guys like it? You don't like your command? We can. Yes, we could. I guess we could change it. So, anywho, hopefully that makes sense. Okay, I won't change it then. Yeah. So, but the thing is this, right? Like the biggest thing too to think about is like, remember once a case is handed over to the jury and they return a verdict, it doesn't matter what anybody's realized has gone, if the state's fucked up or whatever, it doesn't matter. Once a jury has delivered a verdict, double jeopardy, or in the case of a bench trial, right? Where there's no jury and it goes before a judge. Once a verdict has been rendered, double jeopardy attaches. Now, of course, double jeopardy does not attach if somebody's acquitted, right? Because that wouldn't count. So, or sorry, let me back up. If somebody's found guilty. So if somebody's acquitted, right? Double jeopardy attaches. I mean, I guess technically if they're found guilty, double jeopardy attaches, it just wouldn't apply because there wouldn't be any point. So, but we talked more about double jeopardy in a different live stream too recently, I think, as well.
Show you what a mark as states 48. Recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize it?
That's when we went to Key West.
Is that a fair and accurate photo of you and Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Is that when
they went to Key West together?
Of you were taken when the two of you were dating?
Yes, ma'am.
That's
This time
exotic.
it has to move down to states 48.
Objection. No objection, Your Honor. 48 is admitted.
Do we have that for publication?
So there's going to be a picture, I guess, of them at Key West. There. Wow, they look different. Wow. 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 Are you guys shocked? Wow.
So was this photo taken before or after the murder?
Before.
Who came up with the idea to kill Dan Markell?
Charlie.
So Sigfredo Garcia didn't come up with the idea?
No, ma'am, he did not.
Luis Rivera didn't come up with the idea?
No, ma'am, he did not.
When did the defendant first bring this idea up to you?
My first recollection was around Halloween of 2013.
Around Halloween or on actual?
On Halloween, yes.
That's
ma'am.
what she said in her proffer.
What's your recollection of how that came up?
We were at a Halloween party in Lincoln Road, and right before we were about to go, he got in the car with me and he asked me a question.
What was the question?
Do you know anybody that can harm someone?
And did you know anybody that could harm someone?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Who was that?
Sigfredo.
And
that's how.
At the time, what was your relationship with Sigfredo?
Wasn't the best.
But he was the father of your children, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
So were you dating both men at this time? Or
Yep. Twiz, correct. Yeah, she literally just said, I'll back it up. So at freaking Halloween, right? I suppose, it is funny. One could see that would almost be like trying to make it seem like a joke, right? Depending on, I'm just thinking about blunt force trauma and penis murders. But anyway, it's a Halloween party, and maybe if you're in a certain costume, I don't know, but I don't know that it was that type of, I don't even know if they were at a party. They didn't say that, but it is funny to picture, right? The punch bowl. Yeah, he just apparently he did shit like this.
And did you know anybody that could harm someone?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Who was that?
Sigfredo.
And at the time.
Exactly. And the thing is that the ins and outs of that, we are going to learn at Donna's trial and at Wendy's trial. At some point after she gets arrested. So again, Donna's going to trial in June. There's no reason to think she's not going to be convicted. And there's no reason to think that there won't be soon following an arrest for Wendi. But we will learn a lot at Donna's trial, especially as it pertains to Donna and Wendi and their specific relationship and what all, because again, the layers, right? The layers, all these different people involved, and they're working their way up. Not only can they not be asking like Sigfredo Garcia, for example, right? The baby daddy, like about Donna and Wendi, he wouldn't even know who they were because that's part of the whole thing, right? The middle lady. But she had direct contact with Charlie, right? And direct contact with the baby daddy. And then Charlie had direct contact with her. And then, of course, his mom and his sister. And, Charlie takes the stand this is his trial. He takes a stand. But, you know, he's going to deny everything. So we don't, you know, hear it from him. Right. And the other thing too, right, is like in a lot of these situations, you're going to have people throw each other under the bus. And I am really curious because I wouldn't be surprised, guys. And there's been whiffs of this. I would not be surprised if Donna throws Charlie under the bus. And again, Charlie didn't do that. He did not throw his family under the bus. He said they had nothing to do with it. He said, Charlie said, I had nothing to do with it. My family had nothing to do with it. He went that crazy double extortion theory that made no sense. Didn't work, obviously. Could have tried to throw them under the bus. Didn't. I am going to be really curious to see if Donna does it, and it wouldn't surprise me. And the reason I'm mentioning that, because that'll change what we learn, right? In terms of, are they going to, you know, how to say it? Because depending on what strategy they take, right? That's going to change, you know, and also, right? The defendant doesn't have to take a stand, obviously. It's always different. Like, we never know. Who knows? If Donna might not take the stand. So there's a lot up in the air, and it is very interesting. So yes, to answer this question, yes, it is, there's no way around it, right? And Heather, feel free to weigh in. You know, there's no way around that. Either they suggested it, or it was like maybe not in words, but like the amount of complaining, you know, it's one of those things. But the question remains, will we ever hear that from anybody? And if we do, the reason we would be if somebody's trying to throw somebody else under the bus. If that makes sense. I mean, couldn't agree with you more. But for that reason, I hope she takes a stand, right? Because I want to learn all the tea. I want all the tea. I mean, you guys, that's why I loved it when Alex Murdaugh was on the stand for like, I don't know, like 3 full days or something ridiculous. That was my favorite time in my like entire life, pretty much. Like, incredible. Wow. I mean, he was on cross-examination for like 2 days. It was my happiest time.
What was your relationship with Sigfredo?
It wasn't the best.
But he was father of your children, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So were you dating both men at this time, or were you only dating Charlie?
No, I was only dating Charlie.
Okay. And so meaning the defendant, initially said, do you know anyone that could harm someone? Was he aware of your connection to Sigfredo Garcia when he made that statement?
Not that I know of. No, ma'am.
Did you suggest Sigfredo Garcia at that time?
Which is why, again, it's interesting, right? That he did make that suggestion to her. I mean, did he just think she would know somebody? And again, remember, we did hear that we know that Jeff, Wendy's ex-boyfriend, said that when he met Charlie at that one time and they were sitting there at the hot tub, Charlie was bragging about having connections to people who know gang members in the Latin Kings. So who the fuck knows?
To the defendant?
No, ma'am.
What did you say?
I just said yes and kind of left it alone.
All right. Did it go any further than that at that time?
Not that night.
Right. Did you know who he wanted harmed?
At
that time?
No, ma'am.
All right. Had you become aware during the course of your relationship with him that he had some kind of issue going on with his sister's ex-husband?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What did you learn about that?
He was just stating that his his mom and dad was stressed, and that his sister was having problems with her husband and custody of her 2 children.
And when did you learn that the person that the defendant wanted harmed was this ex-husband of the sister?
I believe later on.
All right. And when did you learn the name Dan Markel?
It wasn't until...
I just had a thought. I mean, maybe call me crazy. That's fine. I don't even think, like, that's fine. I'll call myself crazy. How about that? Look at that pause. I just have this feeling, guys, like we're going to need to watch Wendy's interrogation again because it's that good. It's that good. And literally every time I watch it, I notice more things. Anyway, let me know your thoughts.
I don't know if it was on my trial or when Sigfredo got arrested.
Okay, so even when he was killed, you didn't know the name of the person that was being killed?
Yes, I never knew his name.
How did the defendant refer to this person, if not by the name Dan or Danny Markel?
Wendy's husband.
Okay. So you knew that the person that was going to be initially harmed was Wendy's husband?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you knew that there were issues, or what did you know about the beef with him?
He painted this picture that this was a terrible man and making his family go through a lot.
And I think also it probably would be worth it, maybe even to watch Jeff's as well again. But Wendy's is a given for sure.
Custody-wise with his sister.
Right. And when he would say these things to you, is it in the context of his mom specifically or his family in general?
I believe it was more towards his mom.
Meaning what?
That his mom hasn't been sleeping. His mom is not eating. I know his dad wasn't the
That
best
is the victim's mother right there. I hate that they're zooming in on her face, but that's Ruth Markel.
health either, but he would refer to his mom a lot.
Right?
Right.
Let's
And the
find
reason she
Glenn.
wasn't sleeping or eating, did that have
We'll
to
have
do?
we'll have to bring Glenn back just for old time's sake.
with
I'm
this
dying. I'm dying.
ex-husband of Wendi?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever tell the defendant who it was that was going to be doing the job?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Why didn't you say the name Sigfredo to Charlie Adelson?
I always referred to each other as my friend. Neither one of them wanted to really hear each other's names.
And why is that?
Because Sigfredo was the father of my kids, and I was dating him at that time. I was dating Charlie at that time.
Okay, so Sigfredo Garcia, did he have strong feelings
Charlie's
about
taking diligent notes.
The defendant?
Yes, he didn't like him.
All right, and is that because you were dating him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and vice versa.
And
You're
this
not
is consistent with what she said at those proffers we watched.
going to talk about the child's father with the new boyfriend either.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So is it true then that you were sort of walling these two off from each other before the issue of the murder and the conspiracy ever even arose?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that pattern continue throughout the murder conspiracy?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
Do you think Charlie Adelson knew that it was your child's father that you were going to?
He might have had an idea, but he just never.
Thank you for your question. So shouldn't that mean, so what are you referring to the thing? So shouldn't that mean we don't, oh, sorry, let me read this correctly and not dumbly. Shouldn't that mean we want Donna? Right. We want her. I want her. Yes, that's it. So you're saying literally what I said as well about this. Where was it? Here. Like, I literally was like, yeah, from like if you're her defense attorney, for sure. But my response to that was, that's why I want her to take the stand, because I want to learn her. I want all the tea. I want her. Can you guys even imagine? It would be amazing. So I really hope she takes the stand. Just like Alex Murdaugh. I mean, and it was funny, as I'll just say, nobody thought he was going to take the stand. Alex Murdaugh. I mean, because everybody knows it's usually, if not always, a bad idea. And Alex, being an attorney, okay, I was sure that he had learned his lesson, because being an attorney and also knowing, don't talk to law enforcement, right? Like normal things. Like he did all the dumb things that like can't imagine people would do. He was worse than Donna in a lot of ways. He gave 3 interviews to law enforcement, and he had attorneys present, but literally if they ever tried to intervene, he told them to stop. And he just literally ran his mouth. Ran his mouth. Chatty, ran his mouth. And, I was like, sure, thinking like, clearly he saw that was a terrible idea. He should have known anyway. And we know it was clear that his defense counsel was urging him not to, because there was a little dispute over that where he was like kind of sassy about it. And, but he, fuck if he doesn't love to talk, that man. I tell you what, Alex Murdaugh loves to fucking talk. And, it was it's like, if he took the stand, he's going to sit up there and talk for days. And literally he did. And I will tell you, when he said he was going to take the stand, I just about fucking died. And I guarantee, and I know I'm not the only one. And that was Creighton Waters, prosecutor. That was the best day of his life. I guarantee you. That's like the moment you would dream of. You would be dreaming of crossing him and think that would never happen, because how in a million years would that ever happen? And then it happened. And it's like, oh my God. Oh, it was so good. It was so good. And literally every single second of that is like Christmas, but like better. I don't even know. It was amazing. And so, dude, and that cross was so fucking good. Oh, so good. I'm getting sidetracked just thinking about how good that was. But anyway, and it's like, so again, it was one of those things where it's like, didn't think he was going to take the stand. How could he be that dumb? How could he be that dumb? And then floored when he's like going to take the stand. And then it's like, oh my God, this is the best day of my life. Because again, when you've got someone who's a blabbermouth, who's going to just run their mouth and incriminate themselves, especially when they did the thing. And like, it's also going to be like, it's going to be funny in some ways. And they're going to, I mean, funny in a number, like funny as in shit show, but also funny as in like, who knows what they're going to say? I don't know. It was like, I don't even have words, but like, yeah. So similar thing, right? Where it's like, I really hope they take the stand, but I never thought in a million years he would do it. And he did. And I was like, this is the best day of my life. So yeah. I guarantee you he's not going to take the stand. I guarantee you there's no way. Well, I feel like I shouldn't say never because I said that about Alex Murray, but I feel like it's different when I say that in BK's case. I feel like that makes more sense. Again, when you look at someone who wants to run their mouth all the time and incriminate themselves, and then you look at somebody who's quiet as they should be, right? So yes. Yeah, so they had him, but they didn't have him the same way. You know what I mean? The best they had before the Snapchat in terms of placing him there was they had Rogan Gibson. And Rogan Gibson was Paul's best friend, the son, right? And Rogan, bless his heart, young, he was young and he's the sweetest kid, farm boy. And oh my God, his testimony on the stand was gut-wrenching. And so Rogan was who Paul was texting and calling and trying to send, remember the dog with the hurt tail? That was Rogan's dog. So prior to the Snapchat, what they had Rogan on the phone with Paul. And remember, he lost service, Paul did, inside the kennels. Cell service, but still had Wi-Fi, right? Mm-hmm. So Paul was on the phone with Rogan and they were Paul lost service, but Rogan thought he heard Alex in the background while he was on the phone. So what they had prior to the video was they had Rogan's testimony that he thought he heard Alex in the background. However, Rogan said he couldn't really entirely be sure or whatever, which is understandable because it was cutting in and out or whatever. And again, Paul took that video, but it never got sent to Rogan. So Rogan didn't know about the video until the video was found on Paul's phone. And then they approached Rogan and Rogan was like, he took this video to send to me. And that was the last thing he did in his life. And so then now you've got the video and then you have that in addition to Rogan's testimony. So Rogan, of course, on the stand, it was so emotional. Rogan had to identify this as the video that his best friend tried to send him and never got to send because he was shot and killed. And, for the purposes of identifying, yes, that's my dog. Yes, this is what I heard when I was on the phone with him. Yes, this is what happened after we got off the phone. Yes, I asked him to send a Snapchat. Again, laying all that foundation, they needed Rogan. And it was just really emotional. Anywho. So yeah. It would have been a tougher case to prove for sure. That video sealed the deal. The video for sure sealed the deal. There's no question about it because that's direct evidence. I mean, you don't see him, but you hear him. Come here, Bubba. I mean, you hear him plain as day. That's literally what we call direct evidence. And so once that came out, his next goal was, how do you explain that? Right. That was what he took the stand. Alex Murdaugh did to try to explain that video. It's like, what are you doing? But thank God you did, because you gave some of the best moments in trial history by doing that. It was amazing. So yeah.
Ever said it out loud?
Oh yeah.
There's one phone call between, I think it's from Sigfredo Garcia to Harvey Adelson, father of the defendant. Do you know anything about that phone call? That was on July 1st of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you know about that phone call?
From the trial, what I remember was that Sigfredo had contacted or was trying to contact Charlie, but we were in a heated argument at that time. We were kind of in the middle of the street, and I guess it's the first thing he looked up was his work number.
All right. So you say you're in a heated argument. Is this the confrontation that occurred while y'all were?
Hang on. Let's just do this. I haven't watched this in a while anyway. So let's watch the Snapchat video. It's only 50 seconds, so it's not like it's, you know, but here's the video. So you can hear, let me pull this down. So you'll be able to hear, you'll be able to see it. So this is the Snapchat video. Okay. So here we are, we're inside the kennels. Okay. And there's Cash the dog. And this is Paul's last thing. He took this on his phone. And now we're going to hear what the shenanigans were going on. Bubba had the rooster or the chicken or the guinea, and he's got a bird in his mouth. And they're just like, is it a rooster or chicken? All that. And you're going to, and then Bubba gets the chicken. And then you're going to hear Alex say, come here, Bubba. And there it is. And it was within 5 minutes. If memory serves, it might've been less than that. It's on my timeline. But anyway, within moments of this. And the thing too, is that these kennels are far away from the house. So anyway, all right.
Get back. Get back.
That's Rogan's dog. This is really sad.
Quit, Cash. Come. Quit. It's okay. Come here. It's not bad. Come here, Cash. Shit. Come here. Post it. Cash.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
There it is. So that was Maggie, the mom, right?
Hey, Bubba.
It's a guinea.
This is a chicken.
Come here, Bubba.
Come here, Cash.
There it is even louder.
Cash. Quit.
So I forgot it was multiple times. Hold on, let's hear that. Wow. I forgot it was multiple times. This was played in trial so many times that it became a joke of like, or how many times are we going to, but like, I hadn't seen this in a while. Dude.
Get back.
The self-snitching. But I mean, so again, he didn't know this was happening. He did not know this video was happening. But it's still self-snitching.
Quit, Cash. Quit. It's okay. Come here. It's not bad. Come here, Cash. Shit. Come here. Post it. Cash.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth. Bubba.
Hey, Bubba.
It's a guinea.
This is a chicken.
Come here, Bubba.
Come here, Cash.
Come here, Bubba.
Cash. Quit.
There it is. He didn't even get to send it. Amazing, right? It gives me goosebumps. I mean, incredible. Absolutely incredible. And again, it's so funny because as much as the phone things are, you know, with the phone tracking, you know, and I don't do all that stuff with the phones, like the social media and whatnots, but like, you know, Paul was one of the people that did all the things, right? The Snapchats and all the different things. He had his location services on. He utilized all of the things, right? You know, and again, it's like in his situation, the fact that like all that data was there and the phone's being tracked essentially through the apps and it's your location, you know, and the fact that he uses Snap, I mean, it's just amazing to think about the difference, right? Because literally that cell phone evidence plotted every single moment leading up to this murder. And so, you know, it can be, in this case, it was a really good thing. But anywho, so there you have it. Yep.
You and the defendant were going jet skiing?
I believe that was after.
Jet skiing?
It was after that incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how many interactions personally, face-to-face, did, to your knowledge, Charlie Adelson have with Sigfredo Garcia?
That was probably the only one that I remember was that jet ski accident.
Yeah.
Accident?
Or like the confrontation.
All right, tell us what happened at that confrontation.
Jet ski confrontation.
Sigfredo had just picked up the kids and he was eating at a corner pizza place with the kids, and he saw that Charlie was coming by to go pick me up, and I guess saw the jet skis in the back of the car. So he loaded up the kids and cut us off, was screaming a couple things out loud, but we didn't really hear anything because our windows was up.
That's like some posh shit right there, right? Like, oh, we're just casually like, oh, we just got some jet skis in the back. We're just going to go jet skiing around. Like, wow, I can't really, but also Florida is a whole other thing, right? So.
Right. Did you say he cut you off?
Side note, has anybody in the chat been jet skiing before? Because I've been like, I guess like once maybe or twice. and it was really fucking fun. And my recollection of it is that it was like kind of tricky at first. I don't remember why. If it was like, you know, but then you got the hang of it, and then I was like, wee, woo, squirreling on the lake.
Traffic.
Yeah.
In the back street of where I lived at that time.
All right. And when you say he cut you off, did he run you off the road or something else?
He kind of just went right and blocked the road in front of us. So Charlie had to kind of do a 3-point turn and go around the other way.
Did the two men actually get out into the street? And
3-point turn. So there's no rule out there with Kieran Reed. There's no rule out there with BK or allegedly the other. And I'm kind of good. I might start running in my mind with this as a half joke, the scenario of that. The other, the third party culprit, as I was mentioning earlier, you know, some unknown person with the white Elantra. Anyway, whoever, you know, the Elantra, a white Elantra made a 3-point turn or whatever it is. Anyway, just funny. With a trailer, jet skiing. You mean you had jet skis in a trailer? Like behind the vehicle, as they say in the South.
Confront each other?
No, ma'am, they did not.
Okay. Were any actual words exchanged through the windows?
Through the windows, yes, but I had my window up, so we didn't know what Sigfredo was saying.
All right. So Sigfredo shouted some things out the window. Did Mr. Adelson do the same?
No, he did not.
And what were the things that were shouted out the window? Were you able to hear them or not?
I didn't hear anything.
All right.
Not that there would have been a reason to, but just for the sake of the opportunity to explain another potential objection. This wouldn't have been you know, like I said, there's things that can be objectionable, but you know, it's up to the other side to object. There could be things that are objectionable that there's just no purpose to object. So great example there. Asked and answered. What I mean is she already asked the question. Georgia Kappelman already asked the question of, did she hear specifically what was said through the window? And she had already said earlier, a second ago, that she couldn't hear anything. And in this case, I think Georgia Kappelman just forgot she'd already asked that. So which is why I'm saying that this wasn't like, I think there wouldn't have been really a reason to object, but I wanted to just give it as an example, as another type of objection that you can have is asked and answered when the same question has already been asked and answered by the same witness.
And at this point, this is July 1st of 2014.
Right.
The plot is already underway.
Right.
For this murder, right?
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a good point. Fuck. Yeah, that's wild to think about, right? Wow. I think it would be a disaster if I tried to do that. Just saying.
Does Sigfredo Garcia know that he's doing the murder for Charlie Adelson?
To my knowledge, he might have had an inkling about it, but I don't know. That was never spoken of.
Okay. The killers, and when I say the killers, I'm referring to Garcia and Rivera, knew they were
not the band. Thanks for letting us know, Georgia.
Doing something for a lady to get her kids back. Do you know how they knew that information?
Doing something for a lady to get her kids back.
I believe it's because of the envelope that Charlie gave me to pass over.
So you didn't relay that information to them that it had to do with a lady and her kids?
I might have mentioned it to Sigfredo, yes.
Okay. So
now that's interesting because she vehemently denies that in her proffers that we watched. And again, the proffers were a year or maybe, around a year maybe before the trial. But remember, they brought that envelope up so many times. And it was really kind of annoying, actually. And she vehemently denied it. But so again, this does make it seem like her initial thing of like, I'm here because I really want to tell the truth and beyond. Like, yeah, I mean, she is definitely things where she seemed maybe a little bit cagey about previously during her proffer. We're getting different information here. I mean, and it made sense to me. I was like, surely she would have known, right? But she was denying it during the proffers.
So if you mentioned that to Sigfredo, would you be, were you intentionally trying to characterize?
Heather's in the corner. Heather, are you in the corner? Also, every time I think about that phrase too, all I can think about too is the song Losing My Religion. But my brain works in song lyrics all the time too.
As this job as being related to someone other than Charlie Adelson.
I believe so, yes.
Because is that because Sigfredo Garcia would not have wanted to do anything to help out Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So do you think Sigfredo knew that this lady with the kids was somehow connected to Charlie Adelson?
I believe so.
All right. And there was going to be a lot of money paid for this job, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know anybody else with that kind of money or that might have had that kind of money to get this job for them?
No, ma'am, I did not.
All right. You mentioned the paper. Luis Rivera said there was a paper that Sigfredo had when they came to do the murder. Do you know anything about that paper?
No, ma'am, I don't.
All right. Did you provide a paper to Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, I did.
All right. And when you say you don't know anything about it, but you gave it to him, you obviously know something about it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So tell us what, I know what you're trying to say is you don't know what was on the paper.
The content of it. Yes.
Tell us how you got the paper.
Here we and we're back to this again. This freaking piece of paper, I swear to God. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. Are you here? Heather's in the corner.
Tell us how you came.
Heather's in the corner losing her religion, I guess. Hey, Heather, should we try to summon her with some jokes about some blunt force trauma? Or I know we could also do some summoning. That could be, we could be summoning Heather. We could be summoning everybody with the squirrel call. Where is it? Here we go. Go. Calling all squirrels. Go.
Possession of this paper that the killers had.
Okay. One day, just a random night that I was over at Charlie's house, he had a manila envelope that was sealed. He told me, Katie, do not open it. Do not touch it. Do not look inside it. I didn't print this paper out from my office, printed it probably from another office. And basically
this part, the part that's so funny about this is that he wore gloves. Charlie wore gloves, apparently, like disposable gloves. To do this paper, he like went and printed it somewhere else, like she's saying. But the additional thing that I'm sure will come out is that he apparently wore disposable gloves or something to handle this piece of paper, as if, in case it's like dusted for fingerprints or whatever, before putting it in the envelope. Freaking hilarious.
Really, give that paper to the other person.
All right. And who is saying this?
This was Charlie.
All right. This defendant.
Yes, right.
So he says to you, I have this paper. How does he give it to you?
I had a diaper bag, so he showed me the envelope and I was like, just put it in there.
Did he express any concerns about
just stick it in?
Fingerprints being on the envelope or the contents?
Yes, ma'am. He said he wore a glove so that there's no fingerprints on it. He was very specific about me not opening it and not looking inside it. And he also told me that he didn't print it from his office.
All right. And what about licking the envelope?
And that he didn't lick the envelope.
Oh my God, that's fucking hilarious. You know what this sounds like? So with all the self-snitching and like the criminal mastermind, as a sarcastic joke there, right? That goes on in this case, but yet this business with this letter, this is almost to me comes across as like a comedy movie, like How to Fail at Being a Criminal. But it reads like as if Charlie had watched maybe too many episodes of one of those dumb shows where they just show you all the shit that's like not realistic, to where like doing everything wrong, right? But it's like, I'm not going to lick the envelope. I'm going to use gloves and like use a different printer. It's like freaking hilarious.
Lick the
envelope? He did not lick that.
What was the purpose of that?
I guess his DNA.
Okay. So did you touch the envelope?
Oh my God, hilarious.
It was in my diaper bag, but I don't remember if I never opened it, but I might have touched it just to stick it inside in my diaper bag.
And did you deliver the envelope to Sigfredo Garcia?
I must have contacted Sigfredo and just told them, hey, come by the house. And then, he was kind of in and out of my life. So he popped up, he literally got the envelope. I was like, you have something inside that bag. And then he grabbed it, stuffed it in his pants.
What you got in that bag? Couple of something, couple of some knives. I think knives is in there. Anyway, I'm trying to quote Ludacris and failing miserably.
And left.
Okay. In regards to the June trip that the killers made, did you provide Garcia or Rivera with any money for expenses associated with that trip?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And
shout out to Ludacris.
Where did you get the money from to do that?
From Charlie Adelson.
Can you tell us about that? What was What was the context of you getting that money?
Sigfredo would just ask me, hey, I'm going to need some money. I need to go out of town. And I'm like, okay. So then I'd go to Charlie, or I'd be at Charlie's house, and I'll tell him I need some money for the expenses.
And he gave you some money?
Yes, ma'am.
About how much money, if you know?
I can't recall, but it was a couple $100.
So this thing started back in October of 13.
I appreciate that her prison garb that they have for her. She's got a little pocket here on her shirty thing. I would really appreciate that if I was an inmate, because I tell you what, as a female, you know, I love pockets. I love a good pocket. And there's just not like, you have to get really lucky to find something with pockets, right? It's why I wear jeans with pockets, because like, I freaking love pockets. But like a shirt with a pocket, or like a dress with a pocket or whatever, it's like, they're harder to find. And oftentimes they're kind of just like, not, I don't know, practical. And anyway, I'm just saying she could put stuff in there. Now, the things she could put in there are pretty limited because she's in custody, right? So like, what could it be? Like, I don't know. I mean, you can't really have anything. What could you have? Huh? What could she put in that pocket? That's the real question here. What could she put in that pocket?
It doesn't get done until July of.
It does look like
of 14. Is there? Can you describe whether there's any pressure as time is going on and this thing is not getting done?
Trying to remember, like in the beginning of the year, I don't think there was really much. I mean, he's been planting this seed in my head that this needed to get done. This needed to get done. And I guess towards probably around June, July is when he was a little bit more adamant about this job getting done.
Okay. And when you say he, you're talking about who?
Charlie.
Did you ever have any contact with any other Adelson about this job?
No, ma'am.
In the context of, you know, this needs to get done, this pressure getting put on you, is there ever a mention of the mom, Donna, or the divorce situation in the context of getting it done?
At that time, not that I could recall.
Under pressure. Anywho.
We publish.
Yes, please. Don't mind me. I'm just scrolling over here. Yes, that is the prosecutor, Georgia Kappelman, who has been the lead on this case for all of them. And also, again, good friends with Joel Waldman, host of STS. And, you know, the people involved in this case have really become like family, even if they aren't, you know, because, again, it's been going on for so long. So that's why it's like it's a really unique situation, right? Like between the victim's family and the prosecuting attorney's office and everything. And then the people who really have kept the case alive, like, you know, like Ruth Markell, Dan's mother, right? The victim's mother. You know, some families, it's interesting, right? How people have different perspectives in terms of coverage. And again, I guess I should say that people like STS and people like, you know, Mentor Lawyer, I don't think it's fair to say like media, right? Because these are more like actual, you know, Joel Waldman is a journalist, right? That's his background, right? Journalism. But in other words, it's not like somebody from NBC coming up to you with a microphone and badgering you with questions, right? But in other words, they have, Ruth has time and time again come out and said, you know, how much that the family appreciates people like Joel and STS keeping the case alive and covering it, right? And talking to people about it, which is just so funny. It's like the opposite of a gag order, right? They're like, you know, because it's, I don't know, it's like justice for Dan Markell is still not there yet, you know, and it's been so long. So anyway, it's just an interesting thing. So there's like you know, they've got like the charities and memorials and stuff like that surrounding it. And anyway, but yeah, but Georgia, from all accounts, is really cool. Like, you know, just as a person and whatever. And I get that vibe from her. I like that she's not too girly. She's tough. She doesn't take bullshit, which I appreciate.
35, please. Is this you on the left side of the screen?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Oh my
And was
God.
this picture?
And there she is in the middle. That little lady. There she is. Clock is ticking for you, Wendi.
Where was this picture taken?
This was in South Beach. I believe the building that they were living at where Charlie's parents were living at.
Is that the Icon?
I don't think that was the Icon. It was somewhere in First and Ocean.
Okay, so different residence.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And this photo, was this the first time you'd ever met Wendi, or had you already known Wendi before this photo?
I met her one time prior to this because I believe this was in Father's Day. So I met her.
Beach life, like trying to do like a stupid Valley Girl, like hashtag beach life. Like, I don't know, I can't do it. I'm imagining in my head, like the ladies that do this.
Around spring break when I had dinner with her and Jeffrey.
Okay. So the Yardbird restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So this was the second time you'd met her.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a relationship with her outside of her being Charlie's sister?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you communicate with her by phone or through any apps or anything like that?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you receive any communication from her specifically about the homicide?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did Wendi ever give you any money or other gifts?
No, ma'am, she did not.
Did anybody pay you for your part in the murder other than Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am, they did not.
Okay.
All right. And the payments from Charlie Adelson, did those include the checks that were signed by his mother?
So again,
Adelson
thinking about if Donna, right? Like, let's take a look at that question. This is where there's a challenge here if you're the prosecutor, because taking a look at this question, if Donna did go with the strategy of throwing Charlie under the bus, here's one way it could be done.
Any money or other gifts?
No, ma'am, she did not.
Did anybody pay you for your part in the murder other than Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am, they did not.
Donna Adelson, you know, it's like if Donna took the stand, right? You know, and then on direct examination, her attorney could be like, you know, to your knowledge, who's the only person that ever paid Katie Magbanua? Charlie. And she would have to answer Charlie, right? It's like, so you didn't ever pay her any money? No, right? You know, you see what I mean? Like, you can see how the fact that Charlie's the only one that paid her, right? That's great for convicting Charlie, but you could see how that could be used as a strategy for Donna and or Wendi.
All right. And the payments from Charlie Adelson, did those include the checks that were signed by his mother from the Adelson Institute?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Did you perform any jobs?
I'm eating my words, literally eating my words. Nom, 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 nom. Sorry. Literally. See, this is what I'm saying. That brilliant. Georgia, that is what you call planning ahead. She literally, so you're hearing in real time my thoughts. Like, I'm like, here's the trouble with this. Here's where this could be a challenge. Georgia thought the same thing and planned ahead with this follow-up question. Let's hear that again. Brilliant. Well done.
All right. And the payments from Charlie Adelson, did those include the checks that were signed by his mother from the Adelson Institute?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Bam. I mean, beautiful, beautiful. That is a conviction for both, right? Like, or a step towards it anyway, right? Like, she only got paid by Charlie. That implicates him. All right. And the check, the payment was checks signed by Donna. Bam. Bam, bam. Thank you, ma'am.
Was.
Did you perform any job at the Adelson Institute?
No, ma'am, I did not.
You didn't go up there and clean on the weekends?
No, ma'am, I did not.
On the night of the murder, did you go to the defendant's house?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And where was that house, or what house was that?
That was in Whale Harbor in Fort Lauderdale.
All right. And did you get payment for the murder that night?
I believe it was the following morning.
Were you in a panic when you arrived at his house?
Was I in a panic?
In a panic.
I wasn't in a panic, but Charlie was.
Explain that. How was he acting?
When I opened the door, he was kind of frantic and he had a gun in his hand and he was just all over the place.
Was that normal behavior for him?
Not having a gun in his hand, no, ma'am.
All right. Did you know him to have a gun prior to that?
Yes, ma'am. He has a gun safe.
All right. But he just didn't usually carry around in his hand?
Yeah, he's never had it in his hand.
Turn the phone off, please.
My God. Is that June Umchinda in the courtroom again? Wow. Judge Everett. Y'all, anybody who's not seen this happen in trials, this happened just yesterday, we watched it yesterday, the Karen Reed. Yeah, no, the hearing was yesterday, the Karen Reed hearing. But anyway, in terms of in a trial, some judges, if that happens, you may as well be like signing a death certificate. Like it is like, it is bigger than the end of the world for you. Like you are done. It is bad. And usually sometimes you'll see that everybody gets punished, as in, all right, everybody out, or like everyone's gonna have to confiscate their phones, or like, you know, we're turning off the cameras, or like all this other shit, right? It's in some people. Anyway, that I'm surprised. I'm pleasantly surprised, because that was very not over the top. Turn your phone off, please. Wow. Like no one's being punished. No one's being beheaded. No one's being hung at dawn. I'm shocked.
What was he saying to you when he was in this frantic state?
I can't really recall, because he had given me some Xanax, so it was a little blurry that night, and I just fell asleep. I think we both fell asleep. So,
all right, can you tell the jury whether the excitement that he was showing had to do with the murder or something else?
Yes, ma'am. It had to do with that.
Okay. Was anybody else there at his residence when you arrived?
At that day, no, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever see his parents at the residence?
No, I didn't see his parents.
Okay. How was the money packaged when you got it? I think you said you got it the next morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How was it packaged?
It was in a plastic. The money was in a plastic bag, like a Ziploc bag, that was inside a brown bag, and then like a grocery bag over it.
And was the money stapled?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Can you explain how it was stapled? Like what size bills and what increments were stapled together?
I believe it was stapled in, I never counted it, but it was like in a stack, and it was stapled in the corner.
All right. Were they $100 bills or something else?
There were $100 bills, and there was some 20s and 50s.
Okay. And was the money damp?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Explain. Oh my God, I love this.
Jury.
A couple days after that, I went and I opened the bag, and I called Sigfredo, and I told him, I was like, there's mold on this money. And he's like, well, blow dry it. And I was like, but why would there be mold on the money?
Oh my God.
And he says, I don't know, just blow dry it. So I believe his parents or his mom might have washed the money.
Incredible.
Like physically washed the money?
Yes, ma'am.
And why do you think his mom did it?
Because he was always adamant about telling me he didn't have any money in his house. And he told me that his parents had just stopped by right before I got there. So all of a sudden he had money to put in the trunk of my car the
Was
following
the
morning.
money, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
I'm sorry.
Was the money already sorted out and packaged when you first saw it, or was he doing that?
No, it was already stacked and sorted out.
Okay. And did he have to, so he didn't have to go anywhere to get the money. He already had it when you arrived.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any argument that night about the money or the next morning?
With me and Charlie?
Yes.
No.
Did you, I guess you did stay there that night? You may have already said that.
Yes, I fell asleep.
Was there any argument with the defendant at all about anything that night?
No, ma'am. Not that I can recall.
Did you threaten him in any way?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Maybe this time.
Huh. So you'll notice he said objection, maybe go to sidebar. Remember, it's so funny. I referenced this earlier, guys. For anyone who's like, why are you talking so much about this, blah, blah. Like literally, I gave an example of like, I said, sometimes you'll hear somebody object and they won't say that they won't state their grounds, and then they'll go to sidebar. And sometimes that sidebar might become so lengthy, they will actually excuse the jury. Literally that happened. We don't know yet how long the sidebar is, but we heard objection, maybe go to sidebar. And so we will find out what happens. Trial is always exciting. Now, if this was June Umchinda on the stand, she'd be flirting and making eyes at Charlie.
Continue with your examination. May continue with your examination.
Did you, the night that you went to get the money, did you threaten Charlie Adelson in any way?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you try to extort?
Right. So what's interesting, the reason I backed it up is because I was like wondering, sometimes you'll hear when they come back, sometimes you'll hear them restate what their objection is, and then or you'll hear, and then you would hear like what the judge's ruling is, right? In this case, what happened was Dan Rashbaum was, he lost that one, if you will. He said objection, can we go to sidebar? They had their sidebar. And the reason I'm saying he lost that one is because she's asking the exact same question as she was before without rephrasing it. And the judge says you may continue. And so we don't know what the grounds for the objection were because he didn't say it out loud, but he lost that objection because she's continuing with that same question, whatever it was.
Money out of him.
No, ma'am, I did not.
The money that he gave you, is that something that had already been discussed or agreed upon in reference to this homicide?
Well, I believe yes, because it was going to be payment for this.
You weren't, well, were you sent with a message from Sigfredo to tell him he better give it up or else?
No, ma'am.
Did you relay to the defendant that his family was in danger if he didn't give you whatever it was you were asking for?
No, ma'am.
How did Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera get paid for their part in this murder?
That morning, when I woke up, I was like, oh my God, I gotta go. So I drove back down and I was trying to look for Sigfredo and having a hard time that morning. And then eventually I made it to the alleyway of where Luis's building was.
Was that on
North Miami?
Yes.
In like 135th.
Where he lived with Jessica?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
And I was just waiting in the car and all of a sudden Sigfredo just like popped up and got inside the passenger seat.
All right, so they got their money from you.
Popped up like
Yes,
Ashley Jennings would do?
Sigfredo did.
And Rivera got paid as well, didn't he?
Ghost Groundhog?
All right, I want to draw your attention to what we're calling the bump. You know what we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
The bump.
Okay. After the bump and the subsequent conversations were occurring, did you have any contact with any other Adelson about the bump other than Charlie
So
Adelson?
I will say this much. I can tell you right now, the fact that they're already getting to the bump, here's what that tells me. They're very efficient. Like this, well, I already knew this, but I'm just saying, like, because this is a big witness, right? This is a key witness for this case. This is an important witness. But the fact that they're already getting to the bump, they're going to be wrapping up on direct quick soon. Like George is just like, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Like laying it out. This is what happened. Like, there's no like frilling, whatever the fuck. Literally, it's just the facts going through it. It's very, again, sometimes it's nice to have the extra tea, right? But this is very efficient. And I'm just noting that the fact that they're already getting to the bump, they're going to be finished with her direct soon.
So you didn't talk to Wendi about it?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Didn't talk to Harvey or Donna about it?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Right.
On the Dolce Vita meeting, do you recall what meeting I'm referencing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Was that a restaurant that you met Charlie at after the bump?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In that
At the end of the day, I'm trying to think of a voice to do for her, but I don't even know that I can do one. Or, well, I guess I can try to actually like imitate, like, at the end of the day, I can't do it. She speaks too slowly. I can't. I can't. Actually, see, now I'm like, I can't do it without laughing, even if I could do it. So, all right.
meeting, and the jury hasn't heard this yet, but he's saying one of two scenarios. This is one of two scenarios. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What were the one of two scenario? What were the two scenarios?
Interesting. So that was a strategy on her part. Let me point that out. That was so that the jury would perk up. It's like when someone calls your name and you're like, oh, what? Right? And it actually had that effect on me. I was like, oh, what? Listen.
In that meeting, and the jury hasn't heard this yet, but he's
right there. She said the J word. So the jury's like, oh, they're going to perk up.
Saying one of two scenarios. This is one of two scenarios. You remember that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What were the one of two scenarios? What were the two scenarios?
What he was speaking of was probably the FBI or Tato blackmailing.
And by Tato, you mean Rivera?
Luis Rivera, yes, ma'am.
Were you concerned about that as well?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what did you do to try to figure out who it was that had approached Donna Adelson?
I asked Sigfredo.
So he was supposed to be looking into it?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you there whenever he did whatever he did to try to find out who it was?
Was I where?
Were you present when Sigfredo, I guess, went out and talked to people about whether...
No, ma'am, I was not.
Y'all.
Because at that...
Charlie's blinking a lot more. Did anyone else notice that? Like, I don't pay attention to that stuff. Like, I know it's like a part of body. Like, I don't look for that. So if I notice it, because I'm actually not really all that observant, if I notice it, at least to me, it means that it probably was pretty obvious. But in other words, it's panned over to him a bunch of times. It's like his face is always like I mean, it didn't register until now. Like his face is always just his eyes are open, right? Which is why it stood out to me that now he's like blinking a lot.
Whatever he did to try to find out who it was.
Was I where?
Were you present when Sigfredo, I guess, went out and talked to people about whether?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Because at that time, was Rivera in custody?
Yes, ma'am. He was. Yeah, he was already doing his federal sentence, I believe.
So was the concern that maybe some of his associates might have done this?
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe he had run his mouth about it?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you reviewed
your notes?
What I had marked for U.S. States Exhibit 111, the Dolce Vita recording with the transcript attached?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And does the transcript in that exhibit accurately reflect the words that were said at that meeting between yourself and the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Laying the foundation.
When the defendant described the bump to you, strike
it from the record.
When you were speaking
that she didn't answer
with Charlie Adelson and also Sigfredo Garcia about this bump, did you speak in code?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what was the purpose of speaking in code?
That's really important because one of the things that Charlie maintains when he gets his case in chief and all that, like, is like there is no code. And actually I say that even after he's convicted on the jail phone calls, him and Donna laugh about how it's so silly that they thought there was a code. This is so dumb. Like, what were they thinking this was a code? And they really poke fun in a way at the prosecution for suggesting there was a code. So it'd be one thing if they just like saw something and thought it was a code. But this is really interesting to hear the testimony from her that like this was a known thing. Like that's completely different than like, boy, it looks like they're speaking in code, but like, you know, like this is better for the state.
Had to just piggyback with what Charlie was speaking to me in code. So I kind of was like, okay, if he's talking in codes, kind of speaking codes as well.
Was the concern that the calls could be being recorded?
My concern was more that I was at work. So I really didn't want to say any phone numbers out loud or speak of what was going on.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as state's demonstrative A. Have you seen this before? I don't know if you have.
No, ma'am, I have not.
All right. It's got several items listed here as code words with the actual meaning next to them.
Yes,
Would you take a moment to just, and the ones in red are the ones.
Interesting. So this is the demonstrative exhibit. She's not seen it before. That's interesting. So this is something that they've put together on it. You can see it's a piece of paper that of the different words and what they think the words were code for. Okay. And so this is interesting because she's going to be assessing this in real time if this is accurate or not as to her experience. And then she says it's a demonstrative exhibit. What that means is that it's not going to be offered into evidence to go back with the jury. It still has to have, you still have to lay the foundation. Remember, nothing can come in without, unless both sides stipulate, right? Without witness testimony. So she has to, even though she doesn't recognize it, that's fine. If she looks at this and she says, yep, those are the words, blah, blah, right? Then this can be offered as a demonstrative exhibit, which means it's going to be just presented to the jury and the gallery during trial at that moment, but it's not going to be going back with the jury to deliberate. Now, the fact that it's also on a hard copy, like a physical piece of paper, what that means to me is that I love it. It means that there's one of these, first of all, and that the way that this will be presented to the jury, if it gets to be presented to the jury and to the gallery, is it's going to be put on the Elmo. And you guys know I love the Elmo.
Used by you, the ones in yellow are used by Charlie Adelson.
Okay.
Will you review this exhibit and just tell me if it's accurate as far as what the code means?
What is the behind the fence thing? Is that a code for something? Y'all and your inside jokes. Well, we've got another inside joke now.
Yes, ma'am, it's accurate.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to make use of state's demonstrative A.
I guess my summoning worked, but it was late, delayed. So I was summoning you, Heather, earlier. A whole other world. So now she has to show it to the defense counsel, right? And as you can see, he's literally holding it and he's pointing at it like he's got some problem, of course. I'm actually a pretty good driver too. I will say though, I don't have much experience with parallel parking. That's because I've never lived anywhere where that's necessary.
You can go ahead and make those notes.
I mean, I'm pretty good with the 3-point turns, but also I drive a Prius, so. I tend to speed a lot. That's my biggest thing. I like to go fast. Interesting. So now that's interesting. So that's Georgia. She's talking to Charlie. That is very interesting. You don't see that very often. So again, this is a demonstrative exhibit. Interesting. She's conferring with Charlie. Huh. Look at this. Guys, this is the prosecutor. This is a moment here. So this is the demonstrative exhibit of the code words, according to the state, of what they think these words are and what they think they mean, okay? And this is a demonstrative exhibit that they just, or say that they offered, and they said, okay, they showed it to Katie, and they showed it to defense counsel, and we don't know what they said. But now she is discussing it with Charlie, I guess, to see if he's okay with it. I mean, just like as if it's like in other words, what this is just so unusual because this is like cooperation. You guys see what I mean? Like, that is Georgia Kappelman talking directly to the defendant, holding the exhibit. That floors me right there. Wow. But talk about, like, that is a great example, though, of wanting to present as a prosecuting attorney, to present, to be fair. Like, this is not even required, right? This is like more than fair, right? Like gonna see if the defendant himself is okay with it. Like, or I don't know. It just blows my mind. You literally, let me just say this. What you never, ever see is the prosecutor talking to the defendant unless they're cross-examining them if they take the stand. This is highly, I mean, unusual to say the least. It's like, wow. It's like not adversarial, right? Wait, why did who testify? Oh, are you talking about Katie on the stand? Yeah, because, I mean, according to her, at the beginning of her testimony, what she said that the reason she's testifying is because, well, first of all, she was, regardless of whether there's a deal or not in place, right? If you're, okay, how to put this? Regardless of if someone is in custody or not, regardless if someone's an inmate or not, or convicted or not, or there's a deal or not, if you're a witness of any kind and you get a subpoena, you have to appear. Okay. So that's one thing. But the other factor is, like, while they can, you know, the phrase, you can bring a horse to water, or yeah, you can bring a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Okay. Like, you can subpoena a witness, right? But you can't force them to say certain things. And that's especially true when you're dealing with people who maybe are involved in certain things, especially if there's if the case is ongoing, right? Like, because you can't. Now, again, for her, she's already convicted, which is one of the reasons why that helps, because if her case was still ongoing, it would be a problem. So, because then she would still have the Fifth Amendment right. She could say, I plead the Fifth, right? But that's where, you know, where the plea, the incentive comes in. If they make a plea, if they give them something like that, like dangling a little carrot, because that would be like, okay, we know we can subpoena you here, but we can't, like, force you to actually talk. Like, for great example, in the Young Thug, the YSL RICO trial, probably none of you guys watched that, but there's a great example in that trial of this defendant. I think he's a rapper named Lil Woody. Okay. He was supposed to be the state's, by the way, the state lost that. It was a huge disaster. He was supposed to be their star witness, and the state spent for fucking ever on this case. That jury was impaneled for almost a year. If maybe it was actually a year. I'm not joking. Like, this case was a huge catastrophe. And so Lil Woody was supposed to be like their star witness. Okay. Now, Lil Woody had been charged with something, I don't even remember what. And, like, he's incarcerated, he's in custody, but also they made a deal with him with, like, you know, a reduced sentence or whatever the case may be. And part of it is he has to testify, and he has to testify basically to certain things. And that's part of, like, the deal. Okay. And well, Woody would get on the stand and he's like, I don't want to talk to you guys. Y'all coerced me. Y'all threatened me. I mean, it was incredible. He literally, him and the prosecutor just fought. It was a complete shit show in all the best ways. And it was a mess. It was a complete and utter mess. And so even in that situation, as an example, you can still give them a little carrot, as I say, and they can still really do whatever they want. Now, of course, there's issues with like if you hold them in contempt of court. It just depends on what the deal that's been worked out. Now, of course, they're going to have their attorney present. But anyway, so in other words, regardless of what Katie wants or doesn't want to do, if she's subpoenaed, she has to go. And she was subpoenaed, right? Of course, every witness is subpoenaed. So that's why they're there. So she was subpoenaed. However, in terms of providing truthful and honest testimony, right? You can't put the words in her mouth, right? That would be a leading question, right? So, but she gave her explanation at the beginning of her testimony as to why she is doing this. And her explanation was because she wants the truth to come out and she wants justice for the victim's family. And the thing is that actually resonates and is in line with what she said at the end of her proffer when, literally she was saying like, this isn't right. Like the Adelsons need to be held accountable and this is not right. And it's not right for the victim's family and they deserve closure. And so, that rings true, especially because we know there's no incentive. So really, it really is a matter of wanting justice. Like, in other words, there's people who should be punished essentially that aren't, right? Like that's what she's saying. That's what she's literally saying. So yes. It was a real bear. The bear was real. The bear was real. Shout out to the bear. I'm a good driver, though. I'm a good driver. And I'm not as far as like the high heels, I'm not a heel wearer. I'm a combat boot wearer. Like literally at the very moment. Like I love myself some Doc Martens. So if I have anything with a heel, it's a chunky heel that also is like functional with like tread for like not slipping on things and whatnot. Because again, accident prone, Not a stiletto. Sorry, I'm just laughing at even the thought. There was one time where I attempted to wear something like that, and it was during my master's violin recital. This is actually pretty fucking funny, real quick. So when I was in college, I wore combat boots under all of my fancy recital dresses for violin. Like, I had like all kinds of fancy dresses. And I wore either combat, depending on the season of the year and how warm it was. I wore either combat boots or I wore my hiking sandals. Because the dresses were long enough and I was like, no one's going to see my feet anyway, right? Well, eventually, when I was doing my master's, my violin teacher, who I love, was like, okay, maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to actually wear like dress heels. You know what I mean? Maybe it's time. Just because it's like, let's just be, I think she was trying to be very kind about like, can we be a little bit more, I don't want to say professional, because again, no one could really see the shoes, but I get it. I get why she said that. So I was like, okay. So I was like, fine. So I like wear my combat boots, to the recital hall. And I bring a pair of some sort of heel thing that I didn't wear ever, except for this one time. Didn't practice it. Probably should have practiced it. Anyway. And then I have my dress on and then I put the heel on, right? And literally I go out on stage and during the first song, right? I'm not joking. Like this guy's is insane. So like the first song was one that was like really, really quiet where it's like, there's like really quiet moments. It's actually, it was a modern piece of music. If any of you guys saw the movie, There Will Be Blood, there's the soundtrack for that includes this piece of music called Fratres by a composer named Arvo Pärt. And it's in the movie, it's a cello, but it was originally written for violin. This is the piece of music I was playing. So there's parts where it's very still and quiet. And it's like it's hard to explain if you haven't heard it. Anyway, but here's my point. So I got there in these stupid heels because Dr. B was like, let's be more professional. And like, I got my combat boots backstage, right? And I'm playing, this is the first piece, right? So the audience is quiet and I'm playing it. And it's like one of those like quiet moments where it's like harmonics and like, mysterious type of thing or whatever. And so, I'm having to go really slow with the bow. And so it's one of those things where like, if a pin had dropped in that hall, you would have heard it. It was like that type of thing. Okay. That vibe. And everyone's like listening. Right. And I'm like, you have to be really still. And I'm not even kidding. During that moment, and this is right at the beginning of the piece, first song of the recital, I'm standing still and I'm playing this long, slow, quiet note and I fall over. Why? Because I was wearing the stupid heels. Can you imagine how mad I was? I fell over. And it's the only mistake I made in the recital. And what you hear me fall over. You hear the shoes go clunk, 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 clunk on the stage. And then you hear my bow bounce on the string, bounce, bounce. So the note bounces. You can literally hear it. So what did I do after that song? I went backstage and I threw the stupid heels off and I put my combat boots back on and I marched back out on stage. And after the recital, the first thing I did is I went up to Dr. B, my teacher, and I said, Dr. B, I'm never wearing heels again. She was laughing and she was like, you know what? I should never have second guessed you. Keep wearing the combat boots. I'm glad you think it's funny, guys. I'm glad you guys are laughing. That's good. Yeah, your dog and me have something in common with that one. No, I wish it was in time. It was it was awful. I was mortified because it was like, God damn it, when you work so hard and it's like, and right at the beginning. But one of the things you have to practice as a musician in those situations is getting over it, right? Because it'd be really easy for like that to ruin, these recitals are 2 hours long, right? So you have something like that happen in the first 20 seconds. Imagine if then the rest of it goes downhill, right? So it's like in that moment, right? Like I fall over, right? The bow bounces and it's like, and then you have to just stay in the moment and let it go. And it takes a lot of, that is a whole other skill set in and of itself. But if you don't do that, you're fucked. You've just wasted, years of your life preparing for this recital because now you've just thrown it away. So you have to be able to just in the moment. And the thing is this, the audience probably wouldn't have known, although if the audience just heard it, they might not everyone might have really known. The problem is that they all saw me fall over, which I guess is okay, because at least they know it's not like I just made a mistake. Like they saw me fall over. I have another quick funny story though. So the previous year, I was doing for my undergrad, I was doing my senior violin recital. No, sorry. I was doing my junior violin recital. No, wait. I was doing my sophomore violin recital. Sorry. I have to remember what I was wearing. It was freshman year, actually. It was my freshman year of college, freshman recital. So I was doing my freshman recital and I was playing the Bach Chaconne, which is the greatest piece of music ever written. And was one of those things that was like a lifetime bucket list goal of mine that I thought I would never achieve. And I played it in my recital freshman year of college. And, so it's like a ton of pages of music and there's no good places for page turns. So this is another good one, guys. So it takes like 8 music stands, okay, for this because it's all the pages and they have to be all spread out. And it's solo violin. There's no piano or anything. It's just the violin. So like there's no rest where you can turn page. So part of the thing is you need an assistant, right? To set up your stands for you for that piece. Because usually and because of what's going to happen that I'm going to tell you about, I only ever performed it from memory since then. And in fact, I just made a commitment to myself to pretty much only ever perform from memory because of this. But anyway, most people will use music for this piece because of the nature of it. So anyway, so I don't know how this happened, but I enlisted my dad. And my dad has the same tendencies he's passed away, sadly, but same tendencies as being just clumsy, like accident prone, type of thing. Okay. So, so I'm backstage and it's time for the Boxicone, right? Like, again, like my lifetime goal type of thing, right? I'm backstage. And so my dad, and it's all quiet. So, you know, when you're backstage, the audience is like, they're really excited. They're like, they don't know, you know, what time, when are you going to come out? Like how long it's going to take? And like, what's the next piece? Like, it's like a suspenseful moment and everybody's real quiet again, right? You can hear a pin drop. You can hear a pin drop moment. So my dad was tasked with lining up these music stands and then spreading my music out for me so that I can come out with my violin, take a bow, and play the song. Oh my God. So imagine 8 music stands lined up all in a row with music on it. Okay. And the pages are in order. And that's important for me as the violinist. They're in order. Okay. And it's like whatever, 16 pages or whatever it is. Bless my dad's heart. He gets it all lined up and I'm because I know he's so accident prone. I'm watching him. There's a little window. I'm backstage and there's this little window and I'm watching him through the window. Like, because I know that something could go wrong. Oh my God. So he gets it all lined up and I'm like, okay, great, perfect, wonderful. And great. We're all good. You know, I'm not even worried about playing the music. I'm just like, let's just get this lined up correctly, please. And so he gets it all lined up and he goes to walk, you guys, he goes to walk away. Right. And it's like, okay, we're in the clear. He goes to walk away. And somehow, can you guys see what's coming next? Somehow, I don't know how, only he could do it or me. I could also, something like this could happen to me. I don't know how. He's going to walk away and somehow, I don't know if it's a foot. Oh my God. He can't even get the words out. He catches, and these are these big, heavy metal, by the way, big, heavy metal music stands. They're weighty, and they're metal. And the stage is wooden. And remember, you can hear a pin drop. And there's all these pages spread out. Somehow his foot or something catches one of the music stands and a domino effect. Oh my God. I wish this had been on camera. It was not on camera, which is such a shame. A domino effect. So one stand goes knocking over and it knocks over the next stand, which knocks over the next stand, which knocks over the next stand, all the way down. Bang, bang, bang. And all of the sheet music goes flying in the air. And it was so loud and it made a mess all over the stage. And it was like a complete disaster. And it was really funny. And I'm pretty sure the whole audience laughed. And of course, a lot of people there knew him because he was really well known in the jazz community. Kind of like somewhat of a legend. So a lot of people knew him and adored him. And so it was laughing out of like good-hearted. It wasn't like laughing at him. It was like laughing with him. I was laughing. Well, I was laughing until I realized my music was all out of order. Let's put it that way. So then he had to do it again. And then I'm pretty sure when he got it the second time, everybody clapped, which he deserved it. And then he goes and sits down. And then I remember I came out on stage and it was all, things were up, but all the pages were out of order. So then I had to go and rearrange all the pages and put them in order. Anyway. Wait, what did you see in your head, Heather? So, you know, shout out to my dad, but, yeah. Oh God. All right. We can figure out, but again, this is awesome, right? What we've got on the screen here. The cooperation and not the trying to, you know, trick somebody or, you know, like treating the defendant fairly, right? This is above and beyond. This is not even required, but this is the opposite of like trying to trap them or whatever. This is just, I really appreciate it. So yeah. Stop. Yeah. Right. I remember when that happened. Yes. That's like me with the heels on for sure. And he has boots, but he won't wear them. That's right. Right. Yeah. So your dog with the cold paws and no boots is like me with the heels, and me with the boots is like me not falling over. Your dog with the boots is not happening. No. Wow. All right. So with cooperation from Charlie, she said, may I publish? And she may.
All right. So the first one we have is $65.70. And again,
wow.
These calls yet, when you were talking to Sigfredo Garcia about $65.
I was going to pull my square thing down, but I realized that's pointless because the law and crime logo covers up literally what my square thing does anyway. So, she'll scroll it. And again, remember what I said about the Elmo? How do we know? You can see her fingertips because Elmo. Shout out to the Elmo.
Sense. Were you referring to the undercover phone number?
That's so cute.
Okay. And then when you're talking to Charlie about an agent, were you talking about, it seems like you're talking about real estate agent, but are you talking about the undercover agent that approached his mother?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And the CD,
so she's confirming all
was
this.
that reference to a recording that the Adelsons made of their contact with the undercover?
A recording of their contact with them?
Yes.
That they were being recorded?
No, that they called the undercover.
Yes, ma'am.
And recorded it.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever actually hear that?
Here's the Elmo himself, right there to George's right. They have a newfangled one too, and a newer one, a newer model Elmo. Shout out to the Elmo.
Recording?
No, ma'am, not until my trial.
And then
freaking love the Elmo. I want the Elmo.
There's a lot of discussion about this client or this tenant. You need to find out if this is going to be a good tenant or a bad tenant.
Yes, ma'am.
Was the tenant this person, if it really was a blackmailer, this thug that's somehow affiliated with Rivera?
Yes, ma'am.
I do have a laminating.
The false lead or the phishing. What is that? What did that mean? There's a lot of discussion about, I hope it's just somebody phishing. You remember that?
From the phone calls?
Yes, this is all from the phone call.
Yes, ma'am.
It was one of the two scenarios that it could be law enforcement.
Yes, ma'am. But this was Charlie basically saying this the whole time. He's the one who's coming up with all the scenarios.
Okay, but when he's talking about the scenarios, he's talking about phishing.
Did y'all see Charlie's face? He's like laughing and shaking his head. Look at that. Wow.
Scenarios.
Okay, but when he's talking about the scenarios, he's talking about phishing.
Yes,
He
ma'am.
doesn't say law enforcement phishing.
No, ma'am.
He says it could be, a tenant or a patient or something like that.
Anything but what?
Judge, I'm just going to check the lead. Please rephrase your question.
Ms. Kappelman, sustained.
The listing or the properties.
I think that was Judge Everett feeling kind of sorry for him because those were not really what leading. I mean, I don't know. It's not like that's any. It's not like that's just done anything to make it any more of a challenge for her or anything like that. It's just funny. Again, this is that. Like, what am I talking about? That to me is an example of. Dan Rashbaum, right? The defense attorney, probably wanting to stop her flow, right? I don't know. I might be giving him too much credit, which I feel like I've done before. It could just be that he's making an objection because he feels like he needs to say something. That might be what it is. But sometimes those are done if you're trying to interrupt their flow, right? Or throw them off their game, for example, right? That was a dumb objection. But also, I think the other thing too with Judge Everett sustaining it is like, what do they say? Like throw a dog a bone or whatever the saying is. I don't know. I always butcher sayings, but like, give him a little, because again, it was not an important objection. It was a dumb objection and it doesn't make any difference to Georgia because it was an irrelevant, dumb objection. And because it was not a material objection, there was no point in fighting over it. And also like, that's also something that you'll see where you gotta, these judges, they have to give like, wait a second. It's a good idea to give some wins to the defense, right? Especially if it's something, again, that's not material like this was. Because it's just important, even if it's just important for Dan Rashbaum to feel like he's keeping his confidence up or whatever, so that he can represent his client and feel like he's doing a good job. You know, I don't know. Hopefully that makes some sort of sense to you guys with how that objection went down.
What did that refer to?
About the paperwork. It's pretty accurate. Yes, the listing, because I worked in a real estate agency at that time. So he was just telling me, look into the listing. Oh, this will be a good investment. So it was really Charlie saying all these words.
What's the good and what might the good investment have been?
If he had a good lead.
If it was a blackmailer,
yes,
that it could pay off.
Objection, Your Honor, leading. Overruled.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the trade-off, right? See, now he actually made one that was important to him. Right? This was actually a more important objection. And he stood up and made a big fuss about it, and it was overruled.
It is.
All right.
No, this is where you have to just pick your objections wisely.
There it is. The paperwork, what was that?
That was the paper that was handed to his mom by the undercover.
On the Dolce restaurant meeting, we see Charlie Adelson pull out a piece of paper. Was that the actual piece of paper that was handed to his mother?
I believe so. I just never saw it. He never showed it to me.
Okay. Did he give you a phone number off of that piece of
He did. That was that phone number that we just can't seem to get right. The 6570.
That phone number was
at any time after I talked about the night of the money that you got the money. But at any time after that, did you ever blackmail Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you ever threaten him in any way?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you relay any threats on behalf of Sigfredo Garcia?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did anyone ever make you extort any money or other favors out of Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to make a guess. Oh, Joel. There's Joel. Joel from SDS. There's Joel. There he is. Shout out to Joel. He's probably on his phone. He's like addicted to his phone. Like that's in his own words, he would say. There's Mentor Lawyer. Shout out to Mentor Lawyer. I was going to make a guess though. My guess is she's got 3 questions left. Let's just see.
Before the murder, had you bragged to Garcia and or Rivera about my new rich boyfriend?
I didn't even know he had money like that.
Well, I mean,
he had a good job and, he had a nice house, but I wasn't aware of how much money he has.
Okay. But he definitely had more than Sigfredo Garcia.
Oh, yes, ma'am, he did.
Okay. And did you brag to Garcia like, oh, I got a new, better guy?
I'm pretty sure he saw that I was happy and I was, going out to dinners and hanging out with him. So.
Okay. But did you tell them specifically he's got a lot of money?
No, I did not.
Did you tell them specifically?
No, I was wrong. She went into another line of questioning. It seemed like she was wrapping up, but she went into another line of questioning.
Got this issue with his sister's ex-husband.
I believe I mentioned it. Yes, okay. I did.
And when you talked to them about he's got this issue with the sister's ex-husband, was that in the context of hiring them to do the murder or just in
general?
Okay. So they were aware that he had this issue.
Well, Sigfredo was, yes.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Rivera about it?
No, I did not.
Okay. And when you talked to Sigfredo about it, did he ever say, well, I think I'll just drive to Tallahassee and kill the guy or anything like that?
No, ma'am, he did not.
Is that something he would have mentioned to you if that was his idea?
Sigfredo doesn't say a lot of things to me, and he likes to keep a lot of things away from me. So
that's really funny. That's consistent with what she said in her proffers, right? Remember how I joked about the baby daddy drama and the lack of communication and how that's terrible and blah, blah. I joked about it because she kept, sometimes she would go into the relationship and all that, whatever. But she did say that, like, that is consistent, that he didn't talk to her. He kept things away from her. He didn't, so anyway.
He would have never asked me that or told me that.
Consistent.
Okay. But in this case, I guess, okay. So is it possible that Sigfredo and Rivera came to Tallahassee and did this killing without any communication from you or Charlie Adelson, just on their own?
No, ma'am.
And then extorted Charlie Adelson through you to get.
She was about to say like I wish I could have heard her answer. That would be blah blah, because that was basically that's what Charlie's theory is, right? Like, and it makes no sense that they would go and do it on their own. So that's why she's asking that question. But you could see her reaction to that was like literally what mine is, which is like, that would make literally no sense, right? They had, so.
Get money because they had killed the guy.
No, that'd be impossible.
Oh,
How would they have any information?
Aha.
Well, they could have seen it on the internet.
No.
This is smart. She's actually offering ways. She's playing devil's advocate with her own questioning of like, is that like to be like, literally, is there any way that this could have happened? It's like, no. So.
When you were talking about Wendy's husband and the problems with him to Sigfredo Garcia, I know you've already said this, but I just want to be crystal clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you say the name Dan Markel?
No, ma'am. I never knew Dan Markel's name.
How was the name Dan Markel, the location and name of the target for this killing, provided to the killers?
I believe it was all the information that was given to Sigfredo, which I got from Charlie, was all in that paper.
Paper provided by this defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
The only possible
inside the envelope.
This is okay. This is going to be the wrap. This is going to be the last couple questions, I think, because this is the point. All the information. Remember earlier we had the money was provided, right? The money, and then also connecting that to Donna. But here, all the information was provided from Charlie. She never knew Dan's name. Yeah, wrapping it up neatly here.
May I have a moment to confer?
That might be the very last question then. How funny. I should have made my guess earlier. That's probably her last.
Cross-examination.
And it is her last question. On to cross we go. Let's do a swoop, guys. Let's do a Wendi swoop / Glenn swoop. And they might be one and the same. We don't know yet.
I have that skirt.
Sorry, didn't mean to do it twice. Okay. That's what she said? No. That's what somebody said.
Now, you were arrested and charged with the murder of Professor Markel on October 1, 2014. I'm sorry, 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
Almost immediately, the state...
In most jurisdictions, you are allowed to lead on cross-examination. Florida, at least in some specific trials, I've noticed that certain courts, and by court, I mean judges, have their own sort of preferences where they don't let you lead on cross and they don't let you ask questions on cross that are beyond the scope of direct. However, in 99.9%, I would say, of trials and cases, on cross-examination, you're allowed to lead and you're allowed to ask questions that go beyond the scope of direct examination. So,
talked to your lawyers and offered you full immunity, a get out of jail free card, right?
I don't know if that was immediately.
Pretty soon after you got arrested, you were offered to cooperate against Charlie Adelson and the other Adelson.
So do you guys remember when we were trying to figure out the deal they offered her? Do you guys remember that? We just got the answer. A get out of jail free card, full immunity, no time. Hold on. Hold the fuck on. Hold the fuck on. My guess was like 10 years or 15 years. Hold the fuck on.
And charged with the murder of Professor Markel on October 1, 2014. I'm sorry, 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
Almost immediately, the state talked to your lawyers and offered you full immunity, a get out of jail free card, right?
Oh my God. No time. Wow. Wrap your head around that. They offered her full immunity as in no time for cooperating. And she turned it down. Now, I remember there were rumblings that she wanted to do this and her attorney talked her out of it. But fuck if I can understand that for the life of me, because what attorney would do that? Like, this doesn't even sound like a plea deal as in plead guilty, right? That's not what this sounds like. Full immunity with a get out of jail free card. What that sounds like is we're not going to charge you with anything if you cooperate. As in, because what I was thinking initially was like, well, maybe it was because it's like, you know, well, if you're still a convicted felon, like let's say you don't have to serve, let's say that they're like, yeah, you can serve 1 year, but you have to plead guilty, blah. Like, well, now you've got a felony on your record, like, you know, but anyway, I just talked myself out of that because I was like, wait, hang on. That's not even what it is. She wouldn't have anything on her record. It would be like, I don't understand. There's no downside.
I don't know if that was immediately.
Pretty soon after you got arrested,
Full
you were
immunity.
offered to cooperate against Charlie Adelson and the other Adelsons, and you would get to go home to your kids, right?
Oh,
yes, sir.
My God.
And your lawyers told you about that offer.
Y'all, no jail time. What?
Sorry, they did.
You also saw an interview on TV while you were in jail in which one of the prosecutors mentioned this immunity offer, right?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
You have 2 kids who are your world, right?
Yes, sir.
If you took the state's deal, then you would have been let out of jail immediately, right? That's what your lawyers told you.
If I took their deal, yes, sir.
But you didn't take the offer.
No, I didn't.
Instead, you stayed in jail for 3 years before your first trial, right?
Yes, sir.
You stayed in jail through COVID after your first trial hung.
Yes, sir.
You still didn't cooperate. Still, the deal was still open, right?
Well, the deal was to give up Charlie.
And you couldn't do that.
Because in order to give up Charlie, I had to give up Sigfredo, the father of my children. So I couldn't do that.
So while you're in jail, sitting in jail, during COVID, you knew there was still a deal possibility open for you, right? You could still take a deal. Your lawyers told you that.
Before COVID, after my mistrial?
Yes.
I believe so.
And you still didn't take the deal, right?
No.
And Charlie Adelson didn't force you to take the deal, not take the deal, right?
No, I had no communication with Charlie.
He didn't pay for your attorneys.
Wow.
He didn't pay for my attorneys, but there was word that my brother declined him paying for my attorneys. I
Ma'am,
had anything to do with him.
I know you have an agenda here, but just answer my questions.
Yes, sir.
Did Charlie Adelson pay for your attorneys?
No, sir, he did not.
Did anyone in the Adelson family pay for your attorneys?
No, sir.
Wow.
Did anyone in the Adelson family pay any money to your kids?
No, sir.
You had nothing to do with Charlie Adelson, right? After the bump.
No, sir, I did not.
Now, the real reason you didn't cooperate, and you made it clear, is because Charlie Adelson had absolutely nothing to do with the murder of Professor Markell. Isn't that the case?
I didn't cooperate because in order to give up Charlie, I'd have to give up Sigfredo.
Well, let's talk about the testimony in your first trial. And don't worry, we're going to get to your proffers as well.
Okay.
But let's talk about the testimony in your first trial. You were asked, did you get the father of your children, Mr. Garcia, to commit a murder on behalf of Mr. Charlie Adelson? Answer, no, ma'am. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, sir.
You were asked, do you have information that Charlie Adelson was involved in this? Answer, do I have information? I don't have personal information. Do you recall that?
No, sir, I do not.
You don't recall saying that in your first trial?
No, sir, I do not.
Would you like to see a transcript of it?
Yes, I will.
Lines 1 through 5. That refresh your recollection that that's
Yes.
what you said?
Yes, sir, it does.
During your second trial, do you recall being asked, Charlie didn't ask you to do anything weird? Answer, no, ma'am. Like get someone to get a hitman to commit a murder of his ex-brother-in-law? No, ma'am. Do you recall those questions and that answer?
Yes, sir, I do.
Because you couldn't implicate Charlie, you went to trial, and the first trial hung. Isn't that the case?
Yes, sir.
A few weeks before your second trial, Charlie was arrested.
Yes,
Isn't that the case?
Yes, sir.
The state waited and waited and waited for you to cooperate, and then they arrested him on the eve of your trial when you made it clear you weren't going to cooperate, right?
Yes, sir.
So you went to trial the second time, and this time you were convicted.
Yes, sir.
And you were convicted of first-degree murder and other charges, right?
Yes, sir.
A few weeks after your conviction, you were sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus another 30 years. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you were transferred from the jail in Leon County to the state prison where you would spend the rest of your life, right?
Yes, sir.
Away from your family.
Yes, sir.
away from your children.
Yes, sir.
And you realize that there are only 2 ways to get out of that prison, right?
Wow.
What are the 2 ways?
Well, one way was in a coffin.
Well, this is the defense attorney. This is cross-examination. This is the defense attorney. But in terms of the state, though, this case is ongoing. Like, so they are seeking new charges against separate unindicted co-conspirators, but they can't seek anything new against Katie. She's already been convicted, and you can't be charged for the same offense, you know? So, yeah, I mean, but yeah, this is the defense. This is Dan Rashbaum from this is the defense attorney. So, yeah.
Right?
Yes, sir.
And the other way was cooperating against Charlie Adelson, right?
No, sir. I wanted the truth to finally come out.
What are the only 2 ways that you can ever get out of prison, Miss Magbanua?
My appeal?
Oh, well, we'll get to that too. You have an appeal pending right now, right?
Yes, sir.
That claims that you're innocent.
Yes, sir.
But let's just make this clear to the jury. Ms. Kappelman has called you as a witness against this man who's presumed innocent. You've just testified that you did a murder, and you have an appeal pending right now in this county.
Look at him go.
Claiming you're innocent.
So,
isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And lo and behold, weeks after you were convicted and sentenced to life with no parole, you went in and met with the state, right?
Yes, sir.
And you met with them not once, but twice.
Yes, sir.
And you met with them for hours.
Yes, sir.
I'm kind of surprised.
Combined total of around 6 hours, right?
I'm kind of surprised he was allowed to get in. Look at that pause. Get into her appeal. Because, yeah, I don't know. And the state didn't object. I wonder if that's on purpose. Like, that could be a strategy. And here's what we will learn. We will learn, you know, the saying, again, I always butcher sayings. You know, where they say the saying, they're like, give somebody enough rope to hang themselves, right? Remember, like I said, I keep saying, objections, right? They're a strategy. Things can be objectionable, and you have to choose, do you want to object or not? To me, so far, a lot of what he's been saying, I'm like, this is objectionable. This is objectionable. This is objectionable. Why aren't they objecting? And I think we will figure out their strategy, by they, I mean the state, when they come back on a redirect, because on redirect, here's the deal, guys. This is how it works. Remember, like I said, on cross, you have wider latitude to go into things that weren't asked on direct. Like all this was not on direct, right? So on cross, he's got this, so giving them enough rope to hang themselves, right? He can go into different things. Now on redirect, you can only redirect on what was brought up in cross exam. So it's a gamble, right? Because the more he goes into on cross, he knows that it's giving the state more they can go into on a redirect. But here's my point. The whole thing of like the enough rope to hang yourself thing, it could be that the reason the state is not objecting is because they want him to ask all these questions and go on with what he's doing. And then they're going to come back on redirect and they have a plan with it. And if he doesn't get to ask these questions, for example, if they object, right, then they can't redirect on it. So let's see what happens.
Yes, sir.
Now, we're going to get into that and all the lies that Ms. Kappelman didn't go through with you that you made during those interviews, but let's go back to the first trials first.
I mean, objection argumentative for starters. This is a lot.
Okay. In each of those trials, you took the stand for your own defense, right?
Yes.
And you can
took the same
they're not even concerned one bit. So they've got a plan, I would think.
oath and look at different jurors the same way that you look today, right?
Yes, sir.
And in your second trial, not only did you take an oath in this room, but isn't it true that you tried to get Sigfredo to lie for you?
No, sir, I did not.
Isn't it true that you were caught on a recording in the prison in which you were going to have Sigfredo Garcia come into your trial, your second trial, and say that he did the murder with Charlie Adelson all by himself?
No, sir.
You never were on a recording of
Never
that
said
fact.
that.
Your plan at your second trial wasn't to have Sigfredo Garcia testify on your behalf?
No, sir.
Are you aware that your lawyer opened up on that plan
No,
in her
sir.
opening?
No.
Well, did you sit through the trial?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you sit through the trial when she said to the jury, you're going to hear from Sigfredo Garcia, who's going to say that the murder was between him and Charlie Adelson, and that you're just a victim of having bad taste in men?
He never came up.
He refused to come and testify, right?
I don't know if he refused. He was never called.
Are you aware that you and your lawyer subpoenaed him to come down to Leon County to testify on your behalf?
He was subpoenaed, but he just never showed up.
And he didn't show
Never
up?
took the stand.
Right. He was subpoenaed by you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you got on the phone with him. You were caught because you're not supposed to talk to each other, right?
Yes, sir.
But you guys talk to each other because what you do is you call his mom, right?
Yes, sir.
And he calls his mom. Isn't that what you all do?
At that time, yes, sir.
Yeah, you call each other so that you could talk to each other through the mom.
And objection argumentative, objection compound. I think that even some of they could have even objected because some of this was like maybe attorney-client privilege, getting into her attorney's decisions. I don't know. But again, they're not objecting and there's a reason. So we'll see.
And during one of those calls, you asked him to come testify on your behalf. Isn't that what you did?
No, I did not ask him.
Okay. Well, we'll move on to some other lies.
Objection argumentative. Wow.
During your first trial, you were asked, you didn't ask Mr. Garcia to help this lady get her kids back in Tallahassee. Answer, no, ma'am. You didn't solicit him to commit a murder of Dan Markel. Answer, no, ma'am. Do you recall those questions and answers?
Yes, sir.
You were asked, well, back then, did you know someone by the name of Dan Markel? Answer, no, ma'am. In 2014, you learned that Wendi Adelson's divorce was already finalized, right? I learned that in court. I didn't know it before. Do you remember those words? Those were lies, right?
Yes, I lied in my trials to save myself.
We'll keep going. You lied when you said that Charlie told you that.
Another thing too, remember, is like it could be part of the strategy is that, you know, what do you guys think? Is she coming across to you, if you were on this jury world, does she come across to you as someone who's being honest and, you know, whatever, to where, in other words, when you compare, part of the thought here could be that they just want him to look like a dick, right? Does he look like a dick to you? Compare, like, and again, he would look like more of a dick if you've got someone who is cooperating, taking responsibility, being honest, right? Like if she was like giving it back, you know, or being snotty or whatever, sassy, I don't know, being whatever, right? Getting agitated or anything, it would be a bit different. But because she's not getting any of that, she's like, if he seems like a bully, let's put it that way. If he seems like a bully, jury's not going to like him. If they like her and he seems like a bully.
Professor Markel had been in an accident, right?
I lied that. Say it again, sir.
Well, I'll ask you the questions. Do you remember
in case you missed it, just a few minutes ago, we learned that she was offered full freaking immunity, as in go home. Remember we were talking about how much we were trying to figure out her deal, right? And I was guessing maybe 10, 15 years. They offered her full immunity and a quote unquote, get out of jail free card. Go home to your kids. Go home. No charges. So not like, in other words, not plea deal, full immunity is what they said, is what he said anyway, Dan Rashbaum. So in other words, if it was a plea deal, it would have been phrased differently. Like, for example, a plea deal, you go home because of time served, and that would mean you were charged with a lesser crime. That's not what it sounded like at all. It sounded like you go home and you never get charged.
Having a conversation with Charlie Adelson about his brother-in-law being in an accident. Does that sound familiar to you? It sounds familiar. Yeah, that was a lie, right?
No, that's what Charlie said.
He told you that he was in an accident. He'd tell you that there was a murder.
No, well, that was before though. So that deal. So in her proffers and whatnot that we watched, that was long after her trial, and that deal was in 2016. So like that, yeah, she turned that deal down on, like, I think, what did they say, the eve of, I can't remember now. They talked about it earlier, but yeah, I mean, they offered that. But once you say no and you don't do it, it's like, and once you're convicted, the reward is, there's no way. I mean, the only possibility would be something like a governor doing a gubernatorial pardon or whatever, which, it's just like one of those things where you'd have to go through some other process, but it can't come from the prosecuting attorney's office. Yeah, I would agree with that assessment, Tonka, that there's a part of her that feels like she deserves the punishment. I agree. So that's taking accountability. That's taking responsibility. You know, I think that's how I would understand that. So again, when you see that, right, and that's okay. Like, I think if you're a juror, right, that's way better than somebody who's like not wanting to take responsibility, right? And again, when you think of that, right, again, does he look like a bully by comparison? So that could be part of why the state is letting him do this. Right. And that's why it's so wild, because like Sarah Boone's deal seemed great, but boy, going home, go home now, no charges, like, wow. Yeah, no, she's saying like Sarah Boone, I think because of just because of turning down a good deal. But this deal, we thought Sarah Boone was good. I mean, this is insane. Like, full immunity, go home. Full get out of jail free card. No charges brought forth. Like, now she could be charged for a different offense, right? Like, let's say that happened. Let's say she took the deal. You know, again, I don't even want to say deal because it's not a plea deal. Let's say that she cooperated. She said, okay, full immunity, go home. And then let's say that next day she goes and robs a bank. They could charge her for that, but they can't charge her for the same offense. She's good to go if she took it, if she did it.
He was in an accident.
So you didn't know about the murder of Dan Markel on July 18th?
Yeah.
Is that what you're telling this jury?
Right.
No, not at that time.
When did you find out about the murder of Dan Markel?
It was later on.
Oh, really? So the money that you brought to the guys that Miss Kappelman brought up on opening, the money you brought up to the guys on July 19th, was because Dan Markel was in an accident?
I didn't know that was Dan Markel. Like, I didn't know his
name. You see what I mean about his demeanor, though? Look. With, oh my God, Charlie, the bullying thing. I think this is part of why the state's not objecting.
Told you that he was in an accident. He'd tell you that there was a murder?
No, he told me he was in an accident.
So you didn't know about the murder of Dan Markel on July 18th. Is that what you're telling this jury?
No, not at that time.
When did you find out about the murder of Dan Markel?
It was later on.
Oh, really? So the money that you brought to the guys that Miss Kappelman brought up on opening, the money you brought up to the guys on July 19th, was because Dan Markel was in an accident?
I didn't know that was Dan Markel. Like, I didn't know his name.
Oh.
But there was a murder that happened, yes.
Oh, come on, dude.
At the March 11th.
This is really, I find this really offensive. Again, the state's not concerned at all. And the jury's not seen her proffers, but we have. And it was, and again, the thing that did make sense too, well, I mean, more than one thing, but there's not been a dispute. Of course, she didn't know his name. Part of that is part of the plan, right? When you hire somebody, you want them to not be able to give information so that you keep everything separate, right? Like at a factory, like an assembly line. So, you know, anyway. But yeah, this is what he's doing.
11th dinner that you had with Mr. Lacoste at Yardbird.
Yeah.
Dan Markel's name wasn't mentioned?
I agree. I agree with you guys. And honestly, I wish she could go home. I mean, I don't think she would ever commit a crime again. I mean, from everything that we have seen, clearly, she was really used by Charlie. And additionally, I would say, this is my personal take on this, Charlie was used by Donna. And I would say Donna and Wendi were equally using each other, and it's like a contest. I don't know. We'll have to get some more information on that. It could be that one of them comes out on top. But I will say it was clear that Charlie was being manipulated by Donna because he was a mama's boy. But of course, Donna had no reason for any of this if it weren't for Wendi. So there's that. But anyway, yes, I totally, you know, it's unfortunate that it would take one of those like really rare circumstances for her to be able to go home. But like, I think at this point, she's already served a number of years, right? I mean, I would, if it was up to me, I'd be like, let her go home now. I mean, she's not a threat to society. Like, you know what I mean? And like, when we think about what is the point? What is the point of people being imprisoned, right? Well, one is are they a threat, a continuing threat to society, right? Are they a danger to society? Okay, that's one thing. 2 is like basically punishment, right? Like, do you feel like you have paid your dues? Again, the type of thing, like, have you admitted you were wrong? You know, that type of thing, like where they want to see that you've learned your lesson, that type of thing, which I don't know. I'm not going to get into how I feel about that. But anyway, okay. And then another thing is to set an example for other potential future offenders. And am I missing anything else? I guess rehabilitation. That probably goes along with the second thing. Yeah. So when you look at Katie Magbanua, right? Threat to society, I would say no. At this juncture, well, I don't know, like in terms of deterrence, I don't know if that really is relevant here because this is like such a, I mean, unique, well, I guess there's copycat cases, but still. I don't know. I don't think that there you could make a strong enough argument in terms of the deterrence factor for her to warrant keeping her longer from the time she's already served. Not to mention she's cooperating. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, anyway. And then, yeah, learning her lesson, that's happened. Again, she doesn't even have to be doing any of this. So anyway, I'm just weighing it out in my head. And it's like, if you weigh all that out, it's like, I don't see really any way that you could, they don't have it in their power. So this is just a thought exercise. But if they had it in their power and they were weighing it out, I think that they would weigh it out and come to the same conclusion, which is, yeah, she can go home, but it's not up to them. It's too late now. So it's really, really fucking sad for her. And, you know, had she had a criminal record or, again, it's different if they're a potential threat. But although having said that, there's plenty of people who are potential threats who serve 30 days or 1 year or whatever, and then get out. Like, or they just go on parole. Like, in other words, there are people who have records who are actual threats to society who serve less time than she's already served. So anyway, okay.
Would it surprise you that Mr. Lacoste has testified to the opposite of that?
No, I haven't seen his testimony.
At your first trial, you were asked, did Charlie mention anything to you about a murder out of Tallahassee? So now it's not Dan Markel. It's just a murder out of Tallahassee. And your answer was no, ma'am. Question, did he mention anything about his ex-brother-in-law being murdered? Answer, no, ma'am. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, sir.
And those were lies, right?
Yes, I told you I lied. I lied in my trials to save myself.
I understand. Please let me keep going through them. There's a lot of them, so we'll take our time.
Yes, sir.
Oh, God. See how he's getting all snippy snappy and she's like, yes, sir. She's not getting agitated. It would be hard I'm getting annoyed by him, but she's not getting annoyed. And that makes her a really strong witness. And that's why the state's not concerned. I mean, listen to the difference in tone. And you know what's funny? The calmer she stays, the more worked up he gets. And, it's just like the advice they always give you if you're, you're talking about kids on the playground and there's a bully. It's like, don't give them what they want and don't get riled up because, whatever, I don't know what the advice they give. Anyway, I'm just saying, it's just funny because he's getting more mad that she's not engaging or getting worked up. So.
Let me keep going through them. There's a lot of them, so we'll take our time.
Yes, sir.
I guess it's just ignore the bully. I guess that's usually the advice.
Now, you said you never saw any cash at Charlie's place. Do you recall that at trial?
Alfredo! Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Sigfredo. So, I have not I've seen snippets of those trials from her and from her trial and Sigfredo's trial. Alfredo's way better. We'll just call him that. I don't know that I've watched those gavel to gavel, but we totally could. We totally could do it. And you're saying that's in Alaska, right?
Cash, but I didn't know how much he had. I know he keeps cash in his safe.
But I thought you just testified moments ago that you never saw cash at his place. They didn't keep cash at his place. That supposedly his parents had to bring it.
You know what it is? Are you guys getting an Ashley Jennings vibe? I mean, they're very different in some ways. Like, he speaks fast and whatever. But the over-exaggeratedness of it all, where it's like, feels really out of place. And he's like, watch him. Watch his face. Watch him look. He goes to look at the jury and he looks at the gallery. And you know what he's doing? He's trying to read the room and see if they're buying what he's selling, as it were. If they're like with him, right? They're like, he's looking to see, are they like, yeah, blah, 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 whatever it is he wants. Watch. And what's so crazy is you'll see here, clearly he can't read the room because he thinks they're with him and he continues on. So if you watch, look, right there, dude, crazy. Wow.
Is safe.
But I thought you just testified moments ago that you never saw.
He's looking to see, like, am I doing a good job? Like, it's like that approval thing. And everybody looks either bored / confused, which is appropriate, but yet he continues on. He doesn't change his approach.
Cash at his place. He didn't keep cash at his place. And supposedly his parents had to bring the cash. Isn't that what you just told this jury about 18 minutes ago?
An abundance of cash.
Have you seen a safe?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen it open?
Yes, sir.
Doesn't he keep a lot of cash that he collects on the top of his safe?
No, they had not killed anybody. I think there might have been some drug charges, but no violent crimes. So
I mean, I'm not like looking in it, but every single time we used to go out, he used to grab some money from the safe and then take it with him.
Repeatedly during both trials, you said you worked at the Adelson Institute. You never worked at the Adelson Institute,
No,
right?
sir, I did not.
Now we're going to hear about a Lexus.
Yes, sir.
You said you paid for that Lexus. You never paid for that Lexus.
I paid Charlie cash for that Lexus.
He's getting tired. His only thing he's doing is trying to go through it and be like, you lie here, you lie here. It's like, dude, this is not good. He should be moving on. Move on. This is not helping, I don't think.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. I think the state might disagree with you.
He's just making himself, this is insane. I would just expect more, right? He's supposed to be a really good defense attorney, and it's like, this is basic stuff, right? Like, how has he not figured out that he's coming across as a bully? How has he not figured out that this is not going anywhere? And that it's, even if they were with you initially, it's just become tired when you just over and over. It's odd to me that he's not changing course.
The state disagreed with you on that point?
About me paying him cash? Yes, because there was nothing that was coming out of my account, but I paid him cash.
This guy, you thought, wait. Are you talking about Dan Rashbaum? I'm confused. This is the dude who's now in a world of hurt because of all kinds of attorney misconduct. And you might be getting it confused with Jose Baez, maybe. If you're thinking about who's like my favorite defense attorney. No. Dan Rashbaum, I hate to say it. He had a good reputation, to my knowledge, should have been a good defense attorney. But from what I've seen in this trial, even before all this shit, where he apparently was trying to help Donna flee the country, right? That's illegal. He can't be doing that. And then subsequently also represented Donna. That's that's a conflict of interest. Can't be doing that. The list goes on and on and on. And now he's facing all kinds of repercussions. Like, before all of that, just assessing this, I'm coming in here, again, I watched this at the time, but I haven't seen it since. And I'm just assessing literally the lawyering, right? And I'm like really disappointed, as that's an understatement. I'm right off the get-go from his very first objection. If you guys remember, I was like, that was a bad objection. He should have said objection compound, not leading. And I was right. His objection was overruled. And it's like, I mean, I don't know. So just looking at the lawyering, it's like not good. So no. Don't, it's okay. Yeah, no. I wouldn't recommend anybody follow his approach. Jose Baez, it's okay. I know there's a lot of attorneys calling names. No, this is Dan Rashbaum. This is I would say not a good role model. Jose Baez is the shit though. Shout out to Jose Baez. Yeah, no, it's actually, I find it difficult to find actually anything to really critique in terms of like, what could he do better? I mean, he's really a phenomenal attorney. He's great. And that's one of the things I love, right? Is like, he doesn't, it is common, and I don't think it's always a bad thing. Here, it's a bad thing in the way he's doing it. But oftentimes it's a good thing. Sometimes, when it's defense attorneys, they get kind of loud or passionate, or, like, for example, like in the Karen Reed trial, right? Jackson or Unetti. I mean, in any trial, it's very common for defense attorneys to take that approach. And it's so interesting because I never would have thought it could work to do it differently. Jose Baez does not do the confrontational defense attorney thing. It's incredible. He gets up there and he makes every state witness a witness for the defense. And how does he do it? He gets up there and just his demeanor, his ease, his presence. If you guys watch, I don't care who's on the stand, when he comes up and he greets them, they smile and they take a deep breath and they look at ease, and he just takes his time and he doesn't do the bullying and he doesn't do any of the stuff that usually you think is supposed to be a good strategy. That's just the beginning of what makes him such a great defense attorney. But in terms of his approach, it's very unique. That is not something you usually see. And again, when you think about the contrast of who's going to be the bully, and then you look at Mr. Ashton, right, in the Casey Anthony trial, the lead prosecutor, he's the bully, right? And it just makes Mr. Baez look like the good guy, which he is. Anyway, but this is Dan Rashbaum. So yes, he, I think, could be looking at disbarment. Based on what we heard in that jail phone call earlier tonight, with like Dan said we might get out in time, that type of thing, like helping them flee the country, there could be criminal charges potentially. That's like aiding and abetting. That's illegal. So we'll see. But right now, I'm just assessing based on the lawyering, and the lawyering is not. I thought it would be better, to be honest.
I had the cash on me.
During the trial, first trial, you were asked, do you know why it is that Charlie chose you out of all of his ex-girlfriends to call? I don't know why he called me. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, sir.
That was a lie, right?
I told you I lied in my first and second trial to save myself.
Well, let's get to the second trial. Just like you're lying here to save yourself, right?
I'm not saving myself. I'm telling the truth this time.
Right, because now all of a sudden,
yeah,
after 8 years.
That was a dumbass fucking question, right? Lying to save yourself now? Dude, what? He was the one on cross that went over the fact, brought it up, that she declined the deal and like made her feel like shit about it and like hammered that point home, right? So that's what we would call an internal contradiction, where he's contradicting his own arguments within himself. And you can see why the state's not objecting to this, right? Because he's just doing it to himself.
You have developed a conscience. I think that's what you told the jury.
No, it's because the father of my children was on death penalty at that time on my first trial. So I couldn't give up. If it was just Charlie, like I said, from the trial, go ahead and arrest him. Nobody ever did.
He didn't get the death penalty after the first trial, and he was convicted, right?
Yes, sir.
And by the time of his second trial, you had no reason to protect him anymore. He was done.
No, sir. He was under appeal.
Okay. Just like you're under appeal now.
Yes, sir.
So what you said to this jury about 20 minutes ago is you said to this jury, I'm here today to tell the truth, and I want to get your exact words. Because I want to do the right thing.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it because you want to go home? And that's the only way that you could ever go home, is to help them. That's the only way you can go home, by not being dead.
I was not promised anything. I'm doing this solely on myself. Clearly, you don't even see my attorneys in this room.
Let's talk about the second trial. Again, you lied when you testified that you didn't know anything about or were involved in the murder of Professor Markell, right?
Yes, sir. I told you I lied in my first and second trial to save myself.
Ma'am, we've heard it. If you could just answer the questions. Did you lie?
Yes, sir.
You lied when you testified that you knew nothing about Wendy's divorce, Wendi Adelson's divorce.
Yes, sir.
You lied when you said you didn't pick up money from Charlie's house on July 18th.
Yes, sir.
You lied when you said you knew nothing about stapled cash.
Yes, sir.
You lied when you said you didn't bring the money to Sigfredo or Luis Rivera the next day.
Yes, sir.
You lied again when you said you worked as a personal assistant for Charlie, right?
Yes, sir.
You lied repeatedly when you tried to discuss what had happened, what was being spoken at Dolce Vita, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, now let's talk about the lies that you told that the state didn't go over with you. Let's talk about your proffers, your cooperation.
Yes, sir.
So you were interviewed by the state twice in October and November 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, she's not. You're talking about Katie? Yeah. So remember Dan Rashbaum's theory, Dan being this defense attorney. Again, I can't explain it because it doesn't make any sense, but it's like a double extortion theory. And again, the reason he likely was going with this is because the obvious thing you would do if you are Charlie's defense counsel is you throw the other people under the bus. And remember, part of the reason why there's such a huge shit show with this conflict of interest is because Dan Rashbaum was representing Charlie and Donna. You guys see why that's a problem? Because if you're representing both of them, how are you going to put your client's interests, best interests first when you've got two of them and they have, I mean, really, that's the strategy. And so now you've got opposing interests. So because he couldn't go with the throwing Donna under the bus strategy, right? Or chose not to or whatever, I don't think Charlie wouldn't have even known that was an option, right? He would have been listening to Dan's advice, his trusted counselor, right? It's really fucked up. Then that's why Dan's going with this double extortion theory that makes like literally no sense. So let's just keep that in mind, that that's part of what he's trying to show. I can't explain it because it doesn't make sense. Right. I know Charlie is not innocent. I mean, again, one thing, like the state laid this case out really well. Like they had the evidence to back it up. And part of that, I will just say, this was not rushed. Big difference, right? They took over 2 years to make a first arrest. They took their time. And as you guys well know, it's still ongoing. And this is the difference. You don't rush it. You take your time. You build your case. You build solid case. So, and you get convictions. And not only do you get convictions, but you convict people who actually did the thing, and it's justice, right? Now, again, in this case so far, the issue that I have, I don't think it's fair for Katie to be the sentence, right? As we've discussed, but also they're not done yet because they still got to come for Wendi. I'll be happy when that happens. And hopefully Katie will, by some miracle, get a reduced sentence. So fingers crossed for that.
And by the way, you've met with them a couple times since then, right?
A couple times.
Have you met with them
After?
since? Yeah, after that point?
Probably one time.
You met with Ms. Kappelman?
Yes, sir.
Did Ms. Kappelman ask you about our defense during that meeting?
No, sir.
She didn't ask you about whether, for the first time, whether you ever threatened
No,
Charlie
sir.
Adelson? Now, when you met with them in October and November of 2022, this was after you got your life sentence, right?
Yes, sir.
And you met with them first in Marion County Jail on October 11th, right?
Marion County Jail? No, sir. I've never been in that county.
You met with them in the jail. I got the wrong jail, obviously.
I've never met with them in any jails.
Where did you meet with them?
I
the
was
first time?
already in DOC.
Okay.
In Lowell.
You met with them in prison.
Yes, sir.
Apologies. And the second time,
Oh,
you met with them at the
God.
state attorney's
Thanks,
office,
man.
right?
Yes.
Here in Tallahassee.
Yes, sir.
And both times, Special Agent Sanford was there.
Yes, sir.
Investigator Jason Newland was
Special Agent Stanford. You guys remember when I couldn't remember? I said, "Oh, it's Pat. What's his last name?" When we were watching the Donna arrest video, and I was like, "That's the FBI agent who's like the lead, who's been on this case for years, still on the case." He was that's Pat Sanford. That's who he just referenced. So now you guys have seen him. You guys know what he looks like. Same Pat Sanford. That's who he's talking about.
there.
Yes, sir.
And TPD investigator Sherry Bennett were there.
Yes, sir.
And they asked you questions.
Yes, sir.
And each time you told them a version of events that was very different from what you said at your trials, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, during those 6 hours of interviews, you told them about 5 more versions, right?
5 different versions of it?
Yeah.
No, sir.
Oh, so you told them the same thing throughout the 6 hours?
I do think Charlie will get a new trial, and I think he deserves a new trial because what happened with all this shit with Dan Rashbaum, his attorney, and the conflict of interest is fucked up, and that's not fair to him. He was really, God, if it wasn't enough that he was betrayed by his mom and his sister, and again, he was culpable, obviously, right? But manipulated and all that. But also, like, that's the thing, the last person on the planet. Like, if you can't the one person you should be able to trust in this situation, if you're a criminal defendant, is trust your attorney. And that's why it's such a big deal when you have a defense attorney who's not putting their client's best interest first. Like, it is huge. It just pisses me off to even think about like that he's sitting there trusting this attorney, and this attorney is going with this theory that is complete and utter bullshit. Meanwhile, telling Charlie for sure he's going to get acquitted, which we learned from the jail phone calls. Charlie gave away all his belongings because Dan told him for sure he was going to get acquitted. You shouldn't ever say that if you're a defense attorney, by the way. It's just like, it's malpractice, in my opinion. It's like, and it's really sad, like that he's got faith in this attorney, and this attorney should have, well, done better. I mean, Jesus, just don't get me started. Not that you did. Not that anyone did. I'm stopping myself from getting more pissed off at Dan Rashbaum because it's really fucked up, you know?
6 hours that you met with him?
I believe so, but I think the first time you can't even visit more than 2 hours, so I don't know where you're getting 6 hours.
Well, maybe I'm wrong, but let's look.
Wrong again. Interesting.
The first interview started at 9:26 a.m. and it ended at 11:44 a.m., so a little over 2 hours.
Yes, sir.
First interview. Your position right now, what you're telling this jury, is that the same thing you told them in the first interview, you told them in the second interview?
I believe so, yes, sir.
You believe so, or you know so?
I know so. I believe so. I believe so.
You absolutely know so?
No, I don't, not verbatim exactly what I said.
Is it true that during the entire first interview, you said you had nothing to do with the murder?
No, sir, I didn't say that.
All right, well, we're going to go through exact quotes, and we'll see if your memory can be refreshed.
Yes, sir.
That moment right there, watch Charlie. This is where Charlie knows. He's like, dude, this isn't working. Literally, Charlie, it's like, this is me right now. Charlie's like over it. And literally, that was my thought when he said that. He's like, we're going to go through it one by one. I'm like, oh my God, again? What are you doing? Oh,
I say that.
All right, well, we're going to go through exact quotes, and we'll see if your memory can be refreshed.
Yes, sir.
By the way.
Yeah, that's accurate. That's accurate. That's accurate. Yeah, your counsel sucks right now, Charlie, and I feel bad for you on that because you should have better counsel.
During any of these interviews, did you give them any documentation, anything new, any text messages, documentation, WhatsApps, any new, as people call it, receipts? Did you give them any new evidence?
No, I'm in prison. I don't have anything.
It was just your words, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't have anything.
So let's talk about what you said.
Oh, dear me.
During the first proffer, which was a little over 2 hours.
Yes, sir.
You raised your hand. They put you under oath, right?
Yes, sir.
This is, I can't anymore with this. Like, how long does he keep going? I really want to see what they do on redirect. This is tough. This is really tough to watch because it's just I feel like there's problems here in terms of Charlie's rights to proper and, rights to effective assistance of counsel. I mean, I know that it takes that bar is really a tough one to reach, and it really takes your attorney being like basically dead to reach that. But in my just personal opinion, this should qualify. I know it won't. But also I'm really curious to see what they do on redirect.
On the second interview.
Yeah, okay. We're gonna get to
Oh my God. Hold on. I just went way ahead and listened to what he's saying. Hold on.
Did he walk out on you?
Yes, he did. On the second interview.
Yeah, okay. We're gonna get to that. That's like
he's still doing the same thing. Wow. I'll see
my involvement in it. This is something I've suppressed for a long time, sir.
Now what's also
still on cross. So the cross is way longer than direct. And so far, he's still going. Wow.
5 minutes while these phone.
Wow.
You told Charlie on one occasion if you.
Wow. Sorry, this is just okay. Is he wrapping up? Jesus Christ.
Do you recall going to Vila's? It's like a Cuban Mexican place right by Charlie's house.
I know of the restaurant, but I don't remember.
It'd be the end of his cross, hopefully.
The date when we went, or we've been there before, yes.
You don't recall going there the day before the murder?
No, sir.
Nonetheless, if you had been there, you didn't collect any money that day, right?
No, sir.
Do you recall that during that lunch, you got in a big fight?
During what lunch?
The lunch on the 17th that you don't remember.
How can I tell you what happened if I don't remember the day and you're not sure?
Right. Wow. She's owning him on that, not even trying to be snarky, but like, what dumbass. Listen, wow.
During that lunch, you got in a big fight.
During what lunch?
The lunch on the 17th that you don't remember.
I have.
Huh? What? How would?
Oh, can I tell you what happened if I don't remember the date and you're not showing me anything?
Accurate, Katie. Accurate.
Let's talk about.
And he doesn't have a response. Why? Because he sucks right now. Like, I hate saying that. I wish he was doing a better job for his client. Every client deserves proper and adequate counsel at a minimum. Ugh. Like, this is such a shame. This is, and he's paying him the big bucks on top of everything, besides even his rights being on the line, his life and liberty being on the line. But like, dude, that's embarrassing though, to ask a question like that and then not even have. See, a good attorney would have some sort of response. I mean, a good attorney wouldn't ask a dumbass question like that in the first place. But if you do, you should have some sort of something to come back with. Wow, this is just embarrassing.
On the 17th that you don't remember.
How can I tell you what happened if I don't remember the date and you're not showing me anything?
Let's talk about after the murder.
Wow.
One moment, Your Honor.
Don't end on that. Please don't. Please. Please don't end on that. Please, for the love of God, find another question. Any question. You can't end it like that. You just can't end it like that. Please, for the love of God. I swear if he ends it like that, that's horrifying. Gotta come up with another question. You can't end it like that. Poor Charlie. Look at Charlie. Oh, man. Fuck. Yeah. What a change in his demeanor, right? Is this when he feels like, oh my God, like, am I gonna lose this? Like, fuck.
Isn't it true that Charlie Adelson gave you
Thank God if there's another question.
$38,000 the night of the murder, not $100,000?
I never counted the money.
Isn't it true that you were paid $3,000 every month after the murder?
No, sir.
Isn't it true that you told Charlie Adelson that a terrible thing had happened? Your friend got an idea to do this. You didn't know anything about it, but you would help him.
Repeat that question, sir.
Isn't it true that you told Charlie Adelson that a friend?
This is the made up thing. This has got to be part of their little double extortion thing. That's why she's confused, because she's like, huh?
Of yours had done this, that you had talked too much, but that you.
I'm here, don't worry, guys. If StreamYard did the spinning wheel, y'all have to hear this again. So her genuine response to this question he asks, of her just being like, can you repeat the question? It's like she doesn't even need to answer it. Clearly, she has no idea what he's talking about. So
know anything about it, but you would help him.
Repeat that question, sir.
Isn't it true that you told Charlie Adelson that a friend of yours had done this, that you had talked too much, but that you would do everything you could to help Charlie Adelson?
No, sir.
Isn't it true that you told him that if he ever went to the police, these people would do to him and his family what they had done to Professor Markell?
No, sir.
If the state proves that for the next 20 months you received payments, does the state have it wrong?
That I received payments?
For the next 20 months after July 18th, if the state proves, they're going to bring up a financial person who's going to show cash payments.
Objection, facts, not in evidence. Like in his own words. He's almost looking at the prosecution like, aren't you guys going to object? And they're like, nope, go ahead. Go ahead and dig yourself a deeper hole. That's what my take on this.
The state proves that. Yes. Do they have it wrong?
No, because I deposited throughout every month.
The payments that Charlie were making to you?
No, what Sigfredo had given to me.
I mean, I know we skipped some of this because I can't handle this. But we've watched it. This has been going on. We watched it. They have not objected once. Noteworthy. Noteworthy.
Is it true that you were the mastermind behind Professor Markell's murder?
No, sir.
God.
That was Charlie.
I'm sure it was.
I didn't have any information on
Oh
Mr.
my
Markell.
God.
Do not volunteer information.
Yes.
Wait for a question, respond accordingly to the question.
But by the way, on these wires that we're going to hear, you're repeatedly lying to Charlie, right?
Repeatedly lying about what?
Well, you're telling him that you're calling the undercover number, right?
Yes, I lied to
You
him.
never called the undercover number.
No, because I was telling Sigfredo to call that number.
Ma'am, let me ask the questions. I know you have an agenda, but let me ask the questions.
Objection, move to strike, argument.
Thank God they finally objected, but also that's how you know he said that same line earlier and it bothered me. Man, I know you have an agenda. You know what's really funny is it was bad enough the first time, but now you know that he practiced that because he just said it again. Again, a good attorney wouldn't do that. Now it's like a plan, like he planned on saying that. It's just, oh.
The jury to disregard the last comment about any agendas. Please continue.
On those wires, you tell Charlie Adelson that you've called the undercover number, don't you?
Yes, I said that.
And you never called the undercover number.
Of course. Why would I call it?
You tell Charlie Adelson that you tried to call the number, but it's a non-working number. Do you recall saying that?
I believe so, yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes, we were all lying to each other.
You call, Judge.
Why?
He was responding to your question. You
Oh
have to
my
like the
God.
answer.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. So that was for the jury. What he just did was for the jury. This whole judge, come on thing was supposed to be like that, trying to convince the jury that she's being unbelievable and whatever. And like, because it's not, it wouldn't be obvious. It's like, obviously, it's like he's trying to be like, judge, come on, so that hopefully the jury will be like buying into it. But notice people in the gallery are laughing at him. Hold on. Not in a good way.
So, yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes, we were all lying to each other.
You call, Judge.
He was responding to your question. You don't have to like the answer.
She was responding to your question. You don't have to like the answer. Bam. Right? That's the rope to hang yourself situation, right? Because again, and if this is again a reason why you just let him go, let him ask these dumb questions and get these answers. And I mean, they're laughing at him because they see what's going on, and this is a mess. So.
I actually love it.
Stop.
You never lied to Sigfredo on those wires, did you?
Yes, I did.
When did you lie to Sigfredo on those wires?
Well, he was lying to me, actually.
I asked a different question. When did you lie to Sigfredo on those wires?
No.
Give me one example of lying to Sigfredo.
You're right. I'm stating that Sigfredo was lying to me.
Ms. Magbanua, I'm going to ask the question one more time.
No, I didn't lie to Sigfredo.
You never once lied to Sigfredo Garcia on those wires.
Not that I can recall, no.
But you repeatedly lied to Charlie Adelson on those wires, didn't you?
It's
yes, sir, I did.
By the way,
oh my God. I mean, he's like a caricature of himself. And he started that way, and he's just gotten worse as time has gone on. I don't even know how it's possible, honestly. Dude, in a way, I mean, you know, I'm not going to compare it in terms of like misconduct or, well, misconduct. Like I was going to say, like in a way, it's almost worse than Ashley Jennings. And I don't mean in terms of like lying or whatever or fuckery. I just purely in terms of just like the over the top gestures and shit. I would say this is just really just, yeah. It's bad.
Sigfredo Garcia talked about how you needed to get a burner phone, right?
No, Sigfredo was the one who got the burner phones.
Okay. You and Sigfredo got burner phones, right?
Sigfredo bought the burner phones, yes.
And you used a burner phone, right?
Yes, he advised me to do so.
Did you ever talk to Charlie Adelson about getting a burner phone?
I wasn't aware, but I thought he had one.
Yeah, I thought he had one too.
You told Charlie Adelson that Sigfredo Garcia left a voicemail for the undercover. You recall telling him that?
I believe so, yeah.
That was a lie, right?
You've got to be kidding me. You have, okay. You guys, remember my goat came back to life? My goat came back to life last night. I am going to utilize the goat voice here. I can't fucking believe this shit. Well, is he broken? Is he broken? That could explain this. Are you broken, sir?
You told Charlie Adelson that Sigfredo Garcia left a voicemail for the undercover. You recall telling him that?
I believe so, yeah.
That was a lie, right?
You've got to be kidding me. Whoa. Wow. Just, okay, wow.
I believe Sigfredo did leave a voicemail to the undercover.
You think he did, or you think he just heard about the voicemail, that he actually never called the undercover?
If he said he did, he probably did.
Now, shortly after the murder, you and Charlie break up, right?
Yes, sir.
Like immediately after?
I don't know if it's immediately after, but we stopped, hanging out as much.
Canoodling, as it were. Interesting. She just looked over at Charlie. That's interesting. You can see that that was a sore moment for her. Look. Interesting. That's the first time she's looked in his direction this entire time.
The after.
I don't know if it's immediately after, but we stopped.
Are you confused again? I'm saying this is a terrible, like, I hate to say terrible. Are you making a joke? We're not watching this because he's doing a great job. That's not why we're watching this trial. We're watching this trial, namely because we're getting amped up for Wendi to get arrested, essentially. Okay, what I will say is this. I love watching trials where there's like stellar lawyering, right? Like that's one of the main reasons I will decide a trial to watch or to cover is because I'm there for the attorney. Or sometimes it's the attorney and the case, right? But even if the case doesn't seem all that interesting, if there's really good lawyering, it will be interesting. But in this case, I think that the draw really is, the story of like the ongoing story, like the family, right? And all the stuff like that. And I think that here, I think there's good lawyering. But I would say that more so than like a stellar lawyer, I would say for me, it's more so the whole prosecutor office as a whole built a really solid case. And they really saw from day one, they saw the long game. Like think about what that would take, right? Back in 2016, here we are 2025, and they are still in the process of another trial. And then they've got another one they need to arrest. Imagine the foresight, right? We're talking 10 years of seeing how is this going to go and how are we going to charge and how are we going to do this strategy. That's really impressive. So for me, it's really more like a solid case. It's like the thing as a whole, if that makes sense. But yeah, I would say like, I think George is great, but like, if anything, sometimes it's worth watching certain cases for attorneys that are that bad. Let's go that route. Like, because, I love B movies and stuff. So like if an attorney is especially awful, right? Just like great lawyering, terrible lawyering can be fun to watch also. I think I would put Dan Rashbaum in that category. I hate to fucking say it because again, I feel like it's unfair. Charlie deserved better. He deserved competent counsel, but I would put Dan Rashbaum in that category of like, it's so bad, it's funny type thing, which again, it is what it is. Right? Okay. That's fair. Yeah. It's not fair to Jose Baez for anyone to get confused on this, right? Because like, nah. But yeah, I feel like most people could just like go up there and do a better job than he is. But unfortunately, you have to have a bar license to do it because like, anyway, I was gonna say, otherwise like my dog Frodo could go up there and do a better job. Anywho,
stop, hanging out,
stopped canoodling
as much.
Oh yeah. So watch for her. This is the first and only time so far she looks over at Charlie. Interesting.
Now, you keep on saying that the state hasn't promised you anything, right?
Yes, sir.
But you're hoping that they're going to help you, right?
Of course. I want to see my children again.
Asked and answered 3 times. Yes, asked and answered 3 times over. Redirect. Okay. Come on, let's do it. Yes. You see how I got excited? Because Georgia is standing up. By the way, she's taller than him, I think, as well. Not that it matters, but in other words, her height makes it easier to see that she's standing up, and then it's time for redirect. Woo! Now let's see what she does with these questions. I wondered, does he think he did a good job? I can't imagine that he thinks that, but what if he thinks that? Oh God, that hurts my brain.
I'm gonna approach you with the text message exhibit that the defense showed you.
Wait, we got to swoop. We got to swoop. We need a cleansing swoop after that disaster. You know what? It's not a squirrely crystal ball moment, but honestly, I need something cleansing like this that is cute and magical, because that was atrocious. And I can't, it was so bad I can't even say atrocious correctly. I actually do feel better. I love that so much. It's just so magical and whimsical, and I love it so much. So now I'll update my banner. So nice. Now I'm going to update my banner. Redirect. Good. I mean, I will say, Georgia, like I've pointed out several times, there's some really brilliant little like lines of questioning. It's just that, so I think she's great, but like in terms of like best attorney, like it's a high bar for me, because like, you know, it takes an extra je ne sais quoi. I don't know. It takes an extra something. Like she's great. And maybe as we go through this again, maybe I'll change my mind. I'll be like, yeah, she's going to make it on my like list. But I feel like there are some missteps, if I recall, when she does Charlie's cross. Not that, I mean, nobody's perfect. Anyway, okay. It's just, I'm just saying, it's not easy to get to that standard, like, you know, with the people that are on my favorite list. Okay. Anywho.
Maybe I misunderstood, but is this text showing that?
Oh no, I'm not an attorney. I'm not an attorney. I've done a lot of studying, and I have my paralegal certificate, and I've toyed with the idea of going to law school forever. And I love it. I love it. But y'all are hilarious. All you gotta do is the scroll call, and then I come out, you know, for free. Scroll call, and then that's the whole thing. You do the scroll call, and I show up. Here I am. Of course, this is, you know, magic squirrely, you know, bar license scenario.
The defendant found out about Sigfredo in November, or that Sigfredo found out about the defendant in November?
From the text messages, it's that Sigfredo found out about Charlie.
All right. The job in this case, there's some question about, is it to harm? Is it to rough up? Is it to kill? What was the job?
It was to kill.
And you knew it was to kill?
Those exact words weren't mentioned, but
did you know that this was going to result in a death?
Yes, ma'am.
Not a roughing up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I know you don't, do you know precisely when you found out it was going to be a death?
No, ma'am.
But can you tell the story? It was definitely before the murder.
Before July.
And did Charlie Adelson know it was a murder?
Yes, ma'am. He did.
Did Sigfredo Garcia know it was a murder?
Yes, ma'am. He did.
No further questions.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled at any point?
She could be judge on us. She's abandoned the role.
Wow.
Well, please approach.
You're approaching the bench. So I got a phone call one time from one of my favorite, again, I was speaking of the list, one of my favorite defense attorneys who's on that list. Mark Eiglarsh out of Florida, actually. He was he's like one of my hero defense attorneys, right? And you know, he defended, so he had the toughest job in the world. Oh my God, I'm gonna get emotional just thinking about it. He had the toughest job in the world. If you guys remember, Parkland school shooting, right? So like school shooting, and you're in Florida, right? Think about your jury in Florida. And if you guys recall, y'all probably already all heard, you know, think about the media, right? Y'all have seen it with everything. The media and misinformation and the problems that can have, right? In a lot of ways, right? But you guys probably all heard about the school, like security officer or whatever, school resource officer, right? During the Parkland shooting, who the story that was out there was that he went and hid or whatever. That he went and hid instead of like whatever. I don't even remember what the story was, but it was like it was like awful. It was like these kids are all dying and he's the only one with a gun and he's hiding. Do you guys remember? Okay, get ready for this. So you would think, right? You would think if that's what happened, that, yeah. Okay, here's the thing. So he was charged criminally, and it was the first time, I believe, that criminal charges have been brought against a school resource officer like that. He was facing up to 97 years if convicted, if found guilty. And so because of the reputation in the media, okay, you've got school shooting, you've got Coward, you've got Florida. I think there were, I'm trying to remember. I feel like there were other even more things he had every type of like odd against him, right? It's like no defense attorney would represent him. Okay. Okay. So Mark Eiglarsh is a defense attorney in Florida, like I said. And so Scott Peterson is this school resource officer's name, not the same Scott Peterson as in California, obviously. So he called Mark Eiglarsh and said, hey, will you take a look at my case? And like Mark Eiglarsh did like what everybody did and said, nope, no way. And then he said, please, will you just hear me out? Because basically what everything that's in the media is completely false. And he basically just said, like, will you take a look? I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you right now, this is one of those cases that you would get really passionate about if you knew the facts. For real. It's disgusting. And it involves all the same shit. It involves all kinds of fuckery. So Mark Eiglarsh, thank God, says, okay, I'll take a look. And immediately it became his like purpose in life. He was like, you've got to be kidding me. He represented him. Well, actually, let me take that back. Let me not say that right now. So okay. So he agrees to represent him. And again, you're looking at like an uphill battle, right? Like this seems like, how are you going to get a jury to even hear you out, right, on this? And as it turns out, all this was misinformation, right? That the list is so long of how many things are wrong with what everybody thought. Like the walkie-talkie things that they have, where they're supposed to be getting the information, those were broken. So when he was supposed to be getting updates of where to go and where the shooter was and all this, and the walkie-talkie thing was broken. And then the information that he was being given, because the walkie-talkie was broken, he was going and doing things based on the information he was being given from other people, other like law enforcement officers. And here's the other thing that's wild. So where that school is located or was located, it's all these buildings. And the way that they're situated, like acoustically with the height and stuff, it's like an acoustical echo chamber. So I totally understand a lot of the things that came up in this trial where it's concrete buildings that are like angular and really tall. And then there's like a concrete, what do you call it? Like in the middle, like a courtyard. So there's a lot of concrete. And so any sound that happens out there is going to bounce off of all of those surfaces. So one of the problems that you had is you had people saying they heard a sound and they thought it was coming from the football field, or they heard a sound and they thought it was coming from way over here. And basically nobody knew where any of the things were coming from because everything just echoed, and where it sounded like it was coming from the opposite thing of where it was. So that's another thing. And then basically what you had was you had a disaster in terms of issues that were caused from things that were beyond things that have now since been addressed, not just for that school, but other schools as well, like how they should handle those situations, right? But not that anybody could have like, any of the law enforcement officers that were there necessarily could have like fixed at the time, right? But where you do have problems that are really egregious coming from like higher ups is the thing with the radios is a big problem, because they had complained about that for like a year. This is Broward County, by the way. They had complained about those radios, walkie-talkie things, like not working, where they would call it throttling. Like you would go to press the button to either say something or hear something, and instead it would just throttle. And it's like, that makes this crazy sound and it doesn't do anything. They had been complaining about that for like a year. Not only that, this is the best part of all. By best, I mean worst. So Broward County, right? So this school resource officer was part of the Broward County Sheriff's Department. Well, when the 911 calls were coming in from people in the building who actually knew where the shooter was because they were there in the classrooms, guess what? Those 911 calls were routed to a completely different police department. Coral Springs Police Department. Completely different police department. Not Broward County. So the only person there who could have done anything, was a part of the Broward County Sheriff's Department. So even if the freaking walkie-talkies were working properly, he wouldn't have been getting those calls anyway because they went to the wrong department. So literally, he was completely in the dark. I mean, the list would go on, basically. Okay, the list would go on of all the issues. But here's the thing, maybe the clincher in the whole thing. So because there were so many errors from the higher ups, from like the sheriff, I forget his name, the sheriff at the time, he was not reelected. He might have even been in bigger trouble. I can't recall. The sheriff at the time, because there were so many issues that were his fault and would have fallen under his responsibility, and he saw what a horrible, atrocious thing this whole thing was. So what does he do? He comes out and does a press conference, guys. He comes out and does a press conference right away. And what does he do? He throws Scott Peterson under the bus as like the scapegoat, the fall guy, and is like, blame him, because he knew he would lose his job. So you've got a situation here where it's like, this is fault. This shouldn't be happening. He shouldn't be. None of this. This was a situation where this dude, like, was he the school resource officer? Yes. Was he there? Yes. But like, did he do anything that he's being charged? No, he did everything correctly. I mean, in that sense, he's factually innocent, right? And he's being wrongfully accused and wrongfully charged. And all the same things that get people really passionate, including me, you know. And but you have all the you've like every possible situation where there could be bias and like an uphill battle. Like you have all of those factors, right? And the other thing that was the biggest thing of all, this is so shitty. So, you know, Nicholas Cruz, right? The actual shooter, right? Of the thing. So he pled. So he didn't have this. This is the craziest thing of all. So he pled. He took a plea deal. He pled guilty. So he didn't have a trial. He just had a sentencing phase. So that's already a problem, because now when people from the community and the victims and stuff want to hold somebody accountable, they didn't get to have a trial because he pled. Okay. So they have the sentencing. And this was a death penalty case. And then what happens? The jury gives him life. So now you've got the community and the victims and all this stuff who are like wanting somebody to pay, especially more than ever because the school shooter got a life sentence and they didn't get to, you know, whatever they wanted. So, and as you guys are well aware, a lot of times, sadly, people think that what justice means is just making somebody pay. Doesn't matter who, just pick somebody, just make somebody pay. I mean, that's beyond fucked up. Hopefully that goes without saying. But anyway, so Scott Peterson's trial happens after all that, where literally, I think it was like a month before, the jury gave Nicholas Cruz a life sentence. Add that to the list of reasons why this is like the most difficult case if you're his defense attorney, right? How are you going to possibly do this? Not only that, Mark Eiglarsh did this by himself. I've never, ever in any trial seen this. He did not even have a paralegal. It blew my mind. No assistant, no paralegal, literally nothing. I didn't even know it was possible or even allowed. I mean, I guess it's allowed, but like, it was just him. One dude. Blows my mind for a case like this. And then you had the prosecutors and they had all these attorneys lined up and boy, they were out for blood, right? Because they were fighting the whole thing, that whole sentiment, right? They're out for blood because they gotta hold somebody accountable. They want somebody to blame. They want somebody to hate. They want to call somebody a monster, all that shit. Fucking hell. So Mark Eiglarsh has basically the most impossible task. And I watched this whole trial, of course, gavel. And I remember when it started and it was like, opening statements. And I looked at Mark Eiglarsh and you've got all these prosecutors at this big table. And then you've got this equally sized table. And there's just two people sitting there. And it's Mark Eiglarsh and it's his client, the defendant. Just the two of them. And Mark Eiglarsh has his arm around him. And they're like comforting each other. And I took a look and I looked at Mark's face and I felt in that moment what he felt. And I felt the weight of the world on his shoulders. And it was like, oh my God, he's doing this alone. And this is already an impossible task with with the facts here and just the bias and before you even worry about the jury pool. I mean, when you think about it, right? There's going to be people who've never heard of Bryan Kohberger. There's going to be people who don't know that case. That is not going to be possible with a school shooting in the local community, especially with Parkland. There's nobody who wouldn't, like, in other words, you would have to seat a jury accepting that every single person on that jury knows the case and already comes in probably with bias. I mean, it's like, there's no way around it. Like with every odd against you. And anyway, so rightfully so, Mark Eiglarsh, Scott Peterson was acquitted of all charges and went home. And again, rightfully so. And that was one of those ones where the prosecutors looked really dumb because you got one dude with this impossible case. It should have been, it's like if they had a case, right? Here's the thing. This is where it matters, right? If they could bring the facts, right? It should have been easy for them and impossible for him, right? If they had the facts to back it up, if this was accurate, right? If this was the right case, if they had, right? Like, again, it's not like a question of, is it the right guy? This was the only school resource officer. So that doesn't apply. But like, if what they are alleging was correct and he did what they are saying, this was an open and shut case. That should have been easy for them and impossible for the defense. And again, they have all the resources. They've got a whole team. This is just one defense attorney. And he got an acquittal. Rightfully so. So a number of months back, I don't know, it was probably last summer, I just did like a Saturday night Squirrely special thing. And we did this thing, great opening statements. And I didn't tell anybody what it was going to be. It was a surprise. And we watched Mark Eiglarsh's opening statements from that trial. And I didn't tell anybody what it was going to be about because I didn't want anybody to go in the way that I knew they would, the way that anybody would, right? Which is like a lot of just everything that was in the media and all that. I knew that they would figure it out really quickly. It's no secret. Once he starts talking, you know what case it is. They were all going to figure it out, right? But I started it out. I'm like, this is a surprise. I was like, I want you guys to have an open mind and just listen, just listen, And I was really proud of everybody because people started figuring out, but they kept an open mind. And a couple people actually had seen the trial. And the people who had seen the trial said, oh my God, this is Mark Eiglarsh. He's my personal hero. He makes me want to go be a defense attorney, that type of thing. And they were like, we're going to like get emotional talking about how much this meant. I mean, so But anyway, so we watched the great opening statements, and really all it was just his opening statement. And it's not long. I mean, it might have been less than an hour, but it was so fucking powerful, and it's really, 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 really fucking good. Dude, it's so good. And so that's why I watched it. We watched it, and I just commented on it and stuff. Anyway, so that was probably, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago. But last summer, okay? I think it was last summer. Out of the blue. I get a text message, and my phone, says it's from Mark Eiglarsh. I was like, huh? Is this a robot? But I was like, why would a robot pretend to be Mark Eiglarsh? That makes no sense. And I was like, huh? This is weird. Like, why? Like, for it to do that, like, the person has to, like, be, like, they have to already say, like, okay, I am, like, you have to choose to do that yourself through, like, your, what is it? How is that done? Through Google or whatever. But, like, to where, like, share your contact info, right? Because it's like, that's how that name would be there. So I opened it up, and I had I keep my phone on silent because of teaching. And so I had a couple text messages, like, back to back, like 3 or 4 from Mark Eiglarsh. And it was like, they were like, the message was like, hey, Chelsea, are you getting my calls? And I was like, huh? What is going on? Am I being punked? Like, what is happening? And as I'm holding my phone, looking at the text messages, trying to figure out what the fuck is happening, my phone is ringing. And the thing is when my phone, it has the thing where it's like, if it doesn't recognize the phone number, right, the phone decides if it's a robot or whatever or not and blocks it, how it does the auto blocking thing or whatever. So in other words, I had been auto blocking the phone calls, but because I had the phone in my hand and it was unlocked, I saw the call coming in and I could answer it. And as it turns out, he had emailed me twice, I think, and called me like 4 times and sent me multiple text messages. But I just hadn't checked the email, and I just then saw the messages, and the calls were like, but this was all back to back. It wasn't like it was like he had done this all in that same day or whatever, right? So I answer the phone, and I go like, hello? And I will quote verbatim what he says. And he says, like, Jesus, Chelsea, you play the hell out of the violin. And I knew the voice immediately because he has a very distinctive voice. And I was like, I'm like, don't faint. Like, that's smart. What is happening? Why? What? Like, my level of confusion to this day is still like, what? What? Why is Mark Eiglarsh like, what? Huh? And then he was talking about, like, my violin videos, and he was talking about that. Like, he had been watching them. He was trying to get in touch with me, and I didn't know it. And he was watching my violin videos, and what? And I was like, what is happening? And so he said, so I'm like, what is going on? So he said that what happened was he was doing some work, for a client or whatever. And like, he had YouTube on, and, sometimes YouTube does like auto playing or whatever. And he said that it pulled up the great opening statements that I did of him. And he said that, he wasn't like looking or whatever, but once he heard his own voice and he knew what it was, that trial, he immediately went to go turn it off. And what he said that trial was like the most difficult thing he ever did in his life. And he has like actual like PTSD from it, to where he has not ever been able to go back and watch any of the trial because of how much stress he was under, which again, didn't surprise me that he said that. I felt that from him watching him on camera. I got it. He said he can't go back and like, he can't handle it because this was so stressful for him. He has like trauma from it. So he heard himself start to talk, and he said he went to go turn it off. And he said, and again, I can quote him like verbatim. He said, and then I heard your little voice. And he said, I thought you were an attorney until I saw your violin videos. And he said, and I heard what you said. And he said, and so I let it play. And I watched the whole thing. And he said, it was the first time I've been able to watch anything from that trial since the trial happened. But it was because it made him feel so optimistic that people were appreciating what he did and not judging Scott and were actually listening and actually watching. And like, he basically called me to thank me. Like literally he called me to thank me. I mean, I don't know. Like I knew I would never get over it. And I can't, I like to this day, I'm just like, what? Like, I can't, my mind just, you know, like what? And, he took the time, you know, he tried, I mean, he wasn't going to give up. I mean, that speaks to him, right? He wasn't going to give up getting in touch with me again, multiple emails, text messages, phone calls. He was going to keep going until he got a hold of me. And that makes sense as to his personality. But like the fact that even just that alone is shocking, right? Because this is a high profile attorney who's busy and like, so we were on the phone for like, I don't know, 30 minutes or something. And I am proud of myself for not fainting. I mean, he's one of my hero defense attorneys and it's crazy that happened, you know? And that he was thanking me, which just seems so backwards, right? Because literally I was like, wait. No, I thank you. Like, what? Isn't it what? It was beyond nice. It was beyond nice. And he was like emotional on the phone because he was like, now I'm going to be able to, now I can start trying to like get past this trauma. And, anyway, he's an incredible attorney. And, just thinking about, cause we were talking about hero defense attorneys, but, that is, you know, he was one of the first, I mean, cause this trial was a while ago. He was one of the first defense attorneys that really made me see things differently, for sure. I mean, that's the first trial that I can recall in terms of like chronological order. That's like the first one where I was watching it knowing that there was a chance that this person was being wrongfully prosecuted and was actually, and the only reason I can say that is because Mark Eiglarsh, lawyer, Peter Tragos, before, he's got his podcast, right? But in terms of his live show, he's only ever had 2 guests on. One of them is Mark Eiglarsh, and the other one is Michael Offerman, who's Charlie Adelson's appellate attorney, by the way. Those are the 2 guests he's had on for the live show. That's it. And Mark Eiglarsh was the first. And he had Mark Eiglarsh on after the trial, but before the trial, Lawyer had like, what was it? There was some reason why Lawyer had brought it up and was like, something had given him the feeling that potentially this dude, Mr. Peterson could be factually innocent, but we didn't know anything about the case yet until the trial, right? And so he kind of got it on my radar anyway. He doesn't cover trials gavel to gavel, but I wouldn't have even known it was happening were it not for that, right? So I watched the trial, obviously, like I said. Anyway, he had, and it was actually, I think I might have even suggested it, but it was like he had Mark Eiglarsh on. It was for his first guest. And like Peter was like totally fanboying, and it was so funny. It was so funny. Like he really, so anyway, I don't even remember where I was going with that. It's just crazy. Dude's a force of nature in a really positive way. Like he's very, very, very passionate and very like upbeat and like I don't know. It was so you're right. I remember what it was. So my point was that this was the first time going into it thinking like, oh wow, like it hadn't really dawned on me, I guess not fully, that the prosecution could either have the wrong person or have like it's the right person, but like this didn't happen. And like I hadn't really, so that trial was a big deal for me, right? To see that play out and to see and to see that happen and to see it just really changed everything. It really changed everything for me. It's like at that moment, I was like, oh my God, if I'm an attorney, I want to be a defense attorney, And so he was my first favorite defense attorney, right? For that reason. And still all this time later, I mean, it's not been that long, but I've watched a lot of trials since then, and he's still in my top 5. So I mean, I don't know about that, but like, man, it's just, it blows it like, yeah. Like watching something like that, right? It just changes your perspective. And I just appreciate that. It's like, I could never even express the gratitude that I have, right? For changing my perspective and for helping me see, like, because again, it's reasonable to think that the government's going to have the right person or bring the right charges or whatever, right? Like that's reasonable. It should be reasonable, right? You can't fault somebody for thinking that, right? And again, then you add to that the media narrative and all the rest. Anyway, it's just, and what it really says is you have to wait to see the evidence at trial, for one thing. It says a lot, but like that was one thing that was for sure, right? Because nobody knew anything correctly. You had to wait to see the evidence at trial because the evidence at trial is not at all what was presented, and nobody knew it until it came out at trial. It's like, but if you watched the trial and you saw the evidence at trial, you'd be like, holy shit. And you have to, and just the importance of going in with an open mind and just watching the evidence play out, Yeah, he is pretty. He's definitely pretty. There's no doubt about that with Lawyer, Yeah, he's pretty. He's definitely pretty. And he was the first person on LawTube that I didn't even know LawTube was a thing, but he was the first person I discovered. I discovered him before EDB because my first trial was George Floyd, Derek Chauvin, right? And I didn't even know this was a thing, right? I didn't even know. It's like that was the first time I learned there was trials you could watch on YouTube, and it was like COVID and like, so anyway, that was the whole thing. And but anyway, so what happened was the algorithm, right? Because I'm watching, so I didn't know anything. I just was watching the trial gavel to gavel, including jury selection, and meanwhile just figuring it out as I go without anybody explaining anything. And then of course YouTube suggested Lawyer, and back then he was doing like 5-minute or less videos, right? On just like, here's a term, here's a blah blah blah. But he had things that were coming up in this trial, in the Derek Chauvin trial. And so that's why YouTube suggested it was like, oh, he's going to explain this thing that came up this day. But it was like, again, just really short little 5-minute clips or something. So I knew about him and was watching him before I even had any clue there was a LawTube, any clue about EDB or anybody. I mean, that was because, again, it was just simply because it was related to that specific trial. And anyway, but yeah. For anyone who hasn't ever watched Runkle the Bailey, though, dude, he's one of my favorite in terms of the LawTubers. And I feel like everybody knows Lawyer, and like EDB and stuff, but Runkle is the shit, and he's one of my absolute faves. Absolute faves. Huge shout out to Runkle. Freaking love Runkle. I also love Kurt, and Kurt's here. Kurt's been here several times, actually, on Civil Law. Shout out to Uncivil Law. And also sometimes you get Kurt and Runkle together and they come on to like Rob's show, and that's awesome. Love that. But it's crazy. But people, they're making a difference, right? And that's the thing. And it's like people like Mark Eiglarsh and people like Jose Baez and people like, Ann Taylor, they're making the government, they're holding them to their burden. And if it wasn't for them, the government would be charging anybody. They would have no reason not to just charge whoever they wanted with fucking anything. I mean, it just wouldn't, That's the only thing that's stopping them. And it's the only thing that keeps law enforcement having to do their job properly. Like when you do have investigations, you know, or like a crime scene where it's done correctly, where the law enforcement officers, you can tell that they've stopped and been like, don't forget to do this thing and don't forget to do that. You know that the reason, the voice inside their head is their imagination of the defense attorney when they're cross-examined, picking apart and nitpicking and pointing out all the things they did wrong. That is their incentive. And they're doing that ahead of time because they don't want to have to sit there and go through it. I guarantee you. And that's what makes them do it correctly when they do it correctly. You know, as best as humanly possible, right? What I'm saying is like for when it does happen correctly and it's done right, that's why. And then it just makes you think about like people like Brett Payne and Mallory, and it's depressing. But that's a whole other topic. Actually, I think I'm gonna do another live stream tomorrow for BK because I have a whole other slew of things that, you know, have come up in my brain and things that I've been working on. And so we might do another one tomorrow as well. My list just keeps getting longer and longer. Squirrel life, hashtag squirrel life. But also we will definitely watch Wendy's interrogation because yes, we will do that too. That'll be fun. Another thing I will say too is I had literally no interest in Karen Read because of the drama and the toxic nature. Like I don't care for that shit. Like the toxic bullshit is not for me. And that case was really notorious for like people being real toxic. And so for that reason, I literally couldn't care less. I just stayed away from it. Like when people were talking about it or if there was something covering it, I didn't even care. It was the one time where like, you know, if it was like one of my favorite law tubers, right? Normally it's like, even if it's a case I'm not that interested in, but I really love the attorney or I like feel like I learn a lot from him, I'll watch anyway. That was an exception where it's like, if it was Karen, I just literally turn it off. Like I'm not going there. I had like no interest because I was like, I don't want to be in that environment. And then on accident, again, autoplay from YouTube, it was opening statements. And where it was at in opening statements was Mr. Unetti. I don't even know at what point, if it was close. I have no idea where it was in the opening statements. I didn't even know what I was listening to, right? Because it was like in the background on auto, whatever. So I was like doing whatever in the house. And like, I just heard at whatever point it was, I heard Mr. Unetti and I didn't really know fully what even it was. And then I figured out it was Karen Read, but I didn't care. I listened and it didn't take long. I would say all of 5 minutes before I was like, all right, I'm in. I'm in. And I covered the entire fucking thing because of those opening statements from Mr. Unetti. I was like, yep. I got to be here to see this. So, yeah, it is. And I really, you know, and it's a shame, isn't it? I mean, there's ways we can have these discussions without it being that way. And that's the thing. People can disagree and they can be respectful and it doesn't have to be toxic. Tonka, are you referring to Idaho 4 here with your question about stuff that's been said? And please feel free if you have questions and it, you know, like if it's an existential question, like why the fuck is this so messed up? Like, I don't know if I can help you with that. But if it's like a specific question about like, what does this mean or blah, blah, like something where you think I might be able to help, please, I'm happy to answer the questions. We can go through 100%. Absolutely. Whether it's you want to submit those through Discord or we can just do it live. I mean, it might be easier if I can have stuff pulled up ahead of time, if it's stuff that's available, right? Not sealed. But yeah, but if you're referring to Idaho 4, or I mean, you know, I'm happy to answer it if I can answer it. If I don't know the answer, I'll say I don't know the answer. But if I can answer it, I will happily. Yeah, I mean, the thing too, though, is like, Yeah, it's just like also with Kieran Reed. I mean, I feel like with Kieran Reed again, there's people. The narrative thing is big there as well. I feel like, and maybe even with Delphi to a certain extent, but like, I'm really happy. Like again, when I started covering Kieran Reed, you know, it was on the fly because of those opening statements, and like literally everybody that came and watched said this is the only place we can find on YouTube where we can watch it and enjoy it, and it's not toxic. And yeah, people had differing opinions, but there was nothing toxic about it at all. But I think, again, I think part of it is because everybody was assessing the evidence. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. One of the challenges with this case with Idaho 4 is that everything is under seal. We have so little. And that's the thing, right? Because if you don't have, just like I was saying, you don't have the evidence to assess, then what are people even assessing, or what are they arguing about, or a lot of it's going to have to be imaginary or made up. It just has to be because we have so little. So it's almost like setting itself up for that, right? Setting itself up for issues. And that's why I'll say, you know, it's so important to wait to see the evidence at trial. I mean, that's like such an understatement. But I do think it's important to try to figure out what the fuck is going on with those maps, because like, honestly, the state, those maps are a travesty, obviously. And like, you know, I know that it helps me and it helps other people to be like, okay, let's see if we can figure out this map and at least figure out what we're looking at, kind of, right? Or to go to the intersection and like see what it's like firsthand and see where the cameras are, just to get a better lay of the land, right? Because where else are we going to get, like in some trials, pre-trial, you do get information. You get that sometimes, right? It's like I'll tell you one thing. When Murdaugh started, I knew every fucking thing about that fucking case because it was like the opposite of a gag order, right? There was a lot of information, not like things are leaked. It wasn't like that. It was like I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's like it's just a very different environment because there's some cases where you know, you don't know everything, but you know a lot, right? And it was very transparent, I guess is what it is, right? It was very transparent. So, but anyway, but in cases where things are kept under seal and you just don't, you know. So my thing is like, let's take what we have and let's try to clarify it and try to break it down and try to organize it, or, you know, figure out what the hell is happening to the best we can. But in terms of like assessing what any of it means, I find that difficult because there's so much missing and there's so much and because there's so many problems. Like that affidavit's a mess, obviously, you guys know. And like, so there's just like a lot of issues beyond the fact that we don't have all this evidence, right? And there's, in this case, especially, way more is under seal than is typical. But what we do have is also a mess and is missing things, right? Omissions, false statements. So it's like literally setting itself up to be problematic. So anyway, that's things. Right. Like what facts? I mean, I don't know. What facts do we actually know for sure, though? Like, I feel like that list is pretty small in terms of like no one's disputing it. By no one, I mean the state or the defense. Like, what are they agreeing on in terms of the facts of the case? So, let me just see what you said. So about your questions, you have questions. What do you mean by an open forum? Like, are you saying like, what do you mean by that? Like a different, like Discord, or I don't know quite what you mean, if that's like a specific technological thing, or if that just means like people being open-minded. Through the chat. So do you mean people being open-minded in the chat? Is that what you mean? And the other thing I will say too is like the way YouTube works, right? Is like if you watch stuff that's like propaganda or like whatever, that's what's gonna pop up on your feed. Even if you don't want to watch, like it's just gonna, again, the autoplay type of thing, right? So like you guys have heard me say so many times, right? Like I'm like, I don't know who that is. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what that thing is, and like that's why, because like because I never delved into any of that, and therefore YouTube doesn't recommend it. So I don't even know who these people are. I don't know there's, I'm like in the dark on a lot of that, which is, again, if it's in that realm, then I'm fine with, like, I don't do the toxic stuff. So, and then I feel like once you get into that realm, then you're in that realm, right? It's like, how do you even get out? You'd have to like clear all your shit. You know what I mean? On YouTube or whatever, I don't even know. You'd have to like get a new identity to get out. You know what I mean? It's like you get sucked in and then it's like, I don't know. So, right. Yeah, I mean, any suggestions that you have of things that you think I could do to help, or like, I don't know, just any suggestions. I'm always open, of course. I totally agree with what you're saying. Anything that we can do to make that happen, like, let's do that. Like, larger source of ideas, opinions. Yeah. I mean, again, I think that the key thing being like relying on like facts. Again, in this case, that's hard, but that's where the second thing comes in, which is staying respectful and not being, toxic, right? Again, I just want to make a distinction, right? Like imagine like at trials, right? When you actually have evidence, then you can actually have adult conversations where it's like, because the reason for a trial is because one piece of evidence can be seen different ways. What does this thing mean, right? But you're assessing the evidence. Like in other words, I'll make up an example. We can all agree that this is a jar. Okay. Let's just say that in some trial, there's a jar, like a mason jar. I don't know. I'm just making it up. Like we can all agree this is a jar. Okay. We can all agree that this jar is this size. Okay. We can all agree that this jar was purchased at this store. Okay. We can all agree that this jar was however many, had some number of fluid ounces of water in it. Okay. And, that list could go on. And it's like all these things that you can agree on, right? But then you get to like the last thing, and that would be the thing that is in the province of the jury. And that would be the thing that is like the fact of the matter at hand, as they say. And that's like, what do all those things mean in the context of the case? And that's the part where it could go either way. That's why we have trial. But the point I wanted to make is the fact that you've got that long list of all those examples I just gave before you get to that last part. We all agree on this. You see what a difference that makes, because at least everybody's looking at the same piece of evidence and it's like, yes, this is a jar. No one's looking at it and they're like, no, that's an elephant. And the other person's like, no, that's a jar. You see how that's not productive, guys? Like, how can you get to that last question, right? If you've got, again, I'm just making up an example, but how can you get to that last question of what does it mean? If you can't get past one person looks at it and sees a jar and another person looks and sees an elephant. Problem. You see what I mean? But if you can get both people to be like, yep, that's a jar. And again, further than that, it's this size jar. It was purchased here and blah, blah, and all the examples I gave. Then you can get to the real actual point, which is what does it all mean? But you have to be able to get through those other things first. Jars are innocent. Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah. And that's, I mean, I hate to say it, but that's probably, that's true with a lot of cases. Again, that's another reason why I appreciate this trial that we were watching tonight, is because that's not the case here. And that's really an anomaly. That's really, oftentimes you will see that from the prosecution, where they really try to pull on they try to do the whole thing of like, and I find it really grotesque. They didn't do that in this trial. And again, I will reiterate, they didn't have to, right? Because they took their time little by little and they built a solid fucking case. And so they didn't have to do the whole pandering, playing on emotions. Again, we saw that when we were watching Casey Anthony. We saw that entire trial, the prosecution does that constantly, and it's just offensive. Really offensive. And you do that when you don't have evidence, right? I mean, that's what it is, when you don't have an actual case. So, but again, that's another reason why I appreciate it. That's not going on here in this Adelson. So, right. Yeah, I mean, it's for the birds. But do you guys see what I mean about that jar analogy though, and how that applies though to like Idaho 4, but anything really, not just even trials, but just really anything. And what I mean by that of like, how can you have the actual conversation that matters if you can't get past, is it a jar or an elephant? You know what I mean? And I'll go ahead and take that a step further. Let's say, for the sake of the example, that this is a great analogy for how I kind of feel about this case. Idaho 4, I mean. Let's just say, for the sake of the example, that there's a, like one of those game shows where it's like, what's behind door number 1? And there's like a big question mark. Okay. Let's just say you've got that and there's a big question mark. And one person is like, is it a jar? And the other person's like, no, it's an elephant. But all you've got is a big question mark and no one knows what's behind door number 1. Okay. And then you've got another person who's like, how can we can't discuss it until we see what it is. You know what I mean? So it's like, you've got a big screen with a question mark on it, right? Or a big box with a question mark on it. And you got like, so let's say like 2 people that are like, one person's like, it's a jar. And the other person's like, it's an elephant. But beyond that, they're trying to figure out the significance of it. And then you've got like the other person. The other person would be me in the example, who's like, how can we even, what? We don't even know what the thing is. How can we don't know what the thing is in the first place. We have to know what the thing is. Like, that's like how I kind of feel. I mean, I agree. And that's why too, like my whole thing, like, that I really have been doing pre-trial for BK and well, for anything that I'm covering really, but is just trying to assess the case, or not even the case. Sorry, that's the opposite of what I mean. Just assessing the lawyer, like the law, like the quality or lack thereof of the pleadings, right? And just break it down. Like, what does it mean? Like, is this well written? Is this a good argument? And what's the strength of the argument? What are the flaws? What does the case law say? How does that apply? How does that not apply? And then the hearings, it's like same thing. Like that's what I've, that was what I was, my goal, and inevitably things come up in terms of like the facts of the case. And again, that's where it is a challenge because big question mark, right? But you don't run into a lot of the toxic stuff when you're just really kind of like the toxic stuff I feel like is there because of the facts or the lack thereof, or the, like, I don't know how I'm trying to articulate this. Like, if you're just simply assessing the documents and stuff like that, right? And like the pleadings and like, it's weird. It's when you get into the facts, like, and that's true with a lot of cases, certainly, right? So when you get into the facts of the case that it gets hairy, I think, for some people, because people have strong opinions. And it's so funny because if you just look, and the other thing is that, like, you can look at the facts and be objective. It doesn't have to be that way, right? It's because of the strong opinions and all that, which is fine to have strong opinions. But the key thing is that I find, this is where I find the difficulty, right? Is when you have strong opinions, but there's not enough factual basis underlying them. And I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying this is where sometimes it feels like too soon, right? Too soon. Wait for trial, because that's the thing. you know, like I am a very opinionated person. And I say that like, as in I come in objective to trials. I try my absolute best. But when I have obsessed everything, if I form an opinion, you know, I will not be shy about it, but that doesn't mean that I'm not open to changing my mind if something changes my mind, you know what I mean? And it also doesn't mean that I feel like I'm the only one that's right or like someone else is wrong. You know, like there's only one answer. I guess that's also just a personal philosophy. I don't see things like that in life in general, but anyway, I'm just talking. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Anne has a strong opinion. I mean, I love Anne. Anne is on my list of top 5 defense attorneys, right? As I keep referencing. Like she's the state does not have anybody who is even close to the caliber. I was thinking about this the other day, and I was thinking that I think that so far from what I've seen for the state, and I'm just talking about lawyering skills, and I'm not talking about anything else. I'm just talking about lawyering, okay? In terms of what we saw, at least oral argument in the hearings, right? I think the least worst is Mr. Nye. Like he did the least bad job. Like, by which I mean, that's not a tough contest, right? You know, between Ashley Jennings and Bill Thompson. But I felt like he at least didn't suck. What do you guys think? Like if it were me, I would make him the lead on it because he sucks the least. You know? I have no idea what any of that is. Again, this is me being like, I don't know. I don't even know if that's related to Idaho 4. That could be anything. I mean, it's not like I'm only out of the loop with certain things there. Could be anything. Is that supposed to say bonkers? Like it's bonkers? So Heather agrees that he's skilled. Okay, yeah, that's cool. I'm glad that you also, you know, have noticed that. Like I thought he did a good job. Like for his position, which he has to have a certain position if he's representing the state, right? But like he was linear. I mean, he just didn't suck. Like he was linear. He was articulate, and he handled the questions well, and he did a good job. Okay, I don't know what that is. Oh, okay. I don't even know that I saw business names in the chat, but you guys can probably imagine how annoyed I got with every time the word vegan came up in relation. I'm just like, this is so dumb. This is so dumb. What is wrong with people? It's completely fucking irrelevant. Stupid. Yeah, I don't know what that is. It must not be on the Idaho cases of interest page, or I would have fucking seen it. Maybe it's something that already happened because they only have ongoing cases on there. Maybe that's what it is. Oh, okay. Have any of you guys actually seen the original movie, The Gaslight, out of curiosity? Oh, okay. Are you laughing because oh, you haven't? Okay. Yeah. Yep. Oh, wait, are you saying that about, are you referencing the movie The Gaslight, or are you referencing the other Idaho case that you said? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's funny because like, oh, it was dropped. Okay. It's funny because like I grew up on Alfred Hitchcock movies, which probably doesn't surprise anybody. And I was a kid when I saw The Gaslight. It's a really old movie, but I was a little kid, probably elementary school, when I saw it the first time. So actually, it's just funny because like legit, it's like an black and white movie. I just didn't know. Remind me who Lana is again. I feel like you guys have said that name before, but I don't know. There's so many names I never recognize. It's hard to keep it all straight. I don't know what that means. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I just, the only time, so my familiarity, when I realized yeah, okay, I remember. So yeah, one of you guys mentioned this to me before. And I was like, oh, why do I recognize, why does that ring a bell? And then I remembered it was from Delphi when, you know, it was like verdict watch or whatever over the weekend. So like none of the like Andrea and like the law tubers and, you know, that were there. You guys all know Defense Diaries, Lawyerly, Andrew Burkhart, like they weren't going live enough. Like they were, you know, and like I've explained before, for me, that was like so anxiety, like what's the right word? Inducing, especially because there was no information, right? It's like that was so awful. It's like it's always awful waiting for a verdict, but in that case where it's like there's no information at all, it's like you're so in the dark, and it's like the only way that I could handle it is like I feel like I needed a 24/7 live feed, just so like that's the only way I can see what's happening, right? Or know what's happening. And so anyway, that's what I know her from, is because when there was a day like over the weekend, I guess, like Saturday or Sunday. Remember they had that weekend deliberation, and the other law tubers were like not doing anything because there was nothing happening. But like I was like, "Argh," and it was like, I guess she was there. I don't even know. I guess I'm assuming it's the same thing, but like I just remember that name, Truth and Transparency. I didn't know the I guess if it's the person's name, I just knew the channel name. But like they were there just like talking to the crowd and stuff. And I was like, that was like, okay, great. I can see what's going on and I'm not missing anything. And like that was my experience. So I don't even know, because that was obviously a different situation because they weren't like covering stuff. Like they were just like hanging out with the crowd type of thing. Anyway, I'm just, the Crawford case, is that, I don't know about that one. What is GAC? Is that a channel? I'm so out of the loop, you guys. It's awful. It's got to be a channel because there's an action here, a verb. Okay, is that the Crawford case? Okay, is that also in Idaho, the Crawford case? I feel like, I don't know, why is it right? It rings a bell, but also could be another case because, you know. It's funny because you guys you're both, your thumbnails are both so similar because like they're so tiny the way it shows up on StreamYard. And it's like, they're like almost all black. It's just really funny back to back. Especially when you both guys at the same time said the same thing. And again, on the screen, it looks bigger, but in the chat thing on StreamYard, they're tiny. It's tiny thumb. Anyway, just funny. It's like you guys coordinated it. Well, anyway, dudes, I think that's it for this one. So I will figure out what we're going to do, or well, how I'm going to do it. Not what how I'm going to do it and coordinate, or well, organize. Organize is a better word to put it. For the next BK live stream, because I just feel like I have so many different projects going on with that. And again, it is just frustrating because it's like, God, there's just like not enough information. Anyway, but I need to just try to not do it all at once. And I just feel like I want to try to start with clarifying these maps if we can, visually, right? And then like seeing it, you know, just to get a better understanding of what it is there that is there. So right. I know I can tell yours is the cat when it's big on the screen. But when it's like, again, this is on StreamYard, so it's different. But like the way that it has it in StreamYard and they're so tiny, you really can't tell that there's no way to know there's a cat there. You can kind of tell, you can see the eclipse because that's like, but the cat can't see the cat until it's big. So it looks like the differentiation, if it's in the chat, is like all black circle and then all black circle with one tiny not black circle. That's the only distinction. But like the cat is very cute. I mean, I've been adoring that cat the whole time, but like I only can adore it if it's big. That's what she said. That's what she said. That's what she said. Oh, is that what that's a reference to? Oh, thank God. Finally, there's one less thing I don't feel out of the loop about. Maine Coons are really cute. That makes sense. I was literally doing that, Heather. You read my stupid mind. Literally. See? Oh, God. Oh, God. Nightbot, stop it. You silly. Oh, my God. Nightbot, behave. He's like, no. Cute. Love you, Nightbot. He's a Hellraiser? That makes him cuter, though. But I mean, cat, though, right? Cute, Nightbot. I wonder, so let's see who's next up here. Oh, we had a family mappy thing there. Some text messages. That's good. That's better than toxic shit, though. Like, you know what I mean? That's good. You know what I noticed recently, guys? I'm glad I thought of this. Came up on my YouTube feed. North Carolina Court of Appeals just recently had a session. I haven't even clicked on it. I just saved it to watch later because I was doing something. I don't even know what it is, but they did something and it was on YouTube just the other day. Like and the fact that like I don't search for North Carolina stuff, which is so, in other words, the reason why I would imagine that YouTube suggested that is not because I'm in North Carolina, but because there must be something interesting about that, like case law wise. So I need to take a look at it and see what it is, because it might be something that's really interesting to watch. But also I was just like, props to them, right? For getting like, you know, because states and also just, you know, jurisdictions can kind of take a stance either way right now. Are they going to be the type that's like, yeah, we're going to allow cameras and we're going to put our shit out there so the public can understand what's happening, right? Even if it's not like a high profile case, even if it's just like, here, we're just doing everyday shit in the courthouse or like, you know, whatever, like just so you can see the process, right? And especially when it comes to stuff like the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court, it's so important. Anyway, and I was just so happy because I was like, oh my God, does that mean North Carolina is like taking a stand for like, we're going to be one of those? Because there's some places you guys have probably seen where it's like literally every single thing they stream it, like for the jurisdiction or whatever. And it's like by the courtroom. And like the other thing that comes up on my feed is like, there's like some certain, like not local to here, but there's like small, like local libraries, local to other places, but local there, like where it's like the libraries are like having meetings and stuff. Like I can't even tell you how many times I get like these suggestions for like so-and-so, and like, it's a place I've never heard of, right? So-and-so, like public library meeting, like shit like that. But I like love that shit. I love that they're putting that out there so that people can watch it, right? So anyway, it's just that type of mentality. So I was like so proud of North Carolina for like being like, yep, so I need to watch it and see what it is, because it's might be something worth watching together. It's not even long. It's like, I think it was 45 minutes. But I'm just curious to see what they did. And like, I'm just happy it exists. Like, I will just say that much. Absolutely. I agree. Couldn't agree more. That's interesting. Definitely check out Iowa. Have you subscribed to Iowa Backyard Cam, Heather? She's a squirrel friend, squirrel crew, because literally that channel will be perfect. And plus also then you can support her. And she's got an awesome family, and there's always a live chat. And like, if you're going to like, of all the squirrel bird videos, that's the one. And they do 24/7, and like, they're a squirrel friend. So totally do that. It's Iowa's Backyard Cam. Everybody go subscribe. Shout out to Iowa. They were here earlier, like at the beginning, I think, of the night. I think before you got here, Heather. But anyway, they're yeah, please do. Yeah, it's Heather. It is the best. Seriously, do it before you forget. Like it is so high quality, and it's very cute. It's very cute with all the like the scenery and stuff, and like the set, the set design. They do a great job, and it's a squirrel friend. And they have cute, like great community posts with like the like rescue animals. Like I can't even remember. They've got like so many cats and dogs. Just awesome. Just really good people, and really good channel, and really great. Yeah. And they name everybody, right? Like everybody gets a name. All the animals out there get names and stuff. That's funny. I was watching the Canton Select Board meetings for a while, and then they did that thing where they made it, not so much public anymore, and put all those rules on it. And then it wasn't fun anymore. But the ones that were, back when they went and it was in the meeting room and whatnot, we covered those. Awesome. Glad you did. You'll have to pop in, again, it's a 24/7 feed. You'll have to pop in and be like, hi. And hopefully I will recognize you. I don't know if you guys have overlapped yet, but yeah, that will be awesome if you you can let her know. Mink, do you have 2 dogs? Or what is this? Is that I don't know what that is. Mink and I don't know what that is. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Wait, minks hunt? I don't even know. I don't even know that I have a good idea. Minks are in the weasel family. I know that much. Weasels. Wow. I mean, that sounds fun, but like if they actually catch anything, I can't handle. I mean, I want all animals to live. I know it's not possible. Like, I get it. Like, I want them all to live and I don't want any animals to die. So, YouTube, I will tell you, there's been times where I've typed things that were completely benign. Like, I don't know. I can't even think of an example. It was just like regular words, like it's over there, like as an example, just something like that. And it was like, I went to type it in the chat, like here, like on my channel, and like the YouTube because through StreamYard, the YouTube will still do the thing. And it's like YouTube censored it. And I'm like, huh? So I don't know. It could just be that it's fucking up. Because like I've seen that happen plenty of times to me and to other people where it's like, yeah, obviously it's got it wrong. Okay. Good job, not. I don't know what this is. Interesting. Well, remember too, Heather, that you and was it Twiz recently were like blocked or something from me? Like again, y'all know I've only ever blocked Glenn. I don't even know what that's about. That was odd. Unless that was like a joke, but like it seemed like it wasn't a joke. I don't know that song. Okay, so that's interesting. So it wasn't just, yeah. I remember thinking that I think it was Twiz. Anyway, I remember that whoever else that was happening to other people, and they said the same thing, that it wasn't just with my channel, it was with other channels too. What song is this? Is this like, what's the deal? Is this a new song, an old song? Like, should I know this song? Who does the song? Or maybe it was Kane. I can't remember who it was that said that they couldn't. But I remember it was you, Heather. It was you and somebody else at the same time that like both had the same thing. Old song. Oh, I think Heather's sending it to me. I mean, I can't pull it up on StreamYard because then I'll get a copyright. Huh, it doesn't ring a bell. That's funny. I don't recognize the name of the artist. Huh. Oh, Heather, are you sending me stuff about Tosh Sultana? Are my eyes deceiving me? The reason I have a 12-string guitar is because of Tosh Sultana. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't even want to, like, Notion? I covered Notion with one acoustic guitar, and it was one of the hardest things I've ever done because, as you know, she has a loop pedal and all this equipment, right? For Notion, right? Like it's electric guitar, but then also like a drum machine and all this stuff. So I'm not even joking when I say that I tried to do all of the parts at once on an acoustic guitar, and I don't use any effects or any loop pedals, and I'm including the drums. I'm including the drum beat while playing the guitar part, which is like a whole thing. Yeah, no, she's freaking awesome, dude. If I was into women, I would go and abscond with her, although I think she's got a partner, which is great. But no, she's the shit. Freaking yes. I don't even have words. Like literally, I've shared her music with like everybody I know because I think she's one of the greatest musicians of all time. And I had no thought of a 12-string guitar until I saw Blackbird. And like, I was like, holy shit, look at all the things you can do with a 12-string guitar. And it really, because of that, it pushed my boundaries. Like, and it made me practice guitar. Like, I mean, I was practicing the shit out of guitar when I was like working on Notion, and then started writing a lot more. Like, then I just started doing like only my own songs. But like, but yeah, I mean, and I love my 12-string guitar. I love it. I love it. She's Australian. I just put her name in the chat. Yeah, and I love, Jungle's great too. But there was something about Notion that, like, I don't know, really moved me in a very specific way. And like, I guess also seemed potentially more like it could work on just acoustic guitar versus something like Jungle. You really need the whole shebang, right? With the beat and everything. But like with Notion, it's not constant drums, right? It's sort of a choice where it's like, if you're going to try to be one person with one instrument and do all the things, there's choices you have to make where it's like, you choose which thing you're going to do. And you try, sometimes you can do two things at once. That's a whole thing. But like, like for example, like the way that the song Notion starts out, where it layers all the different things, because she's looping it, right? Obviously I'm not doing that. I'm doing it just normal. And so it's like, you do one thing and then you fade, and then you do the next thing, and you just sort of hope that the listener is layering those things in their mind, and then you try to like weave it together. So like you have to make those choices. And so again, with something like Jungle, it wouldn't have been possible because there's too many things all at once that anyway. But with Notion, but no one's ever attempted to do that. I mean, that I saw. I looked. I mean, nobody, I don't even think has covered it, period, on anything, but let alone on just one instrument without any, again, it'd be cheating. Like if I don't have a loop pedal, I don't want to use a loop pedal, but like if I used a loop pedal, completely different, right? Then then you can clone yourself essentially. Then sure. But like the challenge was to do it with just, me and one guitar. And yeah, I don't even know how to call it a genre. I mean, I guess technically you would say it's singer-songwriter. But that seems so limiting to call her. I don't know. I mean, she, her instrument, I guess her baby instrument, if I say baby, like her spirit instrument, like guitar, right? But she plays fucking everything. I mean, well, not violin, but she plays like, keyboard, and like, she does all the things. And the thing is, like, if you're a really talented musician, right? And you've got access to a lot of different instruments, and then you have access to equipment like loop pedals, right? And like different effects and like a drum machine, then you can, as one person, do even more than like a band would, right? And so that's basically what she does. And so she has, trumpet and all these different instruments, right? And she also sings, but not all of her songs have vocals. Some of them are just instrumental. So she, it is really cool because you're able to really create the world that you imagine in your head. And so I get it. I understand that. Like, it would take a lot of resources to have all of that. Like, but I get it. Like, it's like you imagine in your mind, like the way you want the sound to be and how you hear it. And it's like all the different voices, which is what we call it in music with, it could be a different instrument or whatever. Right. But, and then to be able to make that happen. It's the same reason why maybe some people play piano, like, I mean, an acoustic piano, because you can use all 10 fingers and there's 88 keys, you know, but even still that doesn't compare to having, I mean, even one instrument, but with a loop pedal, you're already, again, able to really, again, you can clone whatever you want, basically. But if then you have if you have access to a bunch of instruments and different, you know, stuff, and one of the things that's so cool too is watching her do that, because it takes a lot of like choreography, right? Physically, to get to one machine in time and then reach to the other one. It's really cool to watch. Oh, she's done Jungle Live. Yeah. Yeah, she has. She's done Notion Live. But when she does it live, it's the same deal where she has all the stuff. Notion is on that same EP as Jungle. But whether she's doing it for a recording or she's doing it live, it's the same thing. She's the only person, it's just her, but she has all these instruments with all the stuff like I was describing. I will say her voice is different in different songs. There's that. But I understand what you're saying. What song are you listening to? But she does on purpose change her voice depending on the song. Because I've heard her talk about that, where she doesn't like, yeah, it's an on purpose choice. And as far as Notion goes, I actually like the CD version the best, more than the live versions. Just for that song, though. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if any of you guys know Ani DeFranco, but she's another huge, like, here, like, I don't know if you're a hero. I just, you know, for me, like, in terms of guitar, like, it's the reason I have a baritone guitar is because Ani DeFranco has a baritone guitar. And it's like, not that I'm trying to copy them. It's just like some of these more obscure guitars you wouldn't know exist, right? Until you see someone play it. And then you're like, oh my God, that's so cool. But another one who, again, you know, it's like I used to, you know, years ago, it's like start out like covering their songs, right? And then, you know, you end up doing your own, writing your own. But oh yeah, many people don't play their own instruments. It's wild, right? Yeah, I don't think I even listen to anybody that I don't know. I don't know. I guess that's like kind of pop stars, right? Can't think of anybody who I listen to or ever have listened to who aren't playing. Well, unless it's just they're a vocalist, right? Because there are some people who are just the vocalist. But having said that, I'm talking about the people who are doing such work with the vocals that like literally it is an instrument and like you couldn't, you know what I mean? It's not like a cop out situation because they don't know how. It's like they probably know how to play other instruments, but like it wouldn't be possible. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, like, I mean, when I moved into this house and like I was, that's around the time I was learning Notion. And I also learned another really difficult Ani DeFranco song called Garden of Simple. But also then I was like, okay, it's time for me to just go back to writing my own songs because like, you know, and so, and then I wrote like, it was insane. I wrote like 40 songs in 3 months. Not just wrote and recorded like 40 songs in 3 months or something insane. But I was playing so much guitar that my right hand, I ended up like all my fingernails got ripped off. Like at first they got like worn down. And then they were just not like it was not good. It was a real problem. Like I was like losing my fingernails because even when I had nothing left, I was still practicing and it was like a bloody stump of a thing. And I was like abusing it basically because it's very physical, some of that stuff on acoustic guitar. So I ended up having to, for the first time ever, get like acrylic nails. And like as a violinist, like, you know, I've only my entire life ever had short nails on my left hand. And then when I started playing guitar, you know, then on my right hand, you know, you grow out your nails, but not long, but it's like a certain very specific length, right? So I'm like, for years and years and years, my nails are like, the left hand is a certain way and then the right hand is a certain way. And like, that's it, right? But anyway, so I was really in big trouble. So I had to get like the like acrylic nails that are like, but for function and like super glue them onto my hand and then like file them a certain way so that they would do what I needed for the guitar. And like, here's the crazy part. Even when I did that, the acrylic nails, the glue would last, the super glue would last. But this is just to give you an idea of how much I was abusing my own fingernails. I'll just by describing the acrylic nails. If I was practicing, the acrylic nails, some of them wouldn't even make it through a day because the amount of times they were being struck against or rubbed against the guitar strings wore them off, whittled them down, and there would be like white powder all over my guitar. It literally wore them. It just destroyed them. Isn't that funny? But and so it was like a whole thing with the whole stupid acrylic nails. And then I just got to the point where I ran out of lyrics. It was stupid. I've got like probably, I don't know, 200 songs that are like completely written, but don't have lyrics. And so anyway, but I was like, well, I guess in the meantime, I'll just cover more trial stuff. Having said that, I'm gonna have to. Guitar calluses and violin calluses are very different. It sucks because I've kind of lost my guitar calluses, and boy, oh boy, did I put myself through absolute fucking hell to develop those the way that they were developed. Y'all don't even want to know. Y'all don't even want to know. And now it's like, fuck, I have to go through that again, which is fine. It's just a shame that because I haven't practiced guitar in a while. I hate to say that. Like, I'm now like, fuck, I need to go practice guitar. What is Baba Yaga? I have no idea. I am so out of the loop. Heather, help Baba Yaga. Baba. Oh, okay. That's funny. Love the Slavs, though. Eastern European. Fuck yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know. Let's not diminish or insult the Slavic people that way. She has to be from her own planet so that it doesn't make anybody offended. She's from, like, I don't know, Mars or something. I feel like that's too stereotypical. Uranus. Is that how you even say it? I feel like now I'm like, well, fuck, is that correct? You guys know where I'm going with that. Because it was like genuinely, I'm like, well, I don't even know how to say it. Like, no one ever talks about that planet. So, like, I don't even know. I don't even know. How do you pronounce it, Heather? Did I say it correctly? I have no idea. Ah, interesting. Heather, do you care about like birthday dates stuff? Oh, I said it fine. Okay, that's good. Didn't butcher it. Yeah, so like, did birthday dates, is that in your wheelhouse or is it planets mostly? Okay. Well, I know people that are into that stuff, they all say that, like, you know, I have an interesting birthday. Because it's on the cusp, but also like, I guess the things. So I was born at 10/23 on 10/23. So it's like on the cusp of Libra and Scorpio. That's cool. You should do that. You should totally do that. Write a book. You can be like, Glenn, sorry, just had to. It's funny thinking about it because like Libra, right? Like, and I know the symbol I think is like scale. It's really funny. That makes a whole lot of sense, doesn't it? I never even thought about that until just now, because I don't ever think about those things. Like I don't ever think about my birthday or whatever, but it's just funny thinking about it because of this context. And it's like, oh yeah, Libra, like, I guess I should have seen this coming, right? How do we not know this by now? Hold on, let me do the thing. Hold on. There's only one way to answer this question.
I have that start.
Glenn says he's writing a book about Wendi. So. Oh, I don't know. Um, 1987. See, this is all over my head. 1987, and I guess, yeah, I was born in Greensboro, North Carolina. Oh, that's fun. Awesome. Welcome. We're just chatting about random shit. It's ran the gamut tonight. We've covered like so many things, from like inappropriate jokes and like different types of blunt force trauma and like, you know, stories about defense attorneys and literally, like, we've covered a lot. Oh, my knife wielder story, which was at the very beginning. I think you might have heard that already, Victory. I think you were there when I told that. Oh, AM or PM? I don't know. I don't know. I think it was AM, but I don't know for sure. Yeah, I feel like it was AM, but I don't know if anyone ever. Yeah, but I was 8 weeks early. And so Victory, and so it's funny. I was talking about Runkle too just recently, and I know you like Runkle. Shout out to Runkle. And I was wondering too if any of the law tubers who have the same goat, if any of them have ever needed to replace their battery, and do they even know they can? Like, I would just hope that they don't think you have to just buy a new goat, but like, I can attest to the fact that the battery will run out and you can replace it, and I have done so. I just don't know that anybody else has it's come to that. You know what I mean? Okay. I mean, I believe you. I just feel like whenever it's like you see things, I don't know, everything that I've seen or if people, like, it always says it's on the cusp. So I don't know, but I trust what you're saying more so anyway. Oh, is Libra after Scorpio? Interesting. Yeah, anytime that I've ever been in a position where it's like that question is being posed of like the birthday and the signs, it's always been on the cusp. So that's interesting. I didn't know it was possible for it to ever be different. Even now that it's got its voice back. Oh, typo? We don't know. I'm waiting with bated breath to see what the typo is. Water sign. See, I don't even know enough to even. Is that Aquarius, maybe? I mean, I could be completely wrong. I just, Aqua, whatever. Oh, interesting. That's just at 10:23 a.m. Okay, interesting. So I guess that's where the whole day goes on the cusp. But if you really divide it up by the 12-hour mark, it's one or the other. Interesting. It's like if you're in between the two, like, I don't know how it works. That's interesting. Okay. I'm not sure I even know enough to know what that means. That's for real. Explain it to me like I literally don't know what it is, what any of it is, because that would be accurate. I don't even think I could name. I'm just thinking like I couldn't even name all the different. I guess there's 12, one for each month, roughly, or whatever. I couldn't even name them all. Like, I'm surprised I even thought of Aquarius, if that's even one. I don't even know if that's actually a sign, but if that's a sign, I'm surprised I knew that. I know Aries is one. I know Leo is one. That's about all. Okay. Heather's about to teach us how this shit works. It has to be a little short of 1 birthday, right? Just to make it more complicated. That's hilarious. Interesting. The moon is faster. Okay. Interesting. Is this like physics or honestly, the questions I would ask are going to be so stupid. I should just not even do it. Just don't do it. Okay. So like, but that description though, I would think that that's what you are meaning by this, but clearly I don't understand anything. That like, that looks like, I just don't know. Okay. But like the speed of the spinning, see, that sounds like physics to me. Is that not? Spinny speed, like the spinny wheel. We know that. I could talk all day about the spinny wheel. No, just kidding. Don't want to do that. That's dumb. Interesting. Okay. Does that mean like visual? When you say apparent, do you mean visually? That's fun. That's cool. This sounds like this is a neat thing for people to do. Oh, that's interesting. Like a journey. Oh God. I'm just picturing a person like going through a journey of like stars. Like it's not even. Oh, that's some squirrel brain right there, isn't it? Squirreliness. That's funny. I guess when you reference music theory, you're talking about circle of fifths, but I think that's a little bit different. I mean, anyway, I'm not gonna go into music theory with you guys. Y'all will hate me forever. I mean, one thing that's interesting to note for anyone who didn't know this, though, is that the A. Sorry. Oh my God. Just my voice. So the A has changed over time. So that's like an A. 440. So the A used to be lower back in medieval times and like even up through Baroque, so like Bach and stuff. It was closer to an A flat, and then it became in between an A flat and an A, and it got changed over time to where now the accepted A is 440 hertz. However, certain ensembles like to tune to a 442, just to throw a monkey wrench. Well, that's not why I'm making a joke. Throws a monkey wrench in the whole system to do that. But you'll see it every now and again. And sometimes it's actually considered to be desirable for string quartets because of the way it works out with the cello and the open E strings and the open C strings to create a major third that would be in tune. But anyway, all I meant to say is, isn't it interesting that the A has changed over time? That, you know. Yeah, this could mean a lot of different things. I don't know how to interpret that. You'd have to be more specific. And that is literally, may as well be a foreign language, Heather. May as well. Yani Pani Mayu. I don't understand. The Russian word for violin is really cool, though. Just if you guys, it's just a fun word. Skripka. Violin. It's just a cool one. Okay, so you're talking about not pitch. Twiz is back. Twiz is back. Are you sure you're not talking about like volume would be decibels? Heather, great. That's awesome. I have no idea. I have no idea. But feel free. I love it. It's great. It's very amusing to me because I don't understand any of it. Yeah, I mean, that still is done, whether it's bells or other things, but there's definitely, certain people will say that certain frequencies can be healing for sure. I mean, I don't know, music in general. I actually double majored for a time with music therapy, which is a whole thing. It's not maybe what one would think. It's more like, well, there's a lot of psychology to it, but I did some working with like, kids with like different developmental disabilities, whether sometimes it was like physical or, a lot of autistic. But like, for example, like certain kids, like they will have a really hard time, like holding a pencil or doing things with their hands, but by learning an instrument, it completely will change that for them a lot of times. Let's double check myself on my perfect pitch. Let's double check. Check. Okay. So if you guys are, I don't know if you guys are able to do it. If you guys remember the A, I was just humming a minute ago. I'm going to do an A again, and then I'm going to play my A on this metronome, and then we're going to see. Woo! I was maybe slightly flat, but also my voice is very tired from talking for so long. But yeah, there's your A, 440. So back in like medieval times, it was around 415, which is almost an A flat. And for anyone who missed it, I have a medieval violin actually, so I tune it to that appropriate A, as one does, 415. Yeah. And for anyone also who missed this, I found my missing goat ear. I just haven't had a chance to super glue it on because I've been live streaming. But yeah, so goat has 2 ears, and the odds of me getting poking myself have just increased, but it's okay. It's all good. Okay. So there's a few words in here, Heather, that I recognize. Earth, clock, stars, space. Woo! Right. Right. That's right, Victorine. I know you also work with, that's awesome. Yeah, you and I have that in common. That's pretty cool. That's awesome. Dude, freaking medieval was off the chain, people. Y'all don't even know. Shit went down. It went down hardcore. Are you saying the goat ear? I don't know if you're asking me a question, but yeah, like fucking 1066, man. Have you ever looked into that, Heather? I'm sure you have. What a year. What a fucking year that was. Battle of Hastings. Psh, fuck. Changed the direction of the rest of history. Maybe more so than any other historical event. That's not me saying it. That's like historical. That's me saying it, but also scholars will say that too. Interesting. Twiz, were you asking me about the goat ear? I guess I can just answer it anyway, just to be safe. Like, just in case this is like, really important. I mean, it is. The goat is important. I found it, this is what's really funny. That ear has been missing for a long time, like months. And my house has there's a reason I'm saying this, because the ear is small. Okay. I don't have any carpeting. My house is all hardwood floors, except I have like porcelain in the kitchen and like tile in the bathroom. So there's no carpeting because, it's easy to lose stuff in carpeting because it gets stuck in there. I don't have to worry about that, which is nice. And, I vacuum regularly or sweep and whatever, right? As one does when it's a lot easier when you don't have carpet, right? But anyway, and I'm standing right where I always stand when I live stream. And also this is very close to proximity where I stand when I'm teaching. So like I'm in this space like all day, every day, pretty much where I'm standing right now. So this is why it's funny, because I found the ear, and you guys will hear it if you weren't there. I was like saying something, and then I was like, oh my God, I found the ear. Literally, that's the moment it happened. Where was it? I was standing here. We were watching testimony from Katie Magbanua, and I felt something under my combat boot. I heard it crunch or felt it, whatever. And it's really funny because you would think, this ear is tiny, okay? And I was standing on it with my boot, and it didn't even break it or anything. But anyway, it was under my foot, but it couldn't have been there the whole time, obviously. So I have no idea. Isn't that wild? Right after he got his voice back. In other words, the ear was not there the whole time. It must have been somewhere else and fallen. I don't know, but I was standing on it. And then I was during the live stream, and then I was like, oh my God, I found the ear, and it was under my foot. So explain that. Heather, maybe you can explain that with all of your stuff. Oh, like, are you thinking of from the musical Hair? Yeah, that's not surprising given USA. This is, I mean, it's fascinating. I don't know. I don't understand it, but this is fascinating, Heather. I'm going to do a surprise decision. Surprise decision. Do, 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 do. Burr, 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 burr. What am I looking for? Oh, yeah. Okay. Just making some random sound effects while I find the big surprise. Boop, 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 boop. Wait, let me try this a different way. What am I looking? How did I do this before? How did I do this before? Did I? Let me see. Well, I guess this is how we watched it. All right. Let's see here. Okay. It's interesting because I don't remember this watermark, but anyway. So we want to take a guess at what the surprise is. Dancing in the Field is awesome. Highly recommend. I just don't remember this watermark, but anyway. We're just going to get a little sneak peek, just a little sneak peek of this. Because to watch all this will be in another day. Did anyone predict this? Heather? Oh my God. Should we do some, I don't even know that we did closed captioning last time. Okay.
Hey, it's Lisa Carey. It is Friday, and I feel like an idiot doing this, but I just heard that there was a shooting over on Trescott, and I promise I'm not trying to be dramatic.
I don't remember that fucking watermark, but I don't know where. I was looking. I don't see anybody else that has it. It's like Long Crime has the monopoly. I just don't remember that watermark being there. Anyway, all right, whatever.
Or even nosy. I don't know. Just checking on you, my friend. I hope all is well. I hope your sweet boys are well. And if there's anything you need, let me know. It just ran a chill down my spine when I heard that there was something going on Trescott. All right. 212-3083. I hope all is well, and I will talk to you soon. Bye.
That's all right. You can stop it. Or does it stop automatically?
It's done.
Okay. Do you have your
Yeah.
identification with you?
I'll keep looking, but like, I tried. Let's see. They may. I mean, I wonder if they like, you know, either bought. I don't know if it's you buy them out or how they do it. Like, I don't know if they. I remember there were multiple. Like, my recollection is that there were multiple channels that had it, like different, you know. But now it looks like there's just one.
So you never took the last name of Markle?
No. Markel.
Adelso. Okay. Wendi with an I. Jill. All right. There was a shooting at your home or your ex-husband's home at 2116 Trescott. Okay. Your ex-husband, Daniel, all right, has been taken to the hospital. He's not going to survive.
Oh my God.
Okay.
This watermark is really great. Like, because I remember thinking that deep dive true crime, you know, mentor lawyer had it, but I'm not seeing it. It's odd. I feel like that's where it was before, though. What the fuck? Let me see if Yeah, weird. Try. Huh. I don't know. This is odd, though. Yeah, it's like they're all gone. That's so odd, guys. Sucks. On crime is going to take over the world, apparently. Oh, okay. Yeah, you got it. Oh my God, sorry. I'm talking over her nonsense. So let me just get, this is important. The command. Got it. Thank you. Will do. I know, right? I know. Like, right? Just okay. Let's back this up so we can hear her nonsense. This is one of the best. Well, the whole thing is the best part, but this is one of the best parts.
Five.
Oh my God. Wait. Sorry, my fault. Let me back up. Wendi with an I.
Hi.
Oh my God.
There was a shooting at your home or your ex-husband's home at 2116.
Again, I'm noticing already something new I hadn't noticed before. She nods ahead of time. Watch this. Watch her nodding. She nods before he finishes the sentence. when he says there was a shooting, she nods, and then he says something like at your home on and then she nods again.
All right.
Fucking hell. Glenn, what are you thinking?
There was a shooting at your home or your ex-husband's home at 2116 Trescott. Okay. Your ex-husband, excuse me, Daniel, all right, has been taken to the hospital. He's not going to survive.
Oh my God. Oh, God.
Well, before we get into everything, I have to establish where you were and who you were with and so forth.
Okay.
Okay. And then once we've established all that, I can give you more details.
Okay.
Do you understand why I wanted you to come here before I discuss this?
Oh my God. Mother of God. Why? Just why? Thank you. Ugh. I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, you have nothing to be sorry about.
No, he has plenty to be sorry about. Oh, God. Okay, we have to. I can't find where, y'all. Someone help me. Where can I find that emoji in the emoji category things on the phone? I can't find it, but let me back that up because again, this is just the atrocity. It's important that we appreciate the full level of atrocity. I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, you have nothing to be sorry about.
I just how did this happen?
Can you let me get over this hump, okay? Can we do that first?
That's what she said.
All right. Can you tell me what time you left your house this morning?
Yeah, I was there. I didn't leave this
A
morning
miracle.
until noon.
Okay.
Oh my God, is the sound not aligned with the video? I will lose my mind. Law and crime don't even. Are you not aligned? But also, even if it's not, you can just tell from her voice, like it's a Christmas miracle or something. I don't know. Maybe it's a something.
Oh my God. And I tried to drive up Trescott.
Okay, no, it's not misaligned. Thank God. Can someone tell me where to find that symbol, though, people?
Saw that it was blocked.
It was blocked at some
Let's
point.
listen to that transition or lack thereof again.
You tell me what time you left your house this morning.
Yeah, I was there. I didn't
Wow.
leave this morning. I didn't
Wow.
leave until noon.
Wow.
Okay. And
Oh my God. And I tried to drive up Trescott and I saw that it was blocked.
it was blocked at some point. I'm not sure what time it was
And I
blocked.
just thought, oh, there's maybe some trees down or something. Because sometimes
Oh, you're saying as you drove down which one of the side roads?
when I'm going to a friend's party tonight and it's a oh my God, what am I even talking about? I needed to buy, it's a stock the shelf engagement party, and so I went to buy bourbon.
Okay.
So I went to drive from my place up Trescott to get to ABC Liquor, and it was blocked. So I just turned around. I was on the phone at the time. I wasn't paying a lot of attention.
Right.
So I just turned around and drove up the other way. I just thought, oh, sometimes when I lived there were electrical things that would happen. I left my house around 12:15 because I thought I'll get the bourbon and then I'll get some gas for the car and I get super glue for one of the boys' toys. And
Oh
I was
my
trying to do all I
God.
can before meeting my two friends at 1.
Okay,
So
what-
much exposition. It's really amazing. So the thing is that to make these commands, oh, there's a sheep. To make these commands, so I'm on, you know, in other words, the YouTube commands are different, but that's not where you make the night. That's not where you how you do the night bot. So I'm on like, you know, iPhone. So I mean, I got a symbol for the internet, like Wi-Fi. I mean, there's lots of symbols, but I'm not seeing anything that resembles that symbol, Tonka, unfortunately. So, I mean, that's a great idea, right? Oh God. Oh God. Oh God.
Was at your house this morning?
The only person that was at my house this morning was the guy from Best Buy. Because
every single moment of this is gold, because now she's getting into the Best Buy. This is incredible.
TV was broken and it's under warranty.
Easy for you.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay, a guy from Best Buy was at your house to work on your TV.
I have his name and everything at the house if you want it. Because
she's like, I'm all ready to go with my alibi. Yeah, I think it did have it, you know, but there was a recent iOS update, and you know, they you know, like they say in the church, the Lord, I think they say, the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. That's like Apple iOS updates. Like, here, you gained another cute animal, but look, we're going to take this other thing away. So let me know, though, if you think of another symbol or if something else would substitute.
the boys broke the TV, so he gave me a choice of fixing it or getting a new one. And
What time did he come to the house?
he called me at around 8. He was probably there until around 10.
Okay.
Okay.
And then you
and then after he left, I kept working on a paper, and I emailed the paper to a librarian at school to work on some of the citations.
Okay.
And I don't think I talked to anyone.
This is so
else,
weird,
but I was
right?
just
This
working
is so weird.
for an hour or so from the house. I was going to take a shower, but I didn't. I ran out of time. I did laundry.
This is so fucking weird. It's like literally they just got started. She launches into the terrible acting and like launches into a completely rehearsed step-by-step play-by-play of her alibi with a breakdown like by the minute that no normal person would have. Like, this is not normal, right? Like, this is not normal. Nothing about this is normal. It's like she has trained, you know, we always made those jokes with Murdaugh and the 5'2" ninja assassins and their green lasers. They trained their whole lives for this, like in reference to their 11 years. Their whole 11 years, right? They trained all their lives for this. It's like she trained all her life for this moment, is what I think. Is this in reference to another symbol for your command, or I don't even know what symbol that is. What is that? Is that a new one? Welcome back, Kane.
And then I left the house around noon.
to go to the liquor store and the stuff for the party.
Yeah,
Okay, you went down which road you said?
I went down Trescott.
Okay.
I saw a police car there, and I just thought it was blocked, so I just turned around and drove to. I went down the rest of Centerville, went up Benton, took Benton across, went to ABC Liquors, bought the bourbon.
I'm a little confused. You're up on Centerville Road. What's your purpose of driving down Trescott?
It's usually the shortcut to get
No.
to Monroe.
No, it's not.
To get to Monroe?
I usually take it as a cut through to get to Thomasville or Monroe.
Okay, all right, so
I
you,
don't know why I said Monroe. I was thinking Mosaic, Monroe, Thomasville.
okay, so when you come down into town,
Clearly, because you don't actually ever do any of that, so you're just getting it all mixed up because you should have practiced those street names better, Wendy.
on Centerville,
I almost always cut through Trescott.
Trescott, and just drive by your old house?
Well, I do it as a way of like coming to terms with the divorce. But yeah, sometimes I drive there. If I'm too sad, I drive around.
Okay.
If the kids aren't home and I know they're
This is such a mess. I don't know what I'm looking at for that. Is that a thought bubble? See, I don't think the phone has that either, though. Clouds? Could it be clouds? Is Twiz working on the maps? Twiz! We have to, they have to be things that I have on the phone because that's where the Nightbot, that's the thing. That's where I'm setting up the Nightbot thought bubble. Okay, let me see if the phone has it. Let me see if the phone has it. Hold on. I don't know that, I don't recognize it, but again, could be there because there's always new things. Got the eggplant. Oh, it does have it. Excellent. Yay, we're in luck. So, wow, it's got 3 different ones. Would you like the one that looks like a cloud? The one that looks like it's a speech bubble and then it has like dot, dot, dot. And then there's another one that's like spiky. Spiky. That's interesting. I had not seen any of those. Do you want the fluffies? Or do you want one of each? A combo platter. Use the one with the dots. Dots. Okay. 3 of those. A throuple. That's what she's on. I love that we're getting creative with the emojis. Are you saying as a command, Kane? Okay, if anyone wants to try, so exclamation point Tonka. Okay, cool. You just want it for food. You remind me of Flash. It's so funny. You and Flash. Flash is always talking about food. Freaking love Flash, by the way. And hope he has the best time in Aruba when he flies out. You guys be thinking about him on Thursday. Okay, let's continue on with this.
Down into town on Centerville,
I almost always cut through Trescott.
and just drive by your old house.
Well, I do it as a way of like coming to terms with the divorce. But yeah, sometimes I
give me a break. Y'all, give me a break. Wendi.
Drive there. If I'm too sad, I drive around.
If I'm too
the kids aren't home and I know they're not home, I feel better about driving by the house. But yeah, it's shorter and I just usually drive by.
It's shorter than going all the way down to Benton.
All the way down Centerville and around Benton. It's just a shortcut I always took.
Okay, so you turned around and went back to Centerville, I take it?
Yeah.
Down to Benton and went to the liquor store down there on Thomasville?
Yeah.
The one at Benton Road?
ABC Liquors. It's at, Benton. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Did you make a purchase there?
Yeah.
And that was sometime after 12?
Probably 12:30.
Okay. All right.
And I talked to a guy there because I don't really buy much alcohol. And so they wanted bourbon. And I asked the guy, we had a whole conversation about bourbon and my eyes. Like,
your eyes?
This is the best part. She can't help herself with this part, guys.
He just said, your eyes are really blue.
Right.
And
you have contacts?
I do.
Okay.
No, it's no big deal. Just like somebody's been shot and like, their life is hanging by a thread, but who cares? Let's talk about your blue eyes some more, Wendi. That aren't even real.
I just remembered it.
Right.
So I bought the bourbon and got some gas on Thomasville and met my friends at Mosaic.
Which gas station did you go to on Thomasville?
The one that's, I always forget the name, but the one that's close to the cross street. It's right next to the Goodwill.
Okay.
If you're heading north on Thomasville. If you're heading north on Thomasville, it's on your right.
Okay. Just past the Goodwill
Just
place?
past the Goodwill. It's close to the intersection there.
Okay. All right. And then from that point, you went straight to
Went to Mosaic.
Mosaic restaurant?
And met friends there. I used to have kind of a steady Friday meeting and I hadn't seen my 2 friends in a while. And so we had made plans to meet up.
What time?
Yeah, everything all lined up. Their plan was good. Their plan would have worked great if it wasn't for, and then now begins endless list of all the reasons that their plan was foiled by these criminal masterminds. No, but it's better because she is a lawyer. However, she does suggest that she should be a suspect as in herself several times. And I think it's less than 48 minutes in, she asks them to read her Miranda. And they say, no, you're not a suspect. But then she tries to talk them out of that. She does not ask for a lawyer ever. It's great.
About 1. I was a little late. We were supposed to meet at 1, and I got there a few minutes after.
Okay. All right. I know it's cold in here. Okay.
I think that's not why.
Okay. I know it's part of it, but
Yep.
do you know anybody that would have a beef against your?
Yeah, I guess it is slightly misaligned. That sucks. So this is the only one left. And the watermark is new. Not only that, but they've added something underneath law and crime that was not there before. So they must have bought out like all or whatever it is that they did. Because I mean, this was on other channels. Like this was on the other like law and crime, and then this was on like Mentor Lawyer, and like there were several channels that had this. This is just CCTV or whatever the fuck camera footage. And like this apparently is the only way to watch it anymore, which sucks.
He's oh God.
I hate to ask it now, but I have to do it now. You understand, right?
I understand. He had friends. He always meant well, but he would sometimes rub people the wrong way.
Okay.
But are you talking about the victim?
How do you would do something like this?
Anybody that he owes money to?
No, he owes money to me.
He owes money to you?
Anybody he owes money to? Well, he owes money to me, she says.
Okay.
Not me.
Okay. All right. All right.
Oh my God, we're poor kids.
Dude, the fact that it's not lined up perfectly, I will never get over this. I've got to see if there's another way. Let me see here. Like, I'm like, how did we watch it before? Let me just see what I said about it on that live stream. Because this is not, like, how dare they ruin this? Like, that's not even right, man. Not even right. Yeah, I mean, this is like where we watched it before. It doesn't have any of the watermark, and it also doesn't have any, like, where did I get this from? I mean, I feel like it must have been just some like court TV or whatever. That's frustrating. Let me see. Gosh darn it. All right, well, we'll continue on as I look.
I know a lot of people didn't really love him, but I don't know anyone who would do something like this.
Oh my God.
Well, we're still trying to determine, what happened and how it happened.
But he wouldn't do this to himself.
Okay.
He was a very positive
God, this is so offensive.
No one that you know of or that he's spoken to recently that he's had some type of problem with or that he was concerned about?
No one that he was concerned about. I mean, we've been separated for 2 years, so I don't know, like,
right.
If he had something going on, I wouldn't know about it. But I mean, I had lost my voice earlier this week, and so we had put off this conversation about our son's school and where he was going to go.
So I've got saved here Lori Vallow's full police interview the day of Charles Vallow's death. But hey, I don't know where fucking hell, man. That's so super dumb.
Oh, and he I can't. I know a lot of people didn't love him, but not anyone who would like hate him.
Okay.
He meant well, everyone that knew him.
Okay.
knows that he means well, but he can be a little like argumentative,
Right.
but not.
Oh my god.
He didn't owe anyone money. He didn't do anything except.
This is really stupid and not. This pisses me the fuck off. Like, how dare they if they take the only one and then they don't line it up? Okay, let's do this. This was a little preview. Let's do this. I don't even know why they have to ruin things. I don't know. Maybe I just need to refresh, or maybe try a different browser. I don't know. This is puzzling to me. I'm like, what did I use before? Did I have a video file? Like, I can't find, it must have just been a regular YouTube, like a court TV or whatever. So anyway, I don't know, man, but, are y'all seeing other options? Like, I don't see anything. Okay, cool. Let me see what happens if I try on my phone, if it has different search results, because like it's frustrating. Like, I know for a fact that like there were other channels and they're not appearing. So on my phone, it is giving me the same results. That is stupid. That is stupid. No. Oh, wait, hold on. I might have got one. Hold on. I might have found one. I did it. You guys, this did not show up on the computer. Hold on. Fuck this shit. Let's watch this the right way. Y'all, and also it's going to be better video quality too. Okay, give me just a second. Found one. Yay. Woohoo. That's really funny that it came up on the phone, but not on the computer. Okay, let's do this. This is better. This is much better. I got better. This got better. Y'all. Okay, we're going to watch this the right way, and now it's going to line up, and it's going to be even more atrocious. And there's no sound yet. So this is the full thing. See, she sits here for like a minute. Not actually that long, actually. Here's the sound. Okay. Yay! Yay! And we can do this. This is better.
Did your ID with you?
I just listened to my voicemail.
What'd you hear?
Y'all, isn't this so much better? This is so much better. That sucks, doesn't it? That long crime makes it shitty and then puts their shit all over it, but also like, anyway, I'm just glad I found this. Thank you, people, whoever produced this.
Who was your voicemail?
It's from Lisa Carey, who is my real estate agent, or who I had gone with to find a house. She just said she was driving around town and she heard there was a shooting on Trescott.
Yeah, that's what this is about. I'm sorry you had to hear it that way.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if I should.
It's all right, just leave it there. Is it still on?
It's right there.
Do you want to just hit play again for me?
Sure.
Here we go. This is much better.
Hey, it's Lisa Carey. It is Friday, and I feel like an idiot doing this, but I just heard that there was a shooting over on Trescott, and I promise I'm not trying to be dramatic or even nosy. I don't know, just checking on you, my friend. I hope all is well. I hope your sweet boys are well. And
trying not to be dramatic or even nosy.
It just ran a chill down my spine when I heard that there was something going on Trescott. All right, 212-3083. I hope all is well, and I will talk to you soon. Bye.
That's all right, you can stop it. Or does it stop automatically?
It's done.
Okay, do you have your identification with you?
Okay, so here's the thing. I'm going to save this. This is awesome. So now, since I found this, and that was not easy to do, I'm going to save this so we can watch. We'll watch the full thing without having to split it up. So I will save that. And that will be good. Yeah. And so we have people that are going to be needing sleep. I'm one of them as well too. But yeah, I will save this. So anyway, we will, y'all, this will be awesome. We have this to look forward to on the next one. So it just gets better and better. Good, like anything good typically tends to do, right? So, but y'all, it's been fun. It's been real, been awesome. Y'all are the best. Squirrel Crew for life. We covered a lot of ground. I'm going to get working on timestamps because this was like a very diverse live stream full of all kinds of things, which is awesome. Love it. But y'all, I will see you guys soon. Love y'all, and squirrel out.